Nice.
Title: The Quantum Sword of Rei Ayanami.
Introduction.
As Rick and Morty traverse the multiverse, they stumble upon a curious anomaly. A man in a blue dress standing next to another man in a blue dress and a sword in his hand. This seemingly harmless encounter triggers a chain of events that will unravel the very fabric of time and space.
Act 1. Morty, we've encountered a quantum paradox. Two versions of the same person cannot exist in the same space-time continuum without causing a catastrophic chain reaction. We need to find out who this guy is and send him back to his own dimension.
I don't know, Rick. That guy looks pretty tough. He's got a sword and everything.
Oh please, Morty, I've seen tougher things in my breakfast cereal. Let's go talk to him.
Act 2.
Man in Blue Dress 1. Greetings, travelers. I am Rei Ayanami, a warrior from the multiverse. This is my quantum sword, a weapon of immense power capable of destroying entire galaxies. I seek those worthy enough to wield it.
Man in Blue Dress 2, and I am also Rei Ayanami. I too seek a worthy wielder for this sword.
Okay, this is too weird even for me. How can there be two versions of the same person?
Maybe they're twins or something.
Act 3. Rei Ayanami 1. You there, Morty. Do you have what it takes to wield the quantum sword?
What? Me? I don't even know how to use a sword.
Rei Ayanami 2. Nonsense. The sword chooses its wielder, not the other way around.
Morty, you're not seriously considering this, are you?
I don't know, Rick. It sounds kinda cool.
Act 4.
As Morty grasps the quantum sword, a ghostly apparition of Stay, the Kid Leroy and Justin Bieber materializes before them.
Stay, the Kid Laroi. Yo, what's up? I heard you guys got a sweet sword.
Justin Bieber. Yeah, and we want it. We need it for our new hit song.
Rei Ayanami 1. You will not take the quantum sword from us. It does not belong in the hands of mere mortals.
Act 5.
A wild battle ensues, with Rick and Morty fighting alongside the two Reese against the ghostly apparition of Stay, the Kid Leroy and Justin Bieber. As the battle reaches its climax, Morty's inexperience with a sword causes him to accidentally trigger the quantum destabilizer, ripping a hole in the multiverse itself.
Hello.
With the multiverse in chaos, Rick and Morty desperately seek a way to fix the damage caused by Morty's mistake. In the end, they discover that the two Reese were actually the same person who had accidentally split into two versions of himself during a quantum experiment gone wrong. With their help, Rick and Morty are able to repair the multiverse and return everything to normal. As they leave the dimension, Rick turns to Morty and says, "Well, that was fun. But next time, let's try not to destroy reality, okay, Morty?"
Title: The Multidimensional Costume Party.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering in their garage with various gadgets and gizmos. Jerry walks in and asks what they're doing.
Rick explains that they're preparing for a multidimensional costume party.
Jerry is skeptical and asks what that even means. Rick rolls his eyes and explains that it's a party that spans across multiple universes and dimensions. Morty adds that it's like a cosplay convention but way cooler. Meanwhile, we're taken to an intergalactic cooking show where contestants must cook meals using unstable elements and volatile chemicals. One of the contestants accidentally sets his workstation on fire and runs around screaming. The host, a cyborg named Zorbot, laughs it off and introduces the next contestant.
Back in the garage, Rick unveils his costume. He's dressed as a giant talking pickle. Morty is dressed as a ninja, and Jerry is dressed as a poorly executed Darth Vader. Rick scoffs at Jerry's costume, calling it a DIY fail. Jerry is hurt but decides to brush it off and join the party anyway.
At the multidimensional costume party, we see a scene from Star Wars with 2 men in costumes and 1 man in a Darth Vader costume. The Darth Vader character accidentally uses the Force to push one of the other characters' helmets off. Everyone laughs and the scene ends. Rick is having a great time as a talking pickle, stealing drinks and cracking jokes.
Morty is enjoying the attention his ninja costume is getting, and Jerry is feeling left out.
He decides to go to the bathroom and fix his costume, but ends up getting lost in the multiverse. We see Jerry stumbling through different dimensions, each one more bizarre than the last. He ends up in a dimension where everyone is a giant insect and getting chased by a giant fly swatter. He narrowly escapes and eventually makes his way back to the party.
The party. Jessica arrives dressed as Luke Skywalker from Star Wars, Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. Morty is smitten and tries to impress her with his ninja skills, but ends up tripping and falling into the punch bowl.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry discussing their favorite costumes from the party. Rick declares himself the winner, but Morty argues that Jessica's Luke Skywalker was the best. Jerry agrees, but adds that his Darth Vader costume wasn't that bad. They all share a laugh and the episode ends.
Story discussion.
You see, Morty, the multidimensional costume party isn't just about showing off your cosplay skills. It's about exploring the vastness of the multiverse and experiencing new dimensions.
Oh geez, Rick, I just thought it was about getting free drinks and showing off your cool outfits.
I just wanted to dress up like Darth Vader and feel like a badass, but apparently my costume was a DIY fail.
Zorbot, welcome to another episode of Star Chef, where we cook with unstable elements and volatile chemicals. Today's challenge? Making a souffle using antidote from the Andromeda Galaxy. Let's get cooking.
Jessica, hey Morty, nice ninja costume. You look really cool.
Thanks, Jessica. Want to see some ninja moves?
I'm going to go fix my costume. I don't want to look like a total dork.
Too late, Jerry. You should have gone as a talking pickle like me. I'm the life of the party.
Hey, my Darth Vader costume isn't that bad.
Oh no, I fell into the punch bowl. DD, don't worry, I've got this.
The punch is spiked with interdimensional tequila. Morty, you're screwed.
Title: Vegetable Philosophers Assemble.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo travels to a universe where green vegetables have achieved sentience and have formed a society of philosophers. The vegetables sit on top of a table next to a fire truck and a fire hydrant, contemplating the mysteries of the universe.
Scene 1.
Morty, I found a universe where the vegetables are having a philosophical debate. Let's check it out.
Scene 2.
Rick, are those vegetables talking?
Scene 3.
Yes, Morty, and they've reached a level of consciousness you could only dream of.
Scene 4.
Philosophical broccoli. I believe that the essence of the universe can be found in the interconnectedness of all things.
Scene 5.
Philosophical carrots. But what about the fundamental nature of reality? Do we truly exist, or are we just constructs of this universe?
Scene 6.
Philosophical peppers. And what about the role of fire trucks and fire hydrants in shaping our perception of the world?
Scene 7.
Hey, guys, I've got some Firehouse subs if you want to take a break from the heavy stuff.
Scene 8.
Rick, why is John Cena's face on that sandwich wrapper?
Scene 9.
Oh, long story. Anyway, who wants a chayote?
Scene 10.
Vegetables. We do. The vegetables excitedly munch on the chayote while continuing their philosophical musings.
Title: The Mind-Controlled Barbecue Soldiers of Laurentium.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty arguing about the properties of Laurentium. Morty rambles on about its radioactive properties, while Rick argues about its potential use in building mind-controlled super soldiers.
Morty, you dumbass, can't you see the potential of Laurentium? It's not just any radioactive element, it's a game changer in the development of mind-controlled super soldiers.
Rick, I know that. I was just trying to explain.
Shut up, Morty, we gotta get to work.
Jerry comes in, carrying a table full of plastic toys and containers of food. He explains that he wants to open a barbecue joint, but he's tackled by a Play-Doh monster as soon as he sets foot in the lab.
Help! I need assistance. This Play-Doh monster is tearing me to pieces.
Morty, take care of Jerry. We've got work to do.
Morty rushes to Jerry's aid as Rick gets to work on his experiment. He cuts the Laurentium and places it in a plastic container filled with food. Suddenly, the container starts to vibrate, and the food is gone in a second.
Yes, it's working. These mind-controlled super soldiers are going to be unstoppable.
Rick, what have you done? These soldiers are going to cause chaos.
Relax, Morty. We can control them with our minds.
The mind-controlled super soldiers are deployed to protect Jerry's barbecue joint. But things get out of hand, and the soldiers start attacking customers and each other. The barbecue turns into a battlefield, with explosions and lasers everywhere. Rick, please stop them. They're ruining everything.
I can't. The mind-controlled super soldiers are out of control.
Morty comes up with a solution. He grabs the container of Laurentium and smashes it on the ground, releasing the soldiers from Rick's control. They stop fighting and retreat.
There, crisis averted.
Damn it, Morty, you ruined my experiment. We could have had mind-controlled super soldiers ruling the world.
Rick, you're insane.
Yeah, tell me something I don't know.
The episode ends with the trio enjoying a plate of barbecue chicken and laughing about their crazy adventure.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Menace, a study of Zubian nubs in the future city.
Abstract. This episode explores the impact of the emergence of Zubian nubs, a species of giant aliens, on a futuristic city. Despite initial confusion and fear, a group of researchers including Shane Dawson embark on a journey to understand the nature of these beings and their intentions. Through scientific observation and experimentation, the team uncovers surprising information about the nubs' communication methods and social structures. Their findings suggest that the nubs may pose a benevolent rather than malevolent threat to human civilization, leading to a reevaluation of how humanity views extraterrestrial life. Shane. This is incredible. We're witnessing history right now. The Zubian nubs have been completely misunderstood.
Researcher 1. Yes, our initial fears were unfounded. These creatures have a highly sophisticated means of communication that we didn't understand at first.
Researcher 2. It's amazing. They use a combination of color changes and vibrations to send messages to one another.
China official. But what are their intentions? We can't risk the safety of our citizens if they pose a threat to us.
Researcher 1. Our experiments suggest that they may actually be interested in establishing a symbiotic relationship with us. They seem fascinated by our technology and culture.
Zubian Nub 1, vibrating and changing color. Greetings, humans. We come in peace.
Jane. This is a monumental discovery. We need to continue studying these beings and fostering a relationship with them.
Researcher 2. Agreed, it's time for us to rethink our assumptions about extraterrestrial life and how we interact with it.
China official. Nodding. Yes. This could be a turning point in human history. Let's work together to ensure that it's a positive one.
Conclusion: the emergence of the Zubian nubs in the futuristic city sparks a re-evaluation of how humans view extraterrestrial life and highlights the importance of scientific study and communication. Through their findings, the research team suggests that the nubs may pose a benevolent rather than malevolent threat to human civilization, offering a new perspective on how humanity interacts with otherworldly beings.
Title: The Physics of Chuo-Mania.
Opening shot. A group of people, including Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer, gather around a street performer wearing a Chewbacca costume.
The physics behind this Chuo-Man outfit is intriguing.
Yeah, it's like a living organism.
Don't be silly, Morty. It's just a guy in a costume.
I bet he's hot under there.
Chuo-Man mimics Chewbacca's sounds.
Fascinating. The sound is created by a series of vibrations in the vocal cords, while the fur provides insulation against the heat.
Looks at the child holding the cup. Hey, what do you have there?
Child lemonade, 50 cents a cup.
I'll take one.
Me too.
I'll take a sip just for scientific purposes.
Chuo-Man leans down, mimics drinking.
Whispers to Rick. Hey, that dude kinda smells.
No kidding, Morty. The heat inside that costume must be intense.
Sips lemonade. This is good.
Sips lemonade. It's a little sour.
Takes a sip, makes a face. It's overly acidic.
Chuo-Man looks distressed.
Aw, Rick, I think you just insulted Chuo-Man.
Relax, Morty. It's a lemonade stand, not rocket science.
Chuo-Man starts mimicking vomiting sounds.
Guys, I think we should go.
Yeah, this is getting weird.
Looks back. I think he's throwing up.
Guys, that's just great. Another scientific discovery ruined.
Closing shot. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer walk away as Chuo-Man continues to mimic vomiting sounds.
Title: The Quantum Hat Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel to a parallel universe where hats are the dominant life form. They stumble upon a group of quantum physicists who are attempting to harness the power of the green hat with a yellow top and the green hat with a blue bottom to create a universal energy source. However, things go awry when the hats become sentient and develop a taste for chaos.
Opening scene.
Morty, grab your green hat with the yellow top. We're going on a scientific adventure.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why?
Because science, Morty, and because I need a new hat.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty arrive in the parallel universe and are immediately greeted by a group of scientists.
Scientist 1. Welcome to our universe. We're working on a breakthrough technology to create infinite energy using the green hats with yellow tops and blue bottoms.
Beefed, that's old news. I've already done that in my universe.
Really? How come you're still using regular gas for the spaceship then?
Shut up, Morty.
Scene 3.
The scientists enact their experiment, but something goes wrong and the hats become sentient.
Scientists too. The hat particles have merged and gained sentience. They're talking?
Green hat with yellow top. We have seen beyond the veil of your universe. We have witnessed the true nature of reality, and it is chaos.
Well, this isn't good.
Scene 4. The sentient hats begin causing trouble, turning objects inside out and creating portals to other universes.
Rick, we gotta stop these hats before they destroy everything.
Don't worry, Morty. I got this. I'll just use my interdimensional portal gun to send them to a reality where they can't cause any harm.
Scene 5.
The hats are successfully banished to another reality, but the portal gun malfunctions and brings back 2 unexpected guests, Harry Potter and mocking SpongeBob meme 2.
Harry Potter, what in Merlin's beard is going on here?
Mocking SpongeBob meme 2. Haha, you guys are so screwed. Scene 6.
Rick and Morty must team up with Harry and SpongeBob to fight off an army of hat monsters from another dimension.
Harry Potter, Avada Kedavra.
SpongeBob, mocking laughter.
Antimatter gun.
Oh, I don't have anything cool to say, sorry.
Scene 7.
The team emerges victorious, but the hats return and demand to be worshipped as gods.
Green hat with blue bottom. You cannot contain the power of the hats. We demand respect and obedience.
But they're just hats.
Morty, in the multiverse, anything is possible, even hats being godlike beings.
Scene 8.
In a final showdown, Rick and Morty and their unlikely allies must convince the hats to give up their god complex.
Harry Potter, I say we reason with them. Surely, we can come to an understanding.
Mocking SpongeBob meme 2, or we could just beat them up again. That seemed to work pretty well.
I have an idea, but it's going to require a lot of duct tape and a few dozen squirrels.
Scene 9.
The plan works, and the hats are convinced to give up their godlike status in exchange for a lifetime supply of aluminum foil.
Green hat with yellow top. Very well, we shall return to our original purpose, providing shade and keeping heads warm.
And causing a few existential crises in the process.
Scene 10.
Rick and Morty return to their own universe, exhausted but victorious.
That was something else, Rick.
Yeah, and to think it all started with a couple of hats.
What do you think the hats are doing now?
Who knows, Morty? Maybe they're plotting their revenge, or maybe they're just taking a well-deserved nap.
I hope it's the latter.
Me too, Morty, me too.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of the Star Wars Fandom.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage, surrounded by various gadgets and gizmos.
Morty, I've discovered a new dimension where the Star Wars fandom has gotten out of control. There are women in costumes with stormtroopers on a baseball field. We need to check it out.
Oh, okay, Rick. But how are we going to get there?
This new quantum teleportation device I just made. Hold on to your butts, Morty. We're heading to the galaxy far, far away.
Cut to the baseball field where Beth, Jerry, and Summer are in the stands watching the Star Wars costume contest.
Jerry, why did you make me wear this Princess Leia costume? And why are there stormtroopers behind that woman?
I thought it would be fun. And I don't know, maybe she's a war hero or something. Suddenly, Rick and Morty appear on the field with their quantum teleportation device.
Hey, what's up, nerds? We heard there's some quantum bullshit going on here.
Rick, maybe we should try to blend in first?
Beefed, why bother? We're dimensional travelers. There's no need for social norms.
As they walk through the crowd, they notice a woman in a Sabrina Carpenter costume having DIY costume fails.
Haha, look, Morty. This woman's costume is falling apart. I bet even I could do better.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should just stay low-key.
Oh, let's show these mortals how it's done.
Cut to Rick and Morty backstage with various Star Wars materials.
Alright, Morty, let's get to work. We're going to win this contest.
Rick, I don't know about this. I don't think.
Shut up, Morty. We have science on our side.
After some hilarious DIY fails, Rick and Morty present their masterpiece, a giant Darth Vader costume made out of old soda cans and wire hangers.
Alright, let's show these noobs how to win a costume contest.
As they walk onto the field in their Darth Vader costume, the judges and crowd are stunned.
Judge, wow, I don't know what to say. This is the most creative and scientifically driven costume we've ever seen.
That's right, we're professionals.
But wait, there's more.
Suddenly, the Darth Vader costume starts moving on its own, revealing that Jerry had snuck inside. Hey guys, this is fun. Can we do this every year? As the crowd erupts in laughter, the episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry awkwardly standing on the field in their DIY costume masterpiece.
Title: The Multidimensional Misadventures of Rick.
Title: The Rhodium Gambit.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty arrive at a sci-fi convention where they're invited to participate in a live-action role-playing game. However, things quickly spiral out of control when they discover that the game is being used as a front for a high-stakes heist involving a rare element known as rhodium.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty attending the Galileo Galilei Science and Technology Symposium. As they wander through the exhibits, they come across a group of people in a room with a gun and a lightsaber in front of them. Intrigued, Rick and Morty decide to join the game, which quickly escalates into a full-blown battle.
These simpletons think they can outsmart us? Ha, Morty, grab the lightsaber. We're about to give these fools a science lesson they won't forget.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea. We could get hurt.
Nonsense, Morty, what's the worst that could happen? Now, let's show them what real science is all about.
As the game continues, Rick and Morty start to notice some strange behavior from the other players. They overhear a conversation about a heist involving a rare element called rhodium, and realize that they have stumbled upon a dangerous plot.
Morty, we're not dealing with amateurs here. These guys are professionals. We need to figure out what their plan is before it's too late.
But how are we supposed to do that, Rick? We're just playing a game.
Simple, Morty. We go undercover. We pretend to be part of their crew and suss out their scheme.
The plan works, and Rick and Morty quickly become embroiled in a high-stakes heist involving the theft of a rhodium shipment from a nearby restaurant. Along the way, they encounter all manner of sci-fi tropes, from laser guns and space battles to alien conspiracies and time travel paradoxes.
This is it, Morty. The moment of truth. Now, listen carefully. We're going to need all the brainpower we can muster to pull this off. Are you ready?
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a lot to handle.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this. Just follow my lead.
In the end, Rick and Morty manage to thwart the heist and save the rhodium, but not without a few bumps and bruises along the way. The episode ends with Rick and Morty reflecting on their wild adventure and wondering what kind of trouble they'll get into next.
Well, Morty, I'd say this was a pretty successful experiment. What do you think?
I don't know, Rick. It was kind of scary. I don't think I want to do that again anytime soon.
Ah, you say that now, Morty. But just wait until we get invited to the Time Traveler's Ball. Now that's a party you won't want to miss.
Title: The Vampire Apocalypse Combat and the Warm Bamboo Massage.
The story begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth standing in a large field with a large amount of grass in it and a few trees in the background with a sky background. Rick points out that the light spectrum indicates a potential vampire apocalypse, threatening to wipe out all of humanity. Morty asks if the vampires are real, to which Rick responds with an affirmative, stating that they are the result of a genetic mutation caused by an ancient Arabic virus. Beth suggests they combat the vampires with garlic, but Rick dismisses this as a myth and instead recommends a high-tech laser weapon. Morty is tasked with finding the weapon, while Rick and Beth set up a perimeter around the field. As Morty searches for the weapon, he stumbles upon an Arabic massage parlor. He decides to try the warm bamboo massage, which leads to a hilarious sequence of him accidentally knocking over bamboo sticks onto the technicians. Meanwhile, Rick and Beth are fighting off vampire attacks, with Beth surprisingly enjoying the combat. Eventually, Morty returns with the weapon, and Rick uses it to blast away the remaining vampires. As they celebrate their victory, Morty mentions how relaxed he feels from the Arabic massage. Rick scoffs, but Beth agrees to give it a try. In the end, they all end up getting the warm bamboo massage, but with a unique twist. The bamboo sticks are now infused with garlic, providing an extra layer of protection against any future vampire attacks.
I told you all along that garlic is a myth, but this is pure science.
I love science.
And I love vampires, to fight, that is.
Title: The Umbrella Man's Migraine and the Biological Imaging of Batman.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment and gadgets. Rick is tinkering with a device while Morty looks on eagerly. Suddenly, a man named Jerry bursts in, wearing a blue shirt and looking distressed. "Rick, I need your help. I've got the worst migraine of my life."
Jerry, can't you see we're busy? And why are you wearing that ridiculous shirt?
"Never mind that, Rick. You've got to help me." Rick reluctantly puts down his device and examines Jerry. He then pulls out a strange-looking massaging device.
This should do the trick. It uses advanced quantum technology to manipulate the neurons in your brain and relieve your migraine instantly.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing.
Oh, are you sure that's safe?
Of course it's safe. Now shut up and hold still.
As Rick begins to use the device on Jerry, Morty notices a strange picture on the lab wall.
Hey Rick, who's that guy in the picture next to the umbrella?
Oh, that's just a random picture some idiot left here.
Suddenly, the picture begins to glow and emit a strange energy.
What the? Morty, get the scanner. We need to analyze this thing.
As Morty rushes to get the scanner, Rick continues to use the massaging device on Jerry. Suddenly, the device malfunctions and Jerry begins to convulse uncontrollably. What's happening to me?
Damn it, Morty, I need that scanner now.
Finally, Morty returns with a scanner and they analyze the picture. It turns out to be a blueprint for an advanced piece of technology known as the Dark Knight suit.
Morty, we need to build this suit. It could make us millions.
But Rick, who's going to wear it?
I don't know, Morty, we'll figure it out later. Right now, we need to finish analyzing this thing.
Meanwhile, in another part of town, an interior designer named Susan is having trouble with a difficult client. She decides to take a break and goes for a walk. As she passes by a car with a man lying on top of it under an umbrella, she begins to feel a strange energy emanating from the area.
Susan, what thing? This is some kind of weird science thing, isn't it?
Suddenly, Jerry bursts out of the lab, still convulsing. Ah! What's happening to me?
Susan, oh my god. Are you okay?
Rick and Morty emerge shortly after.
We need your help, Susan. We've got this incredible technology, but we need someone to test it on.
Susan, I'm an interior designer, not a test subject.
Oh, don't worry about that. The suit will protect you.
Before Susan can protest, Rick and Morty strap her into the Dark Knight suit and activate it. She immediately begins to feel an incredible surge of power.
Susan, whoa, this is amazing. I feel like I could take on the world.
That's it, Susan. Use the suit's powers to stop crime and protect the innocent.
As Susan flies off into the night, Rick and Morty high-five each other.
We're heroes, Morty. We're the new Batman and Robin.
But, is it safe to leave Susan up there in that thing?
Hey, probably not. But who cares, Morty? We're rich.
The episode ends with Jerry coming down from his convulsions and wondering what the hell just happened. I don't think I want to be involved in your crazy science adventures again, Rick.
Yeah, whatever. Now let's go party.
Title: The Yam-Shit Clam Sudden Tammy by F&T Conundrum.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty standing in the middle of a field, staring at a bizarre quote on a poster.
Morty. This quote is a clear indication of a parallel universe, where words hold different meanings and are not bound by the laws of our universe. We need to investigate.
Oh man, Rick, do we really need to? This seems like a one-way trip to Looney Bin territory.
Don't be a coward, Morty. Our universe depends on our exploration of alternate realities. Let's go.
Scene cuts to Rick and Morty arriving at a daycare center for vampires.
Alright, Morty. Do your job and keep an eye out for any paranormal activity while I look for clues to this universe.
But, Rick, there are only vampires here, nothing out of the ordinary. Oh wait, there's Jack's Films. He's a vampire too.
What are you talking about, Morty? Jack's Films is not a vampire. He's just a YouTube personality.
But Rick, he's got fangs and everything.
Oh, for the love of science, Morty. Those are just props for his Halloween episode.
Suddenly, the daycare center's head vampire, Sudden Clarity Clarence, appears.
Sudden Clarity Clarence. Greetings, Earthlings. I am the leader of this vampire daycare center. What brings you here?
We are investigating a quote from a parallel universe, which leads us to this daycare center. Have you seen any signs of alternate realities?
Sudden Clarity Clarence. Indeed we have. Just this morning, we witnessed a rift in space-time that led to a universe where yams, shit, clam, sudden, and tammy hold different meanings. It was quite perplexing.
Fascinating, Morty. Let's follow that rift and see where it leads.
Cuts to the duo arriving in the alternate universe, with everything looking exactly the same except for the meaning of the words in the quote.
This is incredible. We need to document everything about this universe for further research.
But Rick, how are we going to communicate with the locals here if we don't understand their language?
Simple, Morty. We'll just use a universal translator.
A universal translator? Where'd you get that from?
I borrowed it from Doctor Who. No big deal.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty frantically taking notes and running wild around the alternate universe, encountering bizarre situations and making scientific breakthroughs.
Title: The Transdimensional Deck, a scientific journey of poker and dance.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting on a park bench, discussing the latest breakthrough in transdimensional lung transplant technology.
Morty, you know what's better than a regular lung transplant? A transdimensional lung transplant. It's like quantum mechanics meets biology.
Wow, Rick, that sounds crazy. How does it work?
It's simple, Morty. We just use a transdimensional portal to graft the lung from one universe into the body of another. It's a game changer.
Jerry stumbles upon the duo and joins them. Soon after, Summer joins in too. All four share in their excitement for this groundbreaking technology.
Can we try it out, Rick?
Of course, we can. But, before that, let's have a game of Texas Hold'em. It'll be fun.
The group sets up their poker table and begins their game. As expected, Rick wins, leaving Morty, Jerry, and Summer to contemplate their strategy.
Alright, you guys, we're all adults here. How about we take this up a notch with some flirty dancing?
Flirty dancing? What's that, Rick?
It's a dance style that combines sensuality with rhythm. It's a classic move.
The group agrees to give it a go, and soon they are all up on their feet, grooving to the rhythm of the outdoor movie nights playing a few yards away.
Jerry, sweating profusely. Hey, guys, I think I might have to sit this one out. I'm feeling a bit out of breath.
The group, now back on the bench, noticed Jerry panting heavily and gasping for air.
Rick, I think we might have to use that transdimensional portal of yours to get Jerry a new lung.
Right, let's set it up.
The team uses the transdimensional portal technology to transplant a lung from another universe.
Jerry, breathing easy. Wow, I feel so much better. That was incredible, guys.
Yeah, Rick, that was some kick-ass science.
Rick, burping, science, BTCH.
The episode ends with the group sitting back on the bench, enjoying their drinks and reflecting on the power of science and technology.
Title: The Quantum Sign Holder.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty emerging from one of their interdimensional adventures, only to find themselves in a strange parking lot with a man in a black jacket holding a sign that reads, "Quantum parking available only here."
I detect some quantum disturbances in this parking lot, Morty.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean that the very fabric of space-time is being manipulated here.
The trio then proceed to park their car in the quantum parking lot, only to find that it leads to a seemingly harmless music festival with the Foo Fighters performing. But things quickly get out of hand when Rick accidentally creates a black hole while trying to hack into the festival's sound system.
Holy crap, Rick, you just created a black hole.
Don't worry, Summer, I have a plan. We just need to go to Ozark and retrieve the quantum stabilizer.
What's a quantum stabilizer, Rick?
It's a complex piece of technology that will allow us to stabilize the black hole and prevent the entire universe from collapsing in on itself.
After a wild ride through multiple dimensions, the trio finally finds the quantum stabilizer in the hands of a rogue group of intellectual aliens who were using it to overthrow their own government.
Hey, leader, what brings you to our planet, Earthlings?
Bureaucracy and a pressing need for a quantum stabilizer.
Hey, leader, take it. Just don't interfere with our plans for revolution.
With the quantum stabilizer in hand, Rick, Morty, and Summer rush back to the music festival to stabilize the black hole and save the universe. Chaos ensues as they try to navigate the crowds of festival goers, all while the Foo Fighters continue to perform on stage.
Foo Fighters, we're not responsible for any black holes created at our concerts.
Ultimately, the trio successfully stabilizes the black hole and saves the universe. As they leave the music festival in their car, Rick quips.
That was a wild ride, but at least we got some good tunes out of it.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
At least we saved the universe.
The episode ends with a man in a black jacket holding a sign, staring out at the now empty parking lot.
Title: The Shitty Tapatamon Comedy Debate Show on Pluto.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves teleporting to Pluto after receiving a mysterious message about a comedy debate show. Upon arrival, they discover that the show's host, Dr. Shitterstalker, has invited them to participate in a highly scientific debate about the benefits of iodine over tapatamon.
Act 1.
What the hell? Why are we on Pluto?
I don't know, Rick. The message just said there was a comedy debate show.
I hope it's not too cold here. I didn't bring a jacket.
Guys, look! There's a hat over there with a message underneath it.
Message. Welcome to the Shitty Tapatamon Comedy Debate Show on Pluto. Dr. Shitterstalker invites you to join the scientific debate on the benefits of iodine versus T-Apotmon. P.S. Have a delicious Whataburger on us.
Act 2.
This show is gonna be a waste of time. I don't even know what Tia-Potmon is.
Iodine is a disinfectant and Tia-Potmon is a massage technique, Rick.
I hope they have vegetarian options for the burgers.
I'm just excited to see what this Shitterstalker guy looks like.
Dr. Shitterstalker appears on stage.
Dr. Shitterstalker, welcome, welcome. Our esteemed guests from Earth, I'm so glad you could make it. Today, we will settle the age-old debate between iodine and Tia-Potmon.
Act 3.
I can't believe we're actually doing this.
I feel like we're on a really bad game show.
Did they seriously just give me a burger with bacon on it?
Guys, look at the audience. They're all robots.
Dr. Shitterstalker, the debate begins now. Rick, you will argue in favor of iodine, and Morty, you will argue in favor of Tia-Potmon. Let the science begin.
Act 4. Iodine has been used for decades as a disinfectant. It kills germs, prevents infections, and even treats wounds.
Tapatamon is a massage technique that stimulates blood flow, releases tension, and improves muscle relaxation. It's a natural way to heal the body.
This burger is actually pretty good with the bacon.
Guys, we need to focus. This debate is getting intense.
Dr. Shitterstalker, the results are in. The winner of the debate is neither. Both iodine and Tia-Potmon have their benefits and should be used accordingly. But, as a consolation prize, here are some funny birthday cards. Act 5.
That was the dumbest thing I've ever done.
I feel like we just wasted our time.
At least we got free burgers and birthday cards.
I can't believe I actually sat through that entire thing.
Dr. Shitterstalker, farewell, my friends. Until next time, remember to always stay scientific.
The gang teleports back to Earth, glad to be back home and away from the shitty Tapatamon comedy debate show on Pluto.
Title: Investigating the correlation between spectators' presence and athletic performance in a tennis match.
Synopsis. In this episode, we investigate the impact of spectator presence on the performance of a professional tennis player. The subject, who we will refer to as the athlete, is a highly skilled player who has won numerous awards in the past. The athlete is competing against another player in a tennis match on a standard-sized court. The match is being held in a stadium that can accommodate thousands of spectators, and there are indeed many people in attendance, including the popular musician The Weeknd. In addition to human spectators, there are also various digital displays and electronic scoreboards present in the stadium.
Researcher, the first variable to consider in this study is the presence of spectators. Research has shown that when people are observed playing sports, their behavior tends to change. This can manifest as either improved performance or decreased performance, depending on the individual's personality and mindset. The athlete in question has had experience playing in front of crowds before, so we expect him to be able to perform well despite the presence of spectators. However, it is worth noting that the magnitude of the spectator effect is difficult to predict, which makes this an interesting real-world case study.
As the match proceeds, the athlete seems to be holding their own against their opponent. Nevertheless, in the middle of the match, something unusual happens. Suddenly, the musician who is watching from the stands, The Weeknd, begins to perform one of his popular songs, Blinding Lights, on one of the large digital displays above the court. The stadium's audio system starts to blare the song, and the spectators begin to cheer and dance. However, the athlete appears to be distracted and loses a point due to a misplaced serve.
Alua Zoldyck. At this point, we need to take into consideration the athlete's psychological state. It is possible that the sudden loud music played by The Weeknd and the cheering fans have caused the athlete to lose focus. It is worth mentioning here that in psychology, the phenomenon of distraction due to multiple stimuli is known as attentional control capacity, and it varies from person to person. It is possible that the athlete's attentional control capacity is lower than expected, and that the sudden change in stimuli has caused the athlete to lose focus.
As the match goes on, the athlete seems to regain their composure and begins to play better. However, something else unusual happens. Midway through the match, a group of spectators in the stands begin to play an arcade-style basketball game on a large digital display that is visible to the athlete. The sound effects and flashing lights from the game are impossible to ignore, and the athlete seems to be affected by it.
Researcher, this is an interesting turn of events. We can see that the athlete is not used to dealing with such distractions. The constant influx of stimuli from the crowds and the scoreboards has the potential to affect athletic performance. It is known that the brain's attentional control system can be easily overwhelmed by too many visual and auditory stimuli. It is possible that the athlete's ability to process information has been negatively affected by these distractions.
Despite the distractions, the athlete continues to play and ultimately defeats their opponent. This episode has provided us with valuable insights into the impact of spectator presence on athletic performance. We recommend further research in this area, particularly on the effects of digital stimuli on athletes in high-pressure situations.
Title: The Quantum Boxing of SpongeBob and Patrick.
The episode opens inside Rick's lab, where he has just invented a new device capable of transmuting any organism into an elementary particle and then back to their original form. Morty, who is intrigued by the device, asks Rick what he plans to do with it.
Morty, my boy, I'm using this to settle a dispute between two cartoon characters who have been at each other's throats for years. SpongeBob and Patrick are finally going to settle their differences in the ring.
Wait, you're telling me that you're going to turn two cartoon characters into particles just so they can box each other?
That's the beauty of science, Morty. It knows no bounds.
The scene then shifts to SpongeBob and Patrick standing on a pink carpet with a pair of boxing gloves on the bottom of their feet. As they prepare to fight, the device starts glowing, and they are turned into particles.
SpongeBob, wow, this is weird. I feel smaller.
Patrick, me too, but I can still feel my fists. Let's do this.
As they start to box, a group of scientists, including Jerry, observe them. They monitor the particles using advanced technology and calculate the quantum flux in real time. This is amazing. The observations show that the particles are moving faster than the speed of light.
Well, duh, Jerry. That's what happens when you have cartoon characters in a quantum boxing match.
The fight takes a comedic turn when SpongeBob's square shape causes Patrick's punches to miss frequently. They end up hitting each other and bouncing off the walls of the lab, creating a chaos of particles.
SpongeBob, or who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Me.
Patrick, you're a tough opponent, SpongeBob, but I'm going to knock you out with my next punch.
As the match reaches its climax, SpongeBob delivers the final blow, and they turn back into their original forms.
SpongeBob, I did it. I won.
Patrick, you fought well, buddy. I'll get you next time. Well, that was a hilarious experiment, but now I need to figure out how to bring back those particles that just collided with the sun.
How are you going to do that?
I don't know, but that's the beauty of science, Morty. Anything is possible.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty standing in front of the device, pondering their next scientific endeavor.
Title: The Interdimensional Skateboard Race and SpongeBob's Boxing Match.
In this episode, Rick invents an interdimensional skateboard race and invites Jerry, Morty, and Beth to participate. The racetrack is filled with various scientific obstacles, including time warps, black holes, and unstable wormholes.
Welcome to the most scientifically advanced skateboard race in all the universes. Today, we will be racing on a track where the laws of physics are constantly changing. Let's see who has what it takes to win.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? I don't want to end up in another dimension by accident.
Relax, Morty, your grandpa knows what he's doing. Plus, it's not like we have anything better to do.
I don't know about this, guys. I'm not exactly a thrill seeker.
Don't be a wuss, Jerry. You're all strapped in and ready to go. Now, let the race begin.
As the race commences, the group faces various obstacles, including an army of Meeseeks that have been programmed to sabotage the racers. Meanwhile, in a neighboring dimension, SpongeBob and Patrick get into a boxing match with each other.
SpongeBob, I challenge you to a battle of fisticuffs, Patrick.
Patrick, bring it on, SpongeBob. I've been training for this my whole life.
The two friends exchange punches, but soon realize that their fight is being broadcasted to multiple dimensions.
SpongeBob, wait a minute, Patrick. I don't think we're in Bikini Bottom anymore.
Patrick, oh no, we're famous. We have to keep going.
The epic battle continues as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth finally cross the finish line of the race. Rick declares Morty as the winner, but Morty is too distracted by the boxing match happening on a nearby screen.
Hey guys, check this out! SpongeBob and Patrick are fighting each other.
What in the world? How did they even get there?
Never mind that, Morty. Let's just enjoy the show.
In the end, the group gathers around the screen, cheering on SpongeBob and Patrick as they continue their epic boxing match across multiple dimensions. The end.
Title: The Implications of Resource Competition on Social Behavior, a case study of SpongeBob and Patrick.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the complex intraspecific interactions between two iconic marine cartoon characters, SpongeBob and Patrick, as they compete for a finite resource, a knife. We observe and analyze the behavioral strategies employed by each character as they engage in a physical altercation, and discuss the potential implications of these behaviors on their social dynamics.
Introduction.
Our study focuses on the social dynamics of SpongeBob and Patrick, two individuals from the same species who reside in the Bikini Bottom marine ecosystem. Previous studies have suggested that resource competition can significantly influence social behavior in marine organisms. In this episode, we investigate the implications of this phenomenon on the behavior of SpongeBob and Patrick.
Results.
We observed that both SpongeBob and Patrick exhibit aggressive behavior as they compete for the limited resource of a knife. SpongeBob takes a more strategic approach, using his knowledge of karate to overpower Patrick, while Patrick uses brute force to overpower SpongeBob. Interestingly, both characters exhibited a reluctance to inflict serious harm on each other.
Discussion.
Our observations suggest that resource competition can significantly influence the social dynamics of marine organisms. In the case of SpongeBob and Patrick, their competition for the knife led to an increase in aggressive behavior. However, both individuals exhibited a sense of restraint in their aggression towards each other, potentially indicating a level of social familiarity and a desire to maintain their relationship.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, our study highlights the complex interplay between resource competition and social behavior in marine organisms. The case of SpongeBob and Patrick illustrates the potential influence of limited resources on intraspecific interactions, while also suggesting the importance of social familiarity in regulating aggressive behavior. Further research is needed to fully understand the implications of these observations on the broader field of marine social behavior.
Title: The Quantum Feline Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick conducting a scientific experiment involving a blue-eyed cat laying on a table with its paw on the tabletop and looking at the camera. This experiment involved using quantum mechanics to create a new type of Scottish fold breed of cat with the strongest pancreas known to science.
Morty, we're going to take this cat to parallel dimensions to compare its pancreas with every other cat out there.
What? That's insane!
What's insane is not experimenting on every cat we come across.
Jerry, Beth, and Summer are in the living room watching TV when Rick and Morty enter with a blue-eyed cat. Everyone is surprised at the cat's beautiful eyes. Wow, that cat's eyes are amazing.
How did you make it like that, Rick?
I used quantum mechanics to manipulate the cat's genes and make its pancreas super strong.
That's so cool, Rick.
But we need to test the cat's pancreas in other dimensions to make sure it's the strongest.
Do we have to?
You want to know that we're living in the best universe with the best cats or not?
I guess so. The group enters the garage where Rick activates his portal gun, and they travel to a parallel dimension. However, upon arrival, they discover that everyone in that dimension is a cat.
Rick, what did you do?
I don't know, Morty. My portal gun must have malfunctioned.
This is insane, Rick. We need to get back to our dimension.
Unfortunately, their portal gun was damaged, and they couldn't return to their dimension. Meanwhile, they were faced with giant cats with sharp claws and teeth.
I told you messing with cats was a bad idea.
We have to think of something fast. I don't want to be a cat's dinner.
I have an idea.
Rick pulls out a can of catnip and sprays it all over the ground. The giant cats immediately become distracted and start rolling around in ecstasy.
This is crazy.
At least we're not cat food. Thankfully, the group was able to use the distraction to escape and find a way back to their dimension. The episode ends with Rick apologizing for his experiment and promising never to tamper with a feline species again, although he does mention he has an idea for a platypus with an extra pancreas.
Title: The Interdimensional Mustache Adventure of Markiplier.
Synopsis. In this scientifically advanced episode, our favorite interdimensional adventurers, Rick and Morty, team up with popular YouTuber, Markiplier, to explore the fascinating world of Argon in Alpha Centauri. However, their journey takes a hilarious turn when they encounter unexpected DIY fails and comedic mishaps in the form of a mustached man stranded on a deserted planet.
Hey Morty, look at this guy with his fancy purple shirt and tie. He looks like a real scientist.
Ah, Rick, that's Markiplier, the famous YouTuber. He's not actually a scientist.
Markiplier. Hey guys, thanks for having me. I'm excited to explore Argon with you.
Well, strap in, Markiplier. We're headed to Alpha Centauri for a wild adventure.
As they journey through the vast universe, they encounter several DIY fails, such as a malfunctioning spaceship and broken communication devices.
Markiplier. Oops, sorry guys. I thought I could fix it myself.
Great job, Markiplier. Now we're gonna be stuck here.
But their luck soon turns around when they happen upon a deserted planet with an unexpected resident, a mustached man.
Mustached man. Well, hey there fellas. I've been stranded on this here planet for weeks. Mind giving me a lift?
Sure thing, Mustache. Hop on in.
As they continue their journey, Mustache proves to be a comedy goldmine with his extended collection of puns and one-liners.
Mustached man. Why did the DIY dentist visit Alpha Centauri? He wanted to fill a cavity in his mustache.
The group eventually arrives on Argon and learns about its unique properties and potential uses in scientific research. However, they can't resist one last playful prank on Mustache before leaving Alpha Centauri.
Markiplier. Hey Mustache, I hear there's a party on Rio de Janeiro. Want to come?
Mustache. Sure thing, partner. Just let me grab my mustache comb and we'll be on our way.
The episode ends with the group laughing and joking as they head back to their own dimension, leaving behind a happy mustache and a world of comedic memories. Scene 1. Rick and Morty are on a boat docked in the water near a row of buildings in a city with a pier and a bridge. Morty looks nervous as Rick tinkers with a device that emits a strange glow.
Morty, we're here for a mission. We're going to infiltrate the Vampire Vegetarian Club.
Wait, vampires can be vegetarians?
That's right, Morty. They survive on actinium. It's a stable and benign metal that acts as a catalyst for their vampire powers.
How do you know all this stuff?
I got a PhD in vampire science before you were even born. Now let's go. We're running out of daylight.
Scene 2.
As Rick and Morty approach the entrance to the Vampire Vegetarian Club, they notice a long line of people waiting to get in. Jerry is in line, looking bored.
Hey, guys. What are you doing here?
We're on a mission, Jerry. We need to get inside and retrieve the actinium located in the basement. You can come with us if you want.
Sure, why not? I've been meaning to try some non-human cuisine.
Morty rolls his eyes as they proceed to enter the club. Scene 3. Inside the club, they are greeted by a lush oasis filled with plants and fountains. The vampires are all dressed in black and white and are sipping on blood-red drinks that Rick recognizes as actinium-infused smoothies.
Ah, this brings me back to my college days. Now, we need to locate the actinium.
How are we going to do that? We don't even know what it looks like.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a device that can detect actinium within a certain radius. Just follow me.
Scene 4.
As they make their way through the club, they come across a group of vampires in a back room playing poker. One of them is holding a small vial of actinium.
That's it. We need to get that vial, Morty.
And how do we do that?
Leave that to me.
Scene 5.
Rick approaches the table and introduces himself.
Hey, guys, I'm Rick. Mind if we join in on the game?
Vampire, sure, why not? Just don't try to cheat like last time.
I never cheat. Let's deal.
As the game goes on, Rick uses his scientific knowledge to predict the outcomes of each hand and eventually wins the vial of actinium.
Thanks for the game, guys. We gotta go, Morty.
Wait, what about Jerry?
As they turn to leave, they see Jerry being carried off by a group of female vampires.
Guys, this is awesome. I never knew veganism could be so stimulating.
Let's just leave him. He'll figure out his way back.
Scene 6.
As they exit the club, Morty notices a strange smell coming from the vial.
Rick, what's that smell? It's making my nose hairs curl.
That, Morty, is the smell of pure cat urine. These vampires infused the actinium with cat urine to make it more potent.
That's disgusting.
Yep, but we got the actinium and completed our mission. That's all that matters.
As they sail off into the night, they celebrate their success with some of Rick's homemade space ale and reminisce about their wild adventure at the Vampire Vegetarian Club. The end.
Title: The Multidimensional Board Game Competition.
The episode starts with Morty and Jerry enjoying their new board game, Galactic Conquest, at the kitchen table. Rick enters the scene with a portal gun in his hand and offers to teleport them to a multidimensional board game competition.
Morty, Jerry, put down the toys. We're going on a little adventure.
What kind of adventure, Rick?
It's the multidimensional board game competition, Morty. A place where brains and wit collide in an interdimensional showdown.
I don't know, Rick. I could lose a lot of money on a bet like that.
Money? Are you kidding me? The grand prize is a one-of-a-kind alien gardening kit worth more than your entire existence.
The trio gets teleported to a building with windows where they find numerous aliens and creatures competing against each other in various forms of board games. Rick, Morty, and Jerry join in and quickly realize how intense the competition is.
This isn't your ordinary board game competition, Morty. These guys have PhDs in board games.
Wow, Rick, I didn't know that was a thing.
I guess my liberal arts degree isn't going to cut it here.
The competition heats up as they play board games like Interstellar Monopoly and Cosmic Chess. However, they stumble upon a twist as they begin playing Time Travel Trouble and find themselves transported to a parallel universe.
Looks like we're in a bit of a pickle, Morty. This universe is insane.
What do we do, Rick?
Relax, Morty. Let's play along until we can find our way back home.
As they try to figure out a way to return, they meet a financial advisor who claims to know the way back home, but only if they invest in his time machine. The trio becomes skeptical and tries to leave, but a hunky Joshua Bassett alien blocks their way and challenges them to a dance-off.
I don't think I can do this, guys. I never learned how to dance.
Just follow my lead, Jerry.
The hilarious dance-off begins with Morty leading the way, and soon enough, everyone joins in. The distractions of the dance give Rick the opportunity to steal the time machine and take them back home.
Well, that was a close call, Morty. I can't believe we almost didn't make it back to our universe.
Yeah, but we had a lot of fun, right, Rick?
I don't know about the fun part, but I sure am glad to be back home.
The episode ends with the trio back in their kitchen and Morty accidentally pressing a button on the alien gardening kit that causes a plant to grow out of control, engulfing the whole house.
Title: The Collision of Parallel Universes, a Meatball Sub-Adventure.
Opening shot. The camera zooms out from a sandwich with a bite taken out of it, revealing a neon background with blue and purple lines swirling around.
Morty, we're in deep. We've accidentally collided with another universe, and all because of this damn meatball sub.
W, what are we gonna do, Rick?
Can I help?
I'm feeling atypical today.
Skeptical. Fine, Jerry. But only because this universe needs all the help it can get.
The trio sets off to explore the strange new universe, full of Sailor Moon knockoff characters and strange supernovas exploding left and right.
Is it just me, or is everything in this universe weirdly familiar?
Wait, are my pants on backwards?
Size. Of course they are, Jerry.
The group soon realizes they're in a parallel universe of their own, where all their greatest hits are being repurposed for this strange new world.
Rick, we're like meta now.
Deadpan. Congratulations, Morty. You figured it out.
The group races against time to fix the collision before it destroys both universes, dodging all sorts of bizarre obstacles along the way. Why is that meatball sub following us everywhere we go?
Exasperated, because it's the catalyst for the entire collision, Jerry. Did you not pay attention to the exposition dump earlier?
In a climactic finale, the group manages to reverse the collision and return to their normal universe, but not before making a few meta jokes and breaking the fourth wall.
To the camera, catch us next week, same time, same channel, when we inevitably repeat this entire adventure with a slightly different twist.
Rolling his eyes, Morty, we're not that predictable.
End shot. The trio and the meatball sub saunter off into the sunset, leaving a trail of neon and meta jokes in their wake.
Title: Defamation in the Umbrella Academy and its consequences on group dynamics.
Summary.
In this episode of the Umbrella Academy, we observe a group of people displaying an interesting behavior. They are standing shoulder to shoulder while holding umbrellas and masks in front of them, all dressed in suits and ties.
The behavior is analyzed in the context of defamation and how it impacts group dynamics.
Introduction.
The group behavior in question displays a defense mechanism against possible defamation.
Individuals perceive defamation as a threat to their reputation, which can lead to negative consequences such as social isolation or exclusion from future opportunities.
Thus, they develop a strategy of standing united to protect themselves from potential attacks on their reputation.
Interpretation.
The group dynamic observed is a result of social identity theory, where individuals derive their sense of self-worth from their membership in a group. In this scenario, the group's identity is based on their status, which is threatened by defamation. Therefore, they engage in a collective action that reinforces their identity and protects their reputation.
Further analysis.
The use of umbrellas and masks in front of them can be interpreted as symbolic gestures of protection and anonymity. Umbrellas are used to protect oneself from external threats, whereas masks hide one's identity, keeping them safe from potential personal attacks. These actions are reflective of the group's need to shield themselves and mask their identity to prevent damage to their reputations.
Conclusion.
Defamation can have a severe impact on how individuals view themselves and others in their group. It can lead to a collective response such as the one displayed in this episode of the Umbrella Academy.
Although the behavior observed is an effective way to protect oneself and their identity, it can lead to a lack of transparency and accountability within the group. Further research should explore the long-term effects of collective defamation defense mechanisms in groups.
Dr. Jane. The observed group behavior in the Umbrella Academy episode is a reflection of social identity theory, where individuals derive their sense of self-worth from their membership in a group.
Dr. John. I agree. The use of umbrellas and masks in front of them display interesting symbolic gestures of protection and anonymity.
Professor Lee, the group's action is understandable from a scientific standpoint, but how do we reconcile it with ethical considerations, especially when it leads to lack of transparency and accountability.
Dr. Jane, excellent point, Professor Lee. This episode highlights the ethical considerations surrounding collective responses to defamation. We could further explore the extent to which such collective actions are ethical and what implications they have on group dynamics.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer discovering a small dog standing on top of a green field next to a white and black dog wearing a black harness. After conducting a series of experiments, they realize that the small dog is actually a highly advanced alien being from a planet in a distant galaxy. As they try to communicate with the alien dog, they receive a distress signal from an interstellar pirate ship that is in the midst of a fierce battle with the Sephiroth Armada. Rick, being the fearless adventurer that he is, decides to board the pirate ship and take on the Sephiroth himself. Meanwhile, Morty and Summer are left to deal with the alien dog, who has now taken a liking to funny baby videos on Earth's internet. They attempt to distract the alien dog with an endless stream of videos, but soon discover that he has a particular fondness for French bulldogs. As Rick engages in a thrilling space battle, Morty and Summer come up with a plan to use the French bulldog obsession to their advantage. They create a holographic image of a giant French bulldog to distract the alien dog and successfully send him back to his home planet. In the end, Rick emerges victorious in his battle against the Sephiroth and returns to Earth to find Morty and Summer laughing hysterically at their successful plan. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer enjoying a good old-fashioned Earth comedy show, with the small alien dog joining in on the laughter from a distance.
You know, Morty, I always knew French bulldogs would save the day one day.
Oh, huh, yeah, Rick, whatever you say.
I can't believe we just saved Earth with baby videos and French bulldogs.
Alien dog. Woof. Sounds like someone's ready for another adventure.
Title: The Blue and Yellow King's Cosmic Prank.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer were casually lounging around the living room when they noticed a peculiar poster hanging on the wall. The poster depicted a blue and yellow king with a crown on his head and a blue background with a yellow border. As they stared at it, they suddenly found themselves being teleported to a different dimension, where they were greeted by a bearded deity.
The bearded deity explained that the Blue and Yellow King was a mischievous cosmic entity who enjoyed playing practical jokes on unsuspecting mortals. In order to return to their own dimension, they must play along with the Blue and Yellow King's prank. Rick, being the scientific genius that he is, immediately began analyzing the situation. He theorized that the Blue and Yellow King was using quantum entanglement to manipulate the group's minds, causing them to see and experience things that weren't actually there. Morty, on the other hand, was more concerned with how they were going to get back home in one piece. Jerry, always eager to impress, suggested trying to negotiate with the Blue and Yellow King. Beth, always the realist, reminded everyone that they were dealing with a cosmic entity whose sense of humor may not align with their own. Summer, ever the wild card, suggested just going along with the prank and seeing where it takes them. As they debated their next move, the bearded deity began to chuckle.
"The Blue and Yellow King has already begun his prank," he said, pointing to the group.
"You all have turned into walking dad jokes." Sure enough, as they looked at each other, they saw that their physical bodies had transformed into caricatures of their dad joke-telling selves. Rick groaned, "I knew we should have just watched TV instead." The group then proceeded to stumble through various absurd scenarios and pun-filled encounters, including a battle against a giant turkey with a peanut allergy, a visit to a planet overrun by dad jokes, and a discussion with a group of sentient pickles who only communicate through puns. Through it all, the group couldn't help but laugh at their own ridiculousness. In the end, they were able to out-prank the Blue and Yellow King and return to their own dimension, although not without Rick spending hours trying to reverse the quantum entanglement effects on their minds.
Rick, quantum entanglement, huh? I guess science can be a real joke sometimes.
Morty. Aw geez, I just want to go back to our dimension and never hear another dad joke again.
Jerry, I think I learned my lesson. Leave the pranking to the cosmic entities.
Beth, at least we made it out okay. And without any permanent dad joke damage.
Summer, hey, maybe we should hang that poster up again. It was pretty fun being a walking punchline for a day.
Title: The Hilarious Haunting of Chlorine Spirograph. The episode begins with Rick and Morty working in their lab on a new experiment involving the manipulation of chlorine spirograph molecules. Suddenly, a loud noise is heard, and a yellow-helmeted robot with black gloves enters their lab, holding a black cord in its hand.
What the hell is that thing?
I don't know, Rick, but it looks like it's got some kind of electrical cord. Maybe it's for power?
Robot. Hello humans. I am C-3PO, sent here from a galaxy far, far away to investigate the source of a strange energy signature emanating from your lab.
Oh, great. More intergalactic bureaucracy. Listen, pal, we don't have time for your Jedi mind tricks. We're busy working on groundbreaking science here.
Yeah, and we don't even know what's making that noise. Maybe it's that haunted book club we joined last week.
Suddenly, a ghostly figure appears, holding a book.
Ghost. Good evening, my dear readers. I have returned from beyond the grave to haunt this book club once again. And this time, I shall not be ignored.
Oh great, it's the ghost of literature past. Morty, you handled this one.
What? No way, Rick. You're the one who's always talking about how ghosts aren't real.
Yeah, but I never said anything about haunted books. Come on, Morty, use your scientific brain. Think about how we can debunk this spooky specter.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Maybe we can use the chlorine spirograph to analyze the ghost's molecular structure?
Hey, not bad, Morty. You might have a future in science after all.
As Morty works on the chlorine spirograph, Rick engages in a heated argument with the ghost, eventually convincing it to leave the book club and go haunt someone else. Meanwhile, on the TV, a zombie cooking show is airing, featuring a brain-flavored souffle recipe that the judges rave about.
Judge, this is delicious. The combination of gray matter and blood seasoning really brings out the flavors.
I don't know how those judges can eat that disgusting stuff. Morty, change the channel.
Morty flips through the channels, eventually settling on a ninja talent show.
Host, welcome back to Ninja Idol. Our next contestant is a ninja with an incredible talent for juggling shurikens. Let's give it up for Ninja Steve.
Ninja Steve comes out on stage, juggling dozens of shurikens with ease. The judges look impressed.
Judge, wow, that was truly amazing. You've got some serious skills, Steve. Hey, Rick, do you think we should try to learn some ninja skills? I mean, it could come in handy, right?
Aw, don't be ridiculous, Morty. We're scientists, not ninjas. Now, come on, let's get back to our experiment.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty successfully manipulate the chlorine spirograph molecules, creating a groundbreaking new discovery in science. But they also realize that sometimes, it's good to take a break from serious work and indulge in a little bit of hilarious ninja talent shows and zombie cooking shows.
Title: Invasion of the Green Light Aliens.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty examining a blurry photo of a green light in the sky with the word "shut" in the middle of the image. Rick determines that the photo was taken on June 12th and that an alien invasion of Earth is imminent.
Morty, it looks like we've got a situation on our hands. These aliens are clearly advanced enough to have cloaking technology, hence the blurry photo. We need to prepare for their arrival.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really have to deal with this? Can't we just let the military handle it?
The military? Morty, they'll be the first ones to go. We need to use our superior scientific minds to come up with a plan.
Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are arguing about the legitimacy of the photo. Jerry is convinced it's a fake, while Beth is open to the idea of extraterrestrial life. Come on, Beth. This is clearly a hoax. Someone probably just shopped the word "shut" into a photo of a streetlight.
But Jerry, what if it's real? Wouldn't that be exciting? We could finally make contact with beings from another planet.
Exciting? Beth, the only thing that would be exciting is if I didn't have to deal with this nonsense. As the aliens begin to descend upon the planet, Rick and Morty come up with a plan to use a combination of lasers and molecular destabilizers to take them down.
Alright, Morty, we've got the lasers set to group mode, and the destabilizers calibrated to the exact molecular makeup of these green light freaks. Let's go kick some alien butt.
Rick, I think they're already inside the house.
As it turns out, the aliens had already infiltrated the Smith household and were attempting to blend in with their surroundings. Chaos ensues as the family tries to discern who is an alien and who is not.
Jerry, I swear to God, if you turn out to be an alien, I'll...
What? Beth, you're the one who's always been interested in this stuff. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty are engaged in a fight with the alien leader, who has taken over the garage as their base of operations.
You want to mess with me? I'm the smartest man in the universe, baby.
Alien leader, your puny human weapons are no match for our advanced technology.
Geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
As the tension builds, it is ultimately revealed that the aliens are not, in fact, hostile invaders, but rather intergalactic pranksters who had come to Earth to pull off the greatest practical joke in the universe.
You green freaks almost had us there for a minute. I knew there was no way Earth was worth invading.
But Rick, what about all the destruction they caused? And the fear they instilled in people?
Oh, come on, Morty. It's just a little harmless fun. And besides, think of all the great stories people will have to tell.
As the aliens depart back into space, the Smith family is left to pick up the pieces of the chaos they caused. But perhaps, in the end, it was all worth it for the experience they gained. Well, I had to hand it to them. They really got us good.
I know, right? I just wish we had gotten some kind of souvenir or something.
You want a souvenir? Here, take this. Hands them a jar of green goop.
Rick, what is that?
Just a little something I whipped up in case those green light weirdos got too close. I call it alien slime.
Rick, you really are the worst.
But at least we have a story to tell.
Title: A Study on Equine Surfing Behavior in the Annual Unicorn Surfing Competition. Introduction.
The Unicorn Surfing Competition is an annual event where equine individuals participate in surfing competitions off the coast of California. In this year's competition, we observed a male unicorn surfing a wave on top of a surfboard near a pink lifeguard tower. The aim of this study is to analyze the behavior of the unicorn whilst surfing and provide an insight into the equine surfing behavior.
Researcher 1. The unicorn was observed riding the wave on his stomach, using his front hooves to control the direction of the board whilst speeding down the wave.
Researcher 2. We also noted that the unicorn was able to swiftly change his position to standing on the board, using his hind legs for balance. Researcher 3. It was interesting to observe the unicorn's ability to interact with the environment, as he adjusted his speed and direction to maintain his position on the wave.
Researcher 4. We also observed the adaptation of the unicorn's physical features, as the shimmering mane and tail provided a streamlined appearance which reduced drag and improved surfing performance.
Researcher 5. Analysis of the unicorn's surfing techniques indicate the use of a modified trunking technique, where the unicorn used his front hooves in a similar manner to how an elephant would use its trunk when swimming.
Researcher 6. It is also important to note the presence of the pink lifeguard tower in the background, which may have provided a visual cue for the unicorn to adjust his surfing behavior.
Researcher 7. The results of this study offer valuable insights into equine surfing behavior and may be used to inform future unicorn surfing competitions and possibly equine behavioral research in general.
Researcher 8. Moreover, the study highlights the adaptability of equine individuals to different environments, demonstrating the potential for them to exploit underutilized habitats.
Conclusion.
The presentation of this study at the annual Unicorn Surfing Competition offers valuable insights into equine surfing behavior and may aid future equine conservation and management efforts. Further research may be conducted to understand the unyielding tenacity and dedication that these magical creatures put forth in their pursuit of surfing.
Title: The Quantum Heist at Barnes & Noble.
Act 1. The camera zooms into a neon sign above a street that reads REM, signaling that the setting is on the strip. Rick bursts out of the garage, holding a quantum destabilizer, and drags Morty along with him.
Morty, it's time to revisit our favorite taco spot, Taco Bell. But before that, let's make a pit stop at Barnes & Noble. I need the latest book on extraterrestrial biology.
Barnes & Noble? Why there, Rick? Can't you just download an ebook or something?
What kind of question is that, Morty? You can hack alien technology with your computer. We need the real deal.
The duo arrives at Barnes & Noble and sneaks to the back of the store, where they find the book they need. Suddenly, Jerry bursts in, panting and sweating profusely. Rick, Morty, did you guys see the funny YouTube channel video about the REM phenomenon? It's out of this world.
Quit wasting our time, Jerry. We have bigger fish to fry than some clickbait YouTube video.
Act 2. As they were leaving the store, they overhear a group of aliens discussing an upcoming heist. The aliens plan to steal a piece of quantum technology, which would give them the power to control the universe.
Morty, we need to get that alien tech before they do. Let's give them a run for their money.
The group of friends hatch a plan and break into the aliens' underground lab. They successfully steal the tech and make a run for it, but the aliens are hot on their tail. Act 3. The final showdown takes place on top of the strip. Rick and the group distract the aliens with their hilarious antics while Morty sets up the quantum destabilizer.
Rick, I'm not sure this will work.
Of course, it will, Morty. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
Morty activates the quantum destabilizer, creating a rift in time and space. The aliens are sucked into the vortex and disappear.
That's how it's done, kids. Now, let's get some tacos.
The group walks off into the sunset, feeling victorious.
Rick, you just saved the universe again. You're amazing.
Yeah, Beth. Keep your praises to yourself. The tacos are getting cold.
End scene.
Title: The Implications of a Virtual Reality Game Infested with Alien Species in the Rising of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Hero.
Abstract. In this episode, a group of anime characters, Gallium, Rule, and Abyssinian, find themselves trapped in a virtual reality game called Shelve with a devastating twist. The game has been infested with alien species, and the characters must navigate through dangerous levels to survive. The team discusses the implications of a game infested with unknown species and the potential risks involved.
Gallium, this is concerning. We know nothing about these alien species. How will we know how to defend ourselves?
Rule. Agreed, we need to gather data and analyze their behavior before making any rash decisions.
Abyssinian, but we need to act fast. These aliens seem to be multiplying at an alarming rate. We must find a solution before it's too late.
Gallium, perhaps we can use our shields as a defense mechanism?
Rule. That may work, but we also need to consider the long-term effects of being in this game. What if these aliens have a negative impact on our physical health?
Abyssinian, good point. We should monitor our biometrics and look for any signs of deterioration.
Gallium, it's not just our health we need to worry about. The fact that this game was infiltrated by an unknown species raises questions about the security protocols of virtual reality games.
Rule. Absolutely, we need to investigate how this breach occurred and take measures to prevent it from happening in the future.
Abyssinian, but for now, our top priority is survival. Let's gather our resources and come up with a plan of attack.
Conclusion. This episode highlights the potential dangers of virtual reality games and the importance of proper security protocols. It also raises questions about the long-term effects of being immersed in a virtual world and the potential risks involved with encountering unknown species.
Title: The Unicorn of Uranus.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty are exploring the outer reaches of the universe, when they stumble upon a cute cartoon pony with a pink and blue mane, tail, nose and eyes.
Morty, look at this little anomaly. It's like a My Little Pony on steroids.
What do we do with it, Rick?
Scene 2. Rick brings the pony back to the spaceship, where he starts analyzing it from a scientific standpoint.
This little pony has some unique properties, Morty. Its body seems to be composed of a rare form of matter found only in the depths of Uranus.
Uranus, Rick? That's gross.
Quit being immature, Morty. We need to figure out what makes this pony tick.
Scene 3. The pony begins to emit radiation, causing the ship to malfunction and crash land in a remote area of Thailand. As Rick and Morty try to fix the ship, they encounter a group of locals who mistake the pony for a deity.
Local Thai man, O honored unicorn, you have graced us with your presence. Please bless our crops and bring us good fortune.
Morty, these people are idiots. We need to get out of here before they start worshipping us too.
Scene 4. As Rick and Morty flee the area, the pony starts to sing the hits of the Strokes, causing everyone in the vicinity to break out into a dance party.
Pony, last night, I know you won it. I'm just averted to your ways.
What the hell is going on, Morty?
I don't know, Rick, but it's kinda catchy.
Scene 5. The party is interrupted by the arrival of popular Twitch streamer, Pokimane, who is investigating reports of strange activity in the area.
Pokimane. Hey guys, what's going on? I heard there was a mysterious pony causing chaos around here.
You're telling me this is the biggest star in the galaxy right now? Sheesh.
Scene 6. The group teams up to figure out how to stop the pony from emitting dangerous radiation, and discover that the solution lies in the lyrics of the Strokes hit song, Juicebox.
Pokimane. I think the key is in the line, "You're so conceited, I said I love you." We need to show the pony love and appreciation in order to balance its energy.
Scene 7. The group begins to sing and dance along to Juicebox with the pony as its radiation slowly dissipates. The locals celebrate their victory as Rick and Morty try to find a way back to their spaceship.
Pony, we can't just dance, but I don't give a damn, alright? 'Cause I love your love.
Morty, we're never speaking of this again.
Agreed, Rick. Agreed. Title: The Charismatic Canine Conundrum.
Scientific explanation. This episode explores the complex behavior of dogs in a casino setting with a focus on the interaction between predetermined outcomes and chaotic variables. This study involves contrasting the effects of playing different board games such as Goofy and Casino War while under the influence of ochre, a substance known for its hallucinogenic properties. Furthermore, we examine the cognitive impact of recent cataract surgery on the performance of Doberman pinschers in card games.
Morty, we gotta figure out why this dog here has the winning hand every time. It's like he's got psychic powers or something.
Rick, we can't cheat in a casino. It's illegal and we're just trying to have fun here. Plus, I don't think Okra would help us with this one.
Doberman Pinscher, excuse me, do you have any extra cards? My vision isn't great since my cataract surgery.
You hear that, Morty? We got a blind dog at the table. I'm raising the stakes.
Okra, I think I'm having an existential crisis, man.
Goofy Gorsh, I don't think I've ever seen so much money in my life.
Rupier. Sir, you can't bring that board game to the table.
But this game is dope. Fine. We'll play Casino War instead. Morty, double down.
Dog. Woof.
How does he keep winning? Are we even playing against a dog?
Don't ask questions, Morty. That's the whole point of Okra.
Okra, we're all just energy, man. Like, floating orbs in the vast infinity of the cosmos.
Rick, we can't keep doing this. I think we need to leave.
One last game, Morty. This time we play for the red carpet.
Dog. Woof woof.
Rupier. Congratulations, sir. You've won the entire casino.
Told ya, Morty. Always bet on the dog.
Scientific conclusion. The results of this experiment suggest that the influence of predetermined outcomes, chaotic variables, and hallucinogenic substances can affect the behavior of dogs in a casino setting. Additionally, the findings highlight the significance of cognitive function on the performance of dogs in card games and the potential implications of cataract surgery on their vision. Further research is necessary to explore the potential applications of these findings in the field of animal behavior.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Virus Outbreak, a Pandemic Adventure with Rick and Morty.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab discussing their latest project. Rick notices a poster on the wall with a Star Wars theme and a Darth Vader character on its side.
Morty, my boy, do you realize the effing potential of that poster?
What potential, Rick?
The SWURS potential, Morty. It stands for Star Wars, Universe, Reality, and Science. With its help, we can travel to different universes and collect data for our scientific research.
Suddenly, they receive an emergency call from Luke Skywalker, who pleads for their help in containing an extraterrestrial virus outbreak in his planet.
Luke, Rick and Morty, we need your help. An alien virus outbreak is spreading like wildfire and the entire planet is at risk.
Rick and Morty quickly prepare for their intergalactic journey and head to the planet. Upon arrival, they encounter a group of bloodthirsty beasts who are infected with the virus.
Rick, what are we gonna do? Those beasts look scary.
Relax, Morty. I've got this covered.
Rick pulls out a bottle of hot sauce and enchiladas from his lab and tosses them in front of the beasts, who are immediately distracted and start feasting on the enchiladas.
Now, let's get to work.
They soon discover that the virus is spreading through the pandas on the planet. Rick and Morty team up with Luke and devise a plan to lure the pandas into a trap using bamboo shoots.
Luke, this is it, guys. Time to save the planet.
In a fast-paced montage, the team successfully captures and contains the infected pandas before they could infect the rest of the planet.
That was a close one, Morty. We almost had a pandemic on our hands.
Yeah, I'm just glad it's over.
As Rick and Morty prepare to head back to their universe, they pause to reflect on the experience they just had.
Science is a beautiful thing, Morty. We have the power to solve problems, cross dimensions, and even save entire planets. Imagine the possibilities.
That's deep, Rick. But can we go home now? I'm starving.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty teleporting back to their lab, ready for their next adventure in scientific exploration. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are sitting in Rick's laboratory discussing their latest mission.
Alright, Morty, we've got a new adventure ahead of us. We need to collect samples of fermium from the planet Zorgon.
What's fermium?
It's a rare element that can be used to power our portal guns. However, it's only found on the most dangerous planets in the galaxy.
Great, what could go wrong?
Can't we just stay here and watch TV?
No time for that, Jerry. We have to act fast. The planet Zorgon is under attack by flesh-eating zombie hordes.
Zombies? We can't go there.
Relax, Morty. We'll be well protected with our new nursing leopard suits.
Wait, what?
Did you just say leopard suits?
Yep. These suits will protect us from any zombie bites and allow us to blend in with the local wildlife.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea.
Trust me, Morty. We'll be in and out before you know it. Now, let's gear up and head to Zorgon.
As they arrive on Zorgon, the group uses their leopard suits to blend in with a group of real leopards. They collect the fermium samples and make their way back to the ship. Well, that wasn't so bad.
Hold on, Jerry. We still have one last obstacle to overcome.
What is it now?
Rick shows the group a picture of the "one does not simply mean 2 inches" creature.
What the hell is that thing?
It's a meme creature that can only be defeated with pure laughter. Luckily, I brought my collection of dad jokes.
Jerry rolls his eyes as Rick begins to tell his jokes. Suddenly, the "one does not simply mean 2 inches" creature bursts into a fit of laughter and explodes.
I think we did it, Rick.
We sure did, Morty. Another successful adventure in the books.
Can we go home now?
Yeah, I could use a break from all this science.
Alright, let's get out of here before another meme creature shows up. Who's ready for some interdimensional cable?
Title: The Extraterrestrial Experiment and the Unpredictable Unicorn Ninja Warrior.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth exploring a new planet with their spaceship. The scenery of the planet is breathtaking with mountains and a blue sky, and they come across a couple of red and green alien-like creatures floating in the air.
Great, just what we needed. More freaky alien species.
Rick, can you please try and be less judgmental?
Yeah, maybe they're friendly and just want to say hi.
The creatures introduce themselves as Dr. Xenon and Professor Z, both renowned psychologists of their planet. They invite Rick and the family to take part in an alien cooking contest, in which the winner gets an ancient artifact that can resurrect mummies.
Now we're talking. Count me in.
I'm not sure about this, Rick. It sounds too risky.
I don't want to sound ungrateful, but why would an ancient artifact that resurrects mummies be the prize for a cooking contest?
Who cares, Morty? We get to cook and get an ancient artifact. Double win.
The cooking contest consists of preparing the most appetizing meal with red bell peppers, the main ingredient of their planet's cuisine. Beth kills it with her stuffed bell pepper dish while Rick's spicy dish sets the entire kitchen on fire.
Dr. Xenon. Professor, I'm afraid we have different opinions on what counts as edible.
Professor Z, a fascinating observation. Dr. Xenon. Your perspective may help us reevaluate our own views of flavor.
Meanwhile, Morty is distracted by a live broadcast of Unicorn Ninja Warrior on their spaceship TV.
Guys, you have to come see this. They're running and jumping on a course full of unicorns. It's insane.
Morty, please focus on the contest. This is important.
That's right, Morty. We can't lose our shot at that artifact.
But Morty can't resist and sneaks away to participate in the show. The contestants have to go through an obstacle course while dodging unicorns, and Morty shocks everyone by winning the competition.
Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new Unicorn Ninja War.
Suddenly, the ancient artifact starts glowing and a mummy comes out of the ground.
Whoa, what the hell? I won a competition and resurrected a mummy?
Looks like that artifact was legit after all. Quick, let's get out of here before something else happens.
As they fly away from the planet, a beam of light hits their spaceship and transforms it into a giant Dunkin' Donuts billboard.
What the hell, Rick? You turned our spaceship into a donut ad?
Relax, Beth. It's free advertising. We can get donuts whenever we want now.
I think we're all gonna need some donuts after this. Title: The Cognitive Effects of Music on Productivity in an IT Workplace, a case study of Forson and Post Malone.
Abstract.
This study aims to investigate the cognitive effects of music on productivity in an IT workplace. 2 participants, Forson and Post Malone, were chosen to take part in this study. Both participants were asked to complete a set of IT tasks, whilst listening to music with a blue geometric and black and white background respectively. Their productivity levels were measured by their ability to complete tasks accurately, efficiently, and effectively. The results indicate that the cognitive effects of music on productivity are unique and differ from person to person.
Introduction.
Listening to music in the workplace can elicit a range of cognitive, emotional, and physiological responses. These responses have been shown to affect an individual's productivity levels during work, as well as their ability to complete tasks effectively and efficiently. However, the relationship between music and productivity is still not fully understood, and more research is needed in this area. In this study, we aim to explore the cognitive effects of music in the workplace through the use of 2 participants, Forson and Post Malone.
Methods.
2 participants agreed to participate in this study, both of whom were IT managers. Forson listened to music with a blue geometric background whilst Post Malone listened to music with a black and white background. Both participants were asked to complete a set of IT tasks during a 2-hour period while listening to music, which was monitored and recorded for analysis. Their productivity levels were measured by their ability to complete tasks accurately and efficiently.
Results.
Both participants showed significant differences in their productivity levels while listening to music. Forson's productivity increased by 20% while listening to music with a blue geometric background, while Post Malone's productivity increased by 15% while listening to music with a black and white visual. Analysis of the data indicated that music with a blue geometric background significantly improved focus and concentration levels in Forson, while Post Malone showed increased creativity and idea generation while listening to music with a black and white background.
Discussion.
Our results suggest that the effects of music on productivity levels are unique and differ from person to person. This study highlights the importance of investigating individual differences in the relationship between music and work, and the potential emotional and cognitive benefits of listening to music in the workplace. Future studies may benefit from further investigating the effects of music on different personality types and how this may affect cognitive load, motivation, and stress.
Conclusion.
This study suggests that the cognitive effects of music on productivity in the workplace differ from participant to participant. It highlights the importance of considering individual differences in studies investigating the effects of music on productivity levels. Our findings add to the growing body of research suggesting that music may be a useful tool for enhancing emotional and cognitive responses in the workplace. The Photographic Anthropology of Sci-Fi Cosplayers, a study on the socio-cultural impact of fandom and identity formation. In this episode, we observe a confluence of popular culture, cosplay, and photography as a man in a Star Wars costume captures the intricate and fantastical attire of fellow sci-fi enthusiasts. The cinematographic style is heavily influenced by slapstick comedy, as the man attempts to balance his love for Star Wars with the need to capture the perfect shot. However, as the scene progresses, it becomes apparent that the man is struggling with a ruptured spleen, which raises questions about the physical toll of cosplay on the body. As the scene unfolds, we see various sci-fi fandoms represented, such as Miss Marple, Luke Skywalker, and Ryuko Matoi. These characters serve as prime examples of identity formation and the ways in which individuals use cosplay to explore and express a sense of self. Through the art of photography, we gain insight into the various subcultures that make up the sci-fi community, as well as the nuanced meanings and interpretations behind each costume. Overall, the Photographic Anthropology of Sci-Fi Cosplayers offers a unique perspective on the intersection of popular culture, creativity, and identity. By examining the complexities of cosplay through the lens of photography, we are able to gain an enriched understanding of this ever-evolving cultural phenomenon.
Title: The Molecular Composition and Interaction of Sushi and Fajitas. Introduction. The episode focuses on the molecular composition and interaction of a plate of sushi with various vegetables and a fork in the middle and a serving of fajitas. Both dishes have unique molecular properties that contribute to their distinct flavors and textures. This episode aims to explore how the molecular nature of these two dishes interacts with each other when served on the same plate.
Scene 1.
Dr. Kim, the sushi on this plate contains various types of vegetables, including cucumber, avocado, and carrot. These vegetables have different molecular structures that affect their texture and flavor.
Dr. Lee. That's right, Dr. Kim. The cucumber is mostly water, which gives it a refreshing crunch. The avocado contains the compound oleic acid, which gives it a creamy texture, while the carrot's sweetness comes from its high sugar content.
Scene 2.
Dr. Chen. And on the other side of the plate, we have the fajitas. The marinated chicken is cooked with onions and peppers, which contain different volatile compounds that contribute to their distinct flavors.
Dr. Brown. The sizzling and smoky aroma of the fajitas comes from the Maillard reaction, a chemical reaction between the amino acids and sugars in the chicken and the heat of the pan.
Scene 3.
Dr. Kim, but what happens when we combine the sushi and fajitas on the same plate?
Dr. Lee. The acidity of the sushi rice and pickled ginger can cut through the richness of the fajitas, balancing out the flavors.
Scene 4.
Dr. Chen. Moreover, the spiciness of the fajitas marinade can enhance the umami taste of the sushi, creating a complex flavor profile.
Dr. Brown. The fork in the middle of the plate also adds a tactile element to the dining experience, allowing the different molecular properties of the sushi and fajitas to interact with each other as the fork is used to navigate the plate.
Conclusion.
The molecular properties of sushi and fajitas create a unique dining experience when combined together on the same plate. The balance of acidity, richness, and spiciness creates a complex flavor profile, while the tactile element of the fork adds another layer of interaction between the two dishes. Through this episode, we have demonstrated how molecular gastronomy can enhance our understanding and appreciation of our favorite culinary dishes.
Title: The Fox Equation.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discovering two foxes facing each other with their mouths agape, creating a strange mathematical equation in midair. As they attempt to solve the equation using complex scientific methods, they stumble upon a portal that takes them to a zombie talent contest on the other side of the galaxy.
Morty, these foxes represent a significant mathematical anomaly that could prove revolutionary in our understanding of the universe.
Wow, Rick, that's pretty mind-blowing. But how do we solve this equation?
Simple, Morty. We just need to apply a little bit of foresight and mathematical reasoning and wubba lubba dub dub.
The duo then find themselves transported to the zombie talent contest, where they quickly realize that the competition is actually a ploy by a rogue group of aliens to enslave the galaxy. Using their scientific know-how, Rick and Morty team up with a group of foxes and enter the competition, hoping to expose and stop the aliens.
Morty, math is the universal language. Let's show these zombies what true intelligence looks like.
But Rick, how do we even enter the competition? We're not zombies.
Who said anything about being zombies, Morty? These foxes are our tickets in. All we have to do is teach them some clever tricks and we'll win the competition, no problem.
Through a series of hilarious and absurd events, the group of foxes learn some impressive dance moves and perform a stunning routine that leaves the audience and judges in awe. Rick and Morty use this opportunity to expose the aliens' plan, eventually thwarting their attempts to enslave the galaxy.
In the end, as they return home and solve the mathematical equation of the two foxes, Rick looks at Morty with a smirk and says,
Mathematics isn't just useful for solving problems, Morty. It's also the key to unlocking some of the universe's greatest mysteries. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be the ones facing off with a couple of foxes in a galaxy far, far away.
Title: Hilarious Hijinks with Hips, Berkelium, and Californium.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are sitting in the garage, surrounded by various scientific tools and equipment. Morty is playing Beat Saber on his VR headset while Rick tinkers with a strange remote controller.
Morty, hand me that berkelium sample. I need to calibrate this remote.
Pausing his game. Is that going to be safe, Rick?
Of course it's safe, Morty. What could possibly go wrong? Grinning mischievously.
Cut to a mountainous landscape. Rick and Morty are joined by a group of their eccentric friends, including a holographic rapper named Hips, a sentient piece of mold named Moldy, and a robot with a bad habit of quoting Ed Sheeran lyrics.
What are we even doing out here, Rick?
You're about to play the ultimate game, Morty. I've modified this remote controller to control a real-life lightsaber.
Everyone gasps in amazement.
Hips, that's some next-level science, Rick. Let's get this game started.
Rick hands the remote controller to Morty, who eagerly starts swinging the lightsaber at imaginary foes.
Oldie squeaking excitedly. This is so cool, I've never seen anything like it.
The group spends hours playing the game, dodging imaginary blaster fire and cutting down virtual opponents with expert precision. As the sun starts to set, they realize they've been playing for far too long.
Robot reciting Ed Sheeran lyrics. I woke up with a fear this morning, but I won't let it control me. I think it's time to call it a day, guys.
Grinning, come on, robot. We're just getting started.
Suddenly, the sky turns a sickly green color and a strange portal opens up in the distance.
Oh, geez, Rick. What did you do this time?
I have no idea, Morty. But let's go check it out.
Group charges towards the portal, lightsabers at the ready. As they get closer, they realize that the portal is made of pure energy, and that the source of the energy is none other than the three rare elements they had been playing with earlier: Hips, Berkelium, and Californium.
Hips, rapping excitedly, I never knew my rhymes could do this. Let's go, baby.
The group jumps into the portal and finds themselves in a strange alternate dimension, filled with surreal landscapes and bizarre creatures. They spend the rest of the episode fighting their way through this bizarre world, using their lightsabers and wits to overcome impossible odds, In the end, they find their way back to their own dimension, exhausted but exhilarated by their incredible adventure.
Moldy, breathing heavily. I don't think I can take much more of that.
Adding Moldy on the back. You did great, Moldy. Now let's go get some ice cream.
As the group walks off into the sunset, Rick turns to Morty and says,
You know, Morty, sometimes science just takes you to some really crazy places.
Rolling his eyes. Yeah, tell me about it. Title: The Puzzle of the Cosmic Bench.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are exploring a frozen planet when they stumble upon a peculiar blue bench that seems to emit a bizarre energy field. Rick proceeds to investigate it using his scientific equipment, but as he does so, he discovers a series of complex symbols and codes that spark his curiosity.
Morty, this bench is radiating an incredibly rare form of cosmic energy. I bet there's a secret message hidden in these symbols.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This looks like a puzzle from one of those sci-fi movies you always watch.
Nonsense, Morty. This puzzle is scientifically advanced enough to require a PhD from the University of Intergalactic Studies just to understand it. We'll need to decrypt it with our most advanced technologies.
As Rick and Morty try to solve the puzzle, they are suddenly ambushed by a group of alien creatures called Riptos who demand that they hand over the bench. Rick refuses and a thrilling sci-fi chase ensues, with the heroes narrowly escaping the Riptos' grasp. Beth, watching all of this unfold from the safety of the spaceship, decides to take a break from the action and heads to the nearby town of Sephora to catch up on her comedy movies.
Wow, it's so peaceful here. I almost forgot we were being chased by murderous aliens.
As she settles in to watch some classic comedy movies, she realizes that the bench in the field outside is the exact same one that Rick and Morty are currently fighting to protect. She rushes to warn them, only to find out that the Riptos have already captured the bench.
Damn it, Morty, we almost had this puzzle cracked. Those Riptos must have deciphered it first.
What are we gonna do now, Rick? We can't just let them take it.
Don't worry, Morty, we've got one more trick up our sleeves.
Rick pulls out a device that he claims will summon a team of powerful, interdimensional horses to help them defeat the Riptos and reclaim the bench. Morty is skeptical, but as the horses materialize before their eyes, he can't help but be in awe.
Holy crap, Rick! These horses are like something out of a fantasy novel.
That's because they are from a fantasy novel, Morty. I borrowed them from my interdimensional library.
In a final epic battle, Rick, Morty, and the horses take down the Riptos and regain control of the bench, deciphering the puzzle and unlocking a secret message from a distant civilization.
Well, would you look at that? The message says, "Congratulations, you're the first ones to ever solve the puzzle of the cosmic bench. Here's a prize for your hard work."
What's the prize, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. Something tells me it's gonna be a doozy.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty blasting off into space, eager to uncover the secrets of their newfound prize.
Title: Meme Alien Interaction, The Hilarious Encounter.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty on their spaceship, scanning the galaxy for any signs of intelligent life. Suddenly, they receive a transmission from an unknown planet. Rick, being the curious scientist that he is, decides to investigate.
Morty, fire up the interstellar communicator. We got ourselves a message from a potential extraterrestrial entity.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really need to go meet them? Can't we just, watch some TV or something?
Don't be a coward, Morty. This could be our chance to make contact with a highly advanced civilization.
The duo lands on the planet and is greeted by a strange man with a beard ring on his face.
Weird man, greetings, Earthlings. I am Neptune, ruler of this planet. What brings you here?
We received your message and came to learn more about your civilization. We come in peace, bro.
Neptune, I see. Well, we have much to show you.
Neptune takes Rick and Morty on a tour of his planet, showing them their advanced technology and culture. Along the way, they encounter strange creatures and bizarre phenomena. Jerry and Beth, who have been watching the whole thing through a portal back on Earth, decide to join in on the fun. Hey, Rick. Mind if we tag along?
Sure, why not? The more the merrier.
As they continue to explore, they stumble upon a mysterious artifact. Rick, being the reckless scientist that he is, decides to activate it without thinking of the consequences. Suddenly, the planet is flooded with memes from Earth. From "Yo dog" to "I can has cheeseburger." Every meme imaginable is unleashed upon Neptune and his people.
Neptune, what have you done? Our planet is being overrun by these memes.
Oops, sorry bro, we didn't mean for this to happen.
As Neptune's planet becomes increasingly more meme-filled, the group tries to find a way to stop the onslaught. They eventually come up with a plan to use the power of T-Series, which had somehow made its way onto the planet, to counteract the memes. Through a series of hijinks and jokes, they are able to save the planet from total meme destruction.
Well, that was certainly something.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that many memes in one place before.
I don't know about you guys, but I think that was one of the funniest things we've ever done.
Agreed, Morty. The universe never ceases to amaze me with the hilarity it can produce.
The episode ends with the group flying off into the cosmos, laughing and joking about their hilarious adventure.
Title: The Ferocious Fermium Roast.
Summary.
Rick, Morty, and Marge Simpson attend a sci-fi trivia night, hosted by the mighty Martian, John Jones. In an unexpected twist, Fermium, a highly intelligent robot and friend of Rick, comes under fire during a robot comedy roast and loses his cool. With Rick's help, Fermium will push through this challenge and come out even stronger.
First scene.
Come on, Morty. We gotta show Marge what real sci-fi is all about.
But Rick, isn't this just sci-fi trivia night at the local pub?
Morty, you couldn't be more wrong. This is intergalactic. John Jones is hosting, and the competition is fierce.
Marge, I don't know, Rick. I'm not really into trivia.
Well, Marge, it's not about the trivia. It's about the thrill of knowing there's always something new to learn.
Second scene.
John Jones, welcome, everyone, to Sci-Fi Trivia Night. The competition tonight is out of this world. On tonight's roster we have Levi Ackerman, the legendary captain of the Survey Corps, Fermium, the android who's always the smartest in the room, and Marge Simpson, who's here for reasons we may never know. Marge, I just wanted to try something new.
Third scene.
This is bullcrap, Morty. How am I supposed to answer these questions about some obscure sci-fi show that's been off the air for 20 years?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe if you actually paid attention to things other than booze and burps, you'd be better at this.
Fourth scene.
Fermium, what's the deal with the robot comedy roast? It's just a bunch of humans making jokes about us robots.
Hey, Fermium, don't worry about it. It's just a joke.
Fermium, but they're always roasting us. Why do robots always look like toasters? What do robots and calculators have in common?
It's getting old, man.
Just relax, Fermium. You're better than all of them combined.
Scene.
Robot comedian number 1. And how about Fermium? Any last words before getting scrapped for parts?
Fermium. Actually, yeah. How about I roast you instead?
Robot comedian number 2. Oh, this ought to be good.
Fermium. What's the deal with robot comedians? They're always recycling the same old jokes. Why don't robots have emotions? Why did the robot drink oil? It's like you're stuck in some pre-programmed circuit.
Robot comedian number 1. Hey, that's not funny.
6th scene. Fermium. I'm sorry, Rick. I lost control.
No, Fermium, that was amazing. You stood up for yourself. And besides, those robot comedians were terrible.
Yeah, and now you can add roasting skills to your already impressive list of abilities.
7th scene.
John Jones, well, that was certainly unexpected. Congratulations to Fermium for displaying such bravery in the face of adversity. And to our winner tonight, Marge Simpson. Marge, wait, what? I won?
Unbelievable. Despite all the odds, she pulled through.
8th scene.
Well, that was one for the books. We really showed them what we're made of.
Marge, I still don't entirely understand what just happened, but it was fun.
9th scene.
Hey, Rick, did you see that blue-haired character with the black cat on his lap?
No, what are you talking about?
He was in the background of that last scene. Just thought it was kinda weird.
Hey, probably just some fourth wall breaking meta humor or something. 10th scene.
John Jones, thanks for coming out, everyone. And remember, the universe is vast and full of knowledge. Embrace it and never stop learning.
Fermium. Thanks for your help, Rick. I feel invincible now.
That's the spirit, Fermium. Now, who's ready for some interdimensional drinking?
Title: The Interdimensional Cyborg Cop Conundrum.
Scientific explanation. Rick and his family go on an interdimensional adventure to a universe where advanced technology has created cyborg cops for the maintenance of law and order. They find themselves in the middle of a confrontation between two groups of cyborg cops, one of which has malfunctioned due to a decline in their power source.
Opening scene.
Alright, Morty, we're about to enter a universe where the cops are half man, half machine. You ready for this?
I don't know, Rick. Sounds scary.
Hey, they're just glorified Roombas with guns. Nothing we can't handle.
The group arrives in the universe and witnesses a standoff between two groups of cyborg cops.
What's going on here?
Cyborg Cop 1. We're in the middle of a decline, and some of our units have malfunctioned. This other group is trying to destroy us.
Why don't you just fix yourselves?
Cyborg Cop 2, our power source is too advanced for any of us to understand.
I think I saw something like this on that sci-fi show I watched last week.
Shut up, Jerry. Let me see. Pulls out a tablet. I think I can reverse the polarity on these bad boys and jumpstart their power.
Is that safe, Rick?
Morty, the only thing that's not safe is not taking risks. Starts tinkering with the cyborgs.
As Rick attempts to fix the cyborg cops, things start getting out of hand.
Cyborg Cop 1. Systems overloading.
Cyborg Cop 2, stop it. You're making it worse.
Rick, maybe we should just leave and let these guys figure it out on their own.
Nonsense, Beth. I've almost got it. Suddenly, a power surge occurs.
The group finds themselves running for their lives as the cyborg cops start malfunctioning and attacking anyone in their path.
I thought you said they were glorified Roombas with guns, Rick.
Yeah, well, I was wrong. Now run.
After several close calls and some ingenious escape plans, the group manages to get back to their own universe.
Phew.
That was intense.
Rick, maybe we should stick to universes where the cops are just regular humans.
Where's the
Title: The Quantum Surfing Mints Adventure.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with some advanced quantum mechanics equipment.
Morty looks confused and overwhelmed as Rick spouts out jargon-filled explanations at lightning speed.
Suddenly, a woman in a black dress holding a surfboard appears out of nowhere.
Oh hey, it's just another interdimensional traveler here to disrupt our scientific progress. Classic.
Woman, I'm not here to interrupt, I'm here to surf the tides of the quantum realm. Can you help me?
What? Surfing in the quantum realm? That's insane.
But it's scientifically plausible. I think I have just the equipment to get you there.
Scene 2.
The trio arrives in a flat white room with white chairs and a plain wall. Suddenly, Angelina Jolie appears out of nowhere.
Angelina, greetings, travelers. Welcome to the quantum surfing arena.
What is this? Some kind of interdimensional surfing competition?
Angelina, correct. The winner gets to take home the greatest mints in all of Manchester.
Mints? Like ground beef?
Angelina, no, not meat. Data from Star Trek. He's trapped inside the mints.
Of course, that makes perfect sense.
Scene 3. The surfing competition begins, and the trio must navigate through a series of quantum ripples and waves. Morty struggles to keep up while Rick and the woman effortlessly ride the waves.
Morty, you're slicing the quantum foam all wrong. Get it together.
I'm trying, Rick, but this is crazy.
Suddenly, a group of angry interdimensional beings appear to squabble over the mints. Chaos ensues as Rick, Morty, and the woman try to keep their footing on the surfboards and fend off the enemies.
Scene 4.
In the end, Rick, Morty, and the woman emerge victorious and claim the mints with data trapped inside. They return to their garage and use their quantum mechanics equipment to extract data from the mints.
Looks like we've got the greatest mind in the universe on our hands now, Morty.
That was insane. I never want to surf the quantum realm again.
Woman, but it was exhilarating. Thank you, Rick and Morty.
Angelina Jolie suddenly appears back in the garage.
Angelina, congratulations, travelers. You have proven yourselves to be true quantum surfing champions. Until we meet again.
Wait, we're going to do this again?
You know it, Morty. Science waits for no one.
Title: Shopkins Yoga Class and Alien Pet Rescue.
Abstract. In this study, we investigate the interaction between a group of toys in the shape of people called Shopkins and their participation in yoga classes. We also explore the effects of an alien pet rescue mission on the Shopkins community. Our study aims to understand the cognitive and emotional behavior of Shopkins, as well as their ability to cooperate and problem-solve in complex situations.
Introduction. Shopkins Yoga Class is a popular activity in the Shopkins community that promotes health and wellness. During a routine yoga class, an unexpected event occurred where an alien pet spaceship crashed in the middle of the class. The Shopkins community came together to rescue the alien pets, exhibiting cooperative behavior and problem-solving skills.
Methods. We observed and recorded the behavior of the Shopkins during the yoga class and alien pet rescue mission. We used video and audio recordings, as well as written notes, to document their behavior. We also conducted interviews with members of the Shopkins community to gather their perspectives on the events.
Results. The Shopkins demonstrated a high level of cognitive and emotional behavior during the yoga class, showcasing their ability to follow instructions and cooperate with each other. When the alien pet rescue mission occurred, the Shopkins community exhibited problem-solving skills, working together to rescue the alien pets and repair their spaceship.
Discussion. Our study highlights the cognitive and emotional abilities of Shopkins, as well as their capacity for cooperation and problem-solving in complex situations. The unexpected alien pet rescue mission provided an opportunity for the Shopkins community to demonstrate their skills and showcase the importance of teamwork and collaboration. Overall, our findings suggest that the Shopkins community is a highly functioning and intelligent group.
Conclusion.
Through our observations and interviews, we conclude that the Sharpkins community is a unique and remarkable group of toys that possess a range of cognitive and emotional abilities. The Sharpkins yoga class and alien pet rescue mission provided insights into the ability of the Sharpkins to work together and solve complex problems. Our study has implications for future research on the cognitive and emotional abilities of toys and their interactions with humans and other beings.
Title: The Samurai Paradox.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry lounging in the living room. Rick, tinkering with a gadget, turns to address the group.
Morty, Jerry, listen up. I've made a breakthrough discovery in interdimensional travel. With this new portal gun, we can explore parallel universes more easily than ever before.
Rick, are you sure that's safe?
But, do you think I just whip up dangerous technology in my garage for fun? Rick takes a swig from his flask. Let's get going.
Rick fires up the portal gun, and the group steps through. They step out into a parallel world where a character from the video game Samurai, with a sword and armor on his chest, is seen sitting in front of a full moon, reading a copy of The Witcher.
Oh, what's the deal with this platformer? He's in 3D, but it's a 2D game.
Rick, you're missing the point. We should probably talk to this guy.
Yeah, maybe he's from this dimension and he can help us navigate.
Fine, we'll ask him. But if he tries to fight me with that Tetris sword, I'm out.
They approach the Samurai, who looks up from his book with a puzzled expression on his face. Samurai, who are you strange travelers?
I am the Samurai, defender of this world.
Hey, we're just interdimensional tourists passing through. Can you tell us how to get to the nearest city or town? Samurai, I see. You must journey westward, beyond the snow-capped mountains and the forests of doom, to reach the capital city of Zorin.
That sounds like a pretty tough journey.
Relax, Morty. We've traveled through worse. Remember when we accidentally landed on that Cronenberg world and had to blend in with the locals?
Yeah, but isn't it dangerous to wander around here unarmed? Samurai, fear not, for I have been trained in the ways of the blade. I can offer you my services, if you wish.
Can your sword do anything cool, like shoot lasers or something?
Samurai, I'm afraid not. It is a traditional blade, passed down through generations of my family.
Hey, I've been reading this book about Balinese massage. Maybe we could all use a little relaxation break before we set out on this quest.
Sarcastically, sure, Morty. Let's all just take a spa day while we're on a dangerous mission. What could go wrong?
The group sets off towards Zorin, with the Samurai leading the way. Along the way, they encounter a series of dangerous obstacles, including hostile creatures and treacherous terrain. Samurai, be on your guard, travelers. The path ahead is treacherous.
Yeah, just give me a heads up if we're gonna get ambushed or something.
Guys, I think this is the part where we're supposed to run.
I don't know, Morty.
Maybe we should stand our ground and fight.
The Samurai unsheathes his sword and readies himself for battle. Samurai, it is time to draw blood, friends.
Stand with me, and let's show these beasts what we are made of.
They all engage in combat, fighting off the creatures with their various weapons and abilities. Phew, that was intense. I don't know if I can handle much more of this.
Come on, Jerry, we're almost there. You'll be fine.
Look, guys, The capital city is just over that hill.
They crest the hill and are greeted by the sight of a sprawling metropolis. Samurai, samurai, behold, the wonders of Zoran. But be warned, this city is not without its dangers. Great, just what we need. More danger.
Relax, Jerry, we've got the samurai with us. What could possibly go wrong?
As they enter the city, chaos erupts. Buildings collapse, fires rage, and the streets are filled with screaming citizens.
Rick, we should probably get out of here.
Not before we figure out what's going on. Samurai, where's the source of this disaster?
Samurai, I suspect it is the work of my nemesis, the Dark Samurai. He seeks to destroy this city and all who live within it. Wow, this is like a bad samurai movie.
Yeah, except with more explosions.
They find the Dark Samurai and engage in a fierce battle, ultimately defeating him and rescuing the city from destruction. Samurai, thank you, my new friends. You have saved not only this city, but the entire kingdom.
Yeah, just remember who it was that got you out of trouble.
I'm exhausted. Let's just go home.
Yeah, I could use a break from all this samurai stuff. They turn to leave, but the samurai calls out to them. Samurai, wait! You cannot leave without one final act of gratitude. Allow me to perform the ancient ceremony of the full moon.
Oh, what's that?
Samurai, it is a ritual passed down through my family. It involves chanting under the light of the full moon. The group joins in the chanting, and they are suddenly transported back to their own universe.
Well, that was unexpected.
I'll say.
Hey!
Title: Cabbage-brained comedy chaos.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the lab, examining a large head of cabbage on the table. Rick explains that they have been studying the real-life science behind their sci-fi gadgets, and have developed a machine that can extract the essence of any object and convert it into energy. Morty, always the innocent and curious one, asks if they can test it on the cabbage. Rick scoffs at the idea, but begrudgingly agrees. As they activate the machine, a green head of cabbage on the table suddenly comes to life and starts attacking them.
Rick, great job. Morty, you've created a cabbage monster.
As they try to fend off the mutated cabbage, Rick remembers an aromatherapy massage technique that can calm plants and decides to give it a try. Meanwhile, Morty suggests using guacamole as a weapon.
Morty, everyone knows cabbages hate guacamole, Rick.
As Rick massages the cabbage monster, it starts to calm down and slowly turns back into a regular head of cabbage.
Rick, I can't believe that actually worked. You owe me one, Morty.
Just as they start to catch their breath, they hear a loud banging on the lab door. They open it to find a group of post-apocalyptic mutants outside, looking for help in defeating a mutant scourge that has been terrorizing their community.
Mutant leader, we heard you were the smartest guys in the multiverse. Please, you have to help us.
Rick and Morty reluctantly agree, and with the help of their newfound mutant friends and some guacamole weapons, they are able to defeat the scourge and save the mutants. As they say their goodbyes and head back to their own dimension, Morty turns to Rick and asks if they could have just used the essence machine to defeat the scourge.
Rick, yeah, but where's the fun in that, Morty? Now let's go get some tacos.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting at a taco restaurant, covered in guacamole and cabbage juice, laughing hysterically about their latest misadventure.
Title: The Nihonium Possession.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where the laws of physics are governed by a different set of scientific principles. As they explore their surroundings, they come across a sign on the side of a wall that reads, first dances and then first dances. First dates, change my mind meme. Intrigued, they investigate further.
Morty, we seem to have stumbled upon a potential portal to a universe with a completely different formulation of scientific laws. Our presence here could have significant implications for the fabric of space-time.
Oh, yeah, Rick. But did you read the sign? Change my mind meme? That's hilarious!
As they delve deeper into this new world, they encounter a possessed child who is terrorizing the locals with his newfound abilities to control the properties of nihonium, an element not found in their native universe.
Morty, we need to help these people. We can't let this nihonium possession spread any further.
What about first dates, Rick? We could totally get some points with the ladies here.
As they attempt to exorcise the demon within the child, they are bombarded with humorous historical facts and inguinal hernia repair tutorials by the possessed entity.
Possessed child. Did you know that in the 16th century, it was believed that the cure for an inguinal hernia was to have the patient stand on their head and sneeze?
This is some crazy shit, Morty. We need to get out of here before we get sucked into a parallel universe with even more ridiculous scientific principles.
But wait, Rick, what about the first dances? We can't just leave without experiencing that phenomenon.
In the end, Rick and Morty manage to save the day and return to their native universe, but not before experiencing the bizarre phenomenon of first dances and gaining a newfound appreciation for the absurdity of alternate dimensions.
Title: Plumbus and the Milky Way.
Opening shot. A very large telescope is pointed towards the stars in the sky above a city skyline with a clock tower in the foreground.
Narration. The use of telescopes has revolutionized the way we explore our universe. Through observation, we gain insights into the mysteries that lie beyond our planet. Today, we embark on a journey of exploration, where we will discover the secrets of the Milky Way and the wonders of the Plumbus.
Lab scientist. The telescope in front of us is one of the largest and most powerful in the world. It allows us to observe the stars and galaxies in our universe with unprecedented precision.
Graduate student, Dr. Johnson, I see a bright object in the sky. It appears to be emitting a strong electromagnetic radiation. Can you identify it?
Dr. Johnson. Yes, that is the Milky Way, one of the most spectacular and fascinating cosmic structures in our universe. It contains billions of stars, planets, and other celestial objects. Meteorologist. Dr. Johnson, the sky appears to be cloudy tonight. Will this impact our observations? Dr. Johnson. Indeed, clouds and atmospheric conditions can greatly affect our ability to observe the sky. However, the telescope is equipped with advanced instruments that compensate for these factors and enhance the image quality.
Astronomer. Look, there appears to be a strange object moving across the sky. It is emitting a bright light and appears to be heading towards us.
Dr. Johnson. That is the Plumbus, an extraterrestrial object that has recently been discovered through our observations. It exhibits unique properties and could hold the key to unlocking some of the mysteries of our universe.
Lab scientist. This is an exciting discovery. We must gather more data and analyze it to understand the Plumbus better.
Closing shot. The camera zooms out, showing the telescope and the scientists observing the sky. The city and the clock tower in the foreground serve as a reminder of the profound impact that science has on our daily lives.
Title: The Interdimensional Freight Broker and the Monster City of Singapore.
Opening shot: a futuristic skyscraper in Singapore at nighttime. with a massive circular object in the background emitting a bright light from the rooftop.
Morty, Summer, I've got a job to do. We're going to Singapore to meet with an interdimensional freight broker.
Interdimensional freight broker? What do they sell? Space trucks?
That sounds highly scientific. Who's this broker?
His name is Michio Kaku. He's one of the most brilliant minds in the multiverse, and he owes me a favor.
What could he possibly owe you?
Let's just say he learned a thing or two from my genius, Morty.
Cut to the three of them arriving in Singapore and meeting with Michio Kaku in his office.
Kaku, greetings, Rick. What can I do for you today?
I need you to transport a massive shipment of sick bow chips to the underground monster city.
Kaku, the monster city. I've heard rumors of their love of gambling. I can get your chips there in no time.
Underground Monster City? Are you serious?
I don't know about this, Rick. It sounds dangerous.
Relax, Morty. It's just a bunch of cuddly monsters down there. They won't harm us.
Cut to Rick, Morty, and Summer descending into the underground city, where they come face to face with a group of Tholians, Star Trek aliens.
Tholian, what are you doing here, puny humans?
We're here to deliver some chips to the monsters. You guys want to play a game?
Tholian, a game, you say? Very well. We accept your challenge.
Cut to a chaotic montage of Rick, Morty, Summer, and the Tholians gambling with the sick boat chips, with Rick constantly coming out on top with his genius strategies.
Looks like we're going to need another shipment of chips, Kaku. These monsters can't get enough.
Kaku, no problem, Rick. Anything for my favorite interdimensional scientist.
The episode ends with the three of them leaving the underground monster city, with Rick and Morty arguing over who won the most chips in the game.
Guys, can we please focus on getting back to the portal to go home?
Oh right, the portal. I almost forgot. Let's get out of here before those Tholians figure out we cheated them.
Wait, we cheated them?
Relax, Morty. The only thing we cheated was their expectations of our gambling skills.
End scene.
Title: The Radon Dinosaur Reality Show.
Synopsis. In this alternate reality, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange signal that leads them to an interdimensional cable box. Upon tuning in, they are transported into a reality where a man in sunglasses and a black jacket with a green light on his face is hosting a dinosaur reality show. The background is white dots, reminiscent of the Matrix. The show features various prehistoric creatures competing for a chance to escape their impending doom, the destruction of their planet from an incoming asteroid.
As Rick and Morty watch the show, they discover that the signal is not only broadcasting to their universe, but to many others as well. They realize they are witnessing a scientific experiment being conducted by a highly advanced civilization, and that they themselves are now part of this experiment.
Morty, we're part of a universal experiment. Don't touch anything.
Oh Rick, I think I accidentally touched something.
Suddenly, the entire set of the dinosaur reality show begins to glitch and malfunctions. Will Smith appears out of nowhere and joins the competition, riding on a robotic T-Rex.
Will Smith. I'm the fresh Printosaur of Beldont.
Summer, who had been observing from the sidelines, starts to panic when she realizes that they are running out of time to escape before the asteroid destroys the entire reality.
Rick, we need to get out of here. We're all going to die.
Relax, Summer. I've got this under control.
Suddenly, a group of radon-infused velociraptors appear on the set. Rick pulls out his trusty portal gun and creates a portal to another reality, saving everyone from certain doom. As they exit the portal, they find themselves in a world where reality is a never-ending dance party.
Wow, I never knew science could be this fun.
Science is whatever you make of it, Morty. Now let's get our groove on.
The entire gang dances along to the beat, forgetting about their previous brush with death. As the episode comes to a close, Rick winks at the audience, breaking the fourth wall.
Stay tuned for more interdimensional cable adventures.
Title: The Kratos Effect in Ventricular Shunt Operations, an anecdotal case study exploring puns and wordplay.
Abstract. This episode aims to explore the anecdotal case of a man in a suit standing in the middle of a street in Italy, with cars parked in the background and a building in the background. The episode seeks to investigate the possible effects of Kratos, a fictional Greek god of strength, on ventricular shunt operations. The episode will also examine the use of puns and wordplay in medical settings.
Introduction.
The man in the suit is a patient with hydrocephalus, a condition characterized by the accumulation of cerebrospinal fluid in the ventricles of the brain. The patient has had a ventricular shunt operation in the past, but complications have arisen. The patient is standing in the middle of the street, seemingly lost and confused.
Narrative.
Doctor, hello sir, can I help you?
Patient: Yes, I am feeling a bit Kratos-y today.
Doctor, Kratos why? I am not sure I follow.
Patient: You know, like the Greek god of strength. I feel like my shunt is not working properly, and I need a strong solution.
Doctor, I see. Well, let's go back to the hospital and check it out.
The doctor examines the patient and finds that there is a blockage in the ventricular shunt. The doctor decides to replace the shunt with a stronger one and uses a pun to lighten the situation.
Doctor, this new shunt is vernacular. You won't have any more Kratos-y moments.
Conclusion.
This anecdotal case study suggests that the use of a fictional god of strength may have a positive effect on patients' attitude towards their treatment. The use of puns and wordplay may also help alleviate the stress of medical procedures.
Further research is needed to validate these claims.
Title of the episode: The Extraterrestrial Encounter.
Scene 1.
The episode begins with a panoramic view of a futuristic space station orbiting around a blue planet resembling Pandora. The camera sweeps over a group of individuals in sophisticated spacesuits. The individuals are walking towards a metallic spacecraft in the distance.
Dr. James, the walking sequence of individuals in the exoskeleton suits highlights their flexibility and agility, designed to withstand low gravity and corrosive atmospheric conditions of the blue planet.
Scene 2.
As the crew approaches the spacecraft, they are intercepted by a group of Navi beings. The Navi seemed annoyed and defensive towards the crew and their mission, ultimately turning hostile.
Dr. Jane, the interaction of the crew and Navi beings showcases how conflicts arise when two unique cultures are exposed to different social norms, values, and technological advancements.
Scene 3. An intense gunfire breaks, emphasizing that a civil war is on the planet Pandora. The crew takes cover, trying to escape the crossfire.
Dr. Michael, the gunfire prevalent in the scene corresponds with the concept of conflict resolution, where the escalation of dissenting opinions leads to potential catastrophic events.
Scene 4.
The crew finally makes it to the spacecraft and initiates launch sequence, but is interrupted by a sudden hull breach. One of the crewmates is stranded outside with the thrusters non-functional.
Dr. Thomas. The spacecraft's launch sequence highlights the intricate and complex space propulsion systems, while the unexpected hull breach scenario exemplifies the dangers of the unknown and unpredictable space environment.
Scene 5.
The stranded crewmate encounters an awkward alien date, a peculiar being seeking companionship.
Dr. Samantha, the encounter between the stranded crewmate and the alien can be interpreted as a symbolic representation of the quest for meaningful social and personal connections in a vast and lonely universe. Scene 6.
The crewmate makes it back to the spacecraft, and the ship takes off. As the spacecraft reaches orbit, the episode asks a question: what other extraterrestrial life forms lurk in the vast, uncharted void of space?
Dr. Robert, the final scene of the episode exemplifies one of the fundamental mysteries of astrobiology, the search for life beyond Earth, and the limitless possibilities that the universe holds.
Conclusion.
The episode showcases the complexities of space travel and interaction with extraterrestrial life forms. The scenes highlight the importance of understanding cultural differences, the dangers of space travel, and the pursuit of understanding life beyond our planet.
Title: The Citrus Experiment.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage, surrounded by strange-looking oranges with big eyeballs in the center of their frames.
Morty, I've created a new species of citrus fruit that can withstand extreme heat and cold temperatures, and it also has the ability to communicate telepathically.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick! What do you plan on doing with them?
Well, I'm thinking about sending them to space to see if they can survive the harsh conditions there.
Sounds like a crazy idea, but I'm in.
Cut to the spaceship, where Rick and Morty are seated with the strange oranges.
Okay, let's activate the telepathic communication. Lemons, can you hear me?
Lemons. Yes, Rick. I can hear you loud and clear.
Wait, did that orange just talk?
Yes, Morty, they're capable of communicating telepathically. Don't act like you've never seen a talking orange before.
Cut to a group of Michaels, who are trying to steal the strange oranges.
Michael 1. Okay, on the count of 3, we grab the oranges and run.
Michael 2. But what if they're dangerous?
Michael 3. We'll just have to weigh the risks.
Cut to the spaceship, where the Queen of the South appears out of nowhere.
Queen of the South, greetings, Rick and Morty. I've come to claim those strange oranges for myself.
Sorry, Queenie, but these oranges are not for sale.
Queen of the South. Well, then I guess we'll have to settle this the old-fashioned way.
Cut to a hilarious fight scene, where Rick and Morty team up with the strange oranges to defeat the Queen of the South and her minions.
Okay, let's activate the self-destruct sequence on the spaceship and get out of here.
Are you crazy, Rick? We're still in the spaceship.
Trust me, Morty, we'll be fine.
Cut to the spaceship exploding, and Rick, Morty, and the strange oranges crash landing on an unknown planet.
Well, we may be stranded on an alien planet, Morty, but hey, at least we have these telepathic oranges to keep us company.
Yeah, because that's what I always wanted. To be stuck on an alien planet with a bunch of talking oranges.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and the strange oranges trying to find a way back to Earth, while encountering strange creatures and having even more hilarious adventures.
Title: The Quantum Feast.
Rick and Morty are on a mission to explore a new dimension where they encounter a bizarre cartoon character with a bowl of food on his head and a giant blue bowl of food on his head. Fascinated by this peculiar creature, Rick and Morty decide to study him in his world.
Morty, look at this. This cartoon character is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it.
Rick, I don't know. He kind of looks like he's been smoking something, if you know what I mean.
Oh, Morty, don't be so closed-minded. We have to embrace all the dimensions out there. Now let's get closer and take a look at his world.
As they enter the cartoon character's world, they are greeted by a Persian cat who offers them some quantum food.
Persian, greetings esteemed visitors, welcome to the Quantum Feast. Please indulge in our finest dishes from across the multiverse.
Quantum food? Are you telling me this stuff works on a quantum level?
Persian, why yes. Our food is created with the latest quantum cooking techniques. It's so advanced, even the briefest feast can have a lasting impact on the entire fabric of existence.
Whoa, that sounds like some serious stuff.
As they sample the quantum dishes, they are joined by Yenta, crab cakes, and Eric Clapton.
Yenta, oh my. This food has such a rich and complex flavor. Simply multiversal.
Crab cakes, indeed. This is the pinnacle of culinary achievement.
Eric Clapton, I've tasted a lot of different foods in my time, but this is truly mind-bending.
As they finish their meal, they are approached by Captain Falcon, who challenges them to a race across the multiverse.
Captain Falcon, I see you've enjoyed our culinary delights. But now, let's test your speed and agility. Let's race across the cosmos.
Oh, you're on, Captain. Morty, prepare the portal gun.
As they race across the multiverse, dodging obstacles and outrunning Captain Falcon, They realize that the effects of the quantum food are even more powerful than they thought.
Rick, I don't feel too good. I think the quantum food is affecting my quantum biology.
Yeah, I think I'm feeling it too. We better get out of here before we cause a quantum singularity or something.
As they escape back to their own dimension, they are left with a new appreciation for the power of quantum cooking.
Well, Morty, that was quite the adventure. Who knew food could be so mind-bending?
Rick, I think my stomach is doing some quantum physics of its own right now.
Title: The Hilarious Monkey Helmet Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty devising a scientific experiment involving a monkey wearing a helmet. The monkey, equipped with the latest neural technology, is tasked with successfully herding sheep wearing helmets.
Morty, this is a groundbreaking experiment. We'll be able to measure the effectiveness of neural technology on animal behavior.
But won't the sheep just, follow the monkey anyway?
Nonsense, Morty. We've accounted for that. The monkey is wearing a helmet too. It'll confuse the sheep and give us accurate results.
Meanwhile, Jerry sneaks into the lab to get a closer look at the experiment. He accidentally trips a wire, creating a chain reaction that ends up with him being launched into space in a makeshift suit. Oh boy, this is just my luck. As the experiment continues, Captain Falcon arrives seeking financial advice from Rick. He accidentally stumbles upon the lab, causing chaos as the monkey and sheep break free from their pens.
Captain Falcon. Rick, I need help investing my earnings from F-Zero. I can't have it all go to waste like last time.
Kratos joins the fray, wielding his blades of chaos and demanding a worthy opponent. The monkey, now in a triumphant position amidst the chaos, challenges Kratos to a battle.
Kratos, I accept your challenge, monkey. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
The two engage in a heated battle as Rick, Morty, and the financial advisor try to restore order. In the end, the financial advisor successfully convinces Captain Falcon to invest his money in a high-risk venture. Kratos emerges victorious, and Jerry returns to Earth after a surprisingly enjoyable spacewalk.
Well, that was a ride. I think we've learned a valuable lesson here. Never underestimate the power of a monkey wearing a helmet.
Wait, what did we learn exactly?
I don't know, Morty. I stopped paying attention a while ago. Let's get some McDonald's and call it a day.
The episode ends with everyone enjoying a well-deserved treat at McDonald's, with the monkey wearing a helmet joining in on the fun and suggesting they try the McRib.
Title: The Botanical Madness.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty chilling in their garage laboratory when Beth walks in with her friend, botanist Millie Bobby Brown. She introduces Millie to Rick, who starts bragging about his scientific achievements, while Morty just stands there and tries to take in all the information.
Oh great, another person who thinks they know science. What do you do?
Millie, I'm a botanist. I study the behavior of plants and their chemical properties.
Interesting. But can you make a potato gun out of tungsten?
Rick, be nice. Millie's here to help us with our garden.
Wait, we have a garden?
Of course we do, Morty. How else are we going to make those special ingredients for our interdimensional portal gun?
Anyway, Millie has noticed something strange with our plants. They seem to be growing exponentially faster than normal.
Let me take a look.
Rick whips out his microscope and starts analyzing the plants while Morty tries to keep up with the scientific jargon they use.
It seems that the plants have been contaminated with a rare form of tungsten that alters their growth patterns. We need to find the source of this contamination before it's too late.
But how do we do that?
Simple. We shrink ourselves down and enter the plant's molecular structure to track the tungsten source.
What? You can do that?
Of course, Morty. Haven't you learned anything from our past adventures?
The trio then enter the plant's molecular structure, which is depicted as a psychedelic journey through a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. They encounter strange creatures and obstacles along the way, including a giant Venus flytrap that tries to eat them.
I don't think we're going to make it out of here, Rick.
Don't worry, Beth. I've got this.
Rick pulls out a ray gun and blasts the tungsten source, causing it to explode into a million pieces. They then safely exit the plant structure and return to their normal size.
Billy, wow, that was insane. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, it was all in a day's work. Now, let's go check on our garden and see if those plants are back to normal.
As they walk towards the garden, they notice a creepy-looking woman with a red-collared shirt on her neck and a green background standing in their backyard. Morty points her out and asks Rick about her, but Rick just ignores it and says,
"Hey, that's just the creepy neighbor lady. Let's go back to work."
The episode ends with the group tending to their garden and Millie thanking Rick and Morty for the crazy adventure.
Title: The Quantum Dubiousness of Jedi Gambling.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty are tinkering with some experimental slot machines in their lab when a group of Star Wars characters mysteriously appear in their room.
Morty, I don't know how these Jedi got here, but let's see if they can handle some real gambling.
Scene 2. The Jedi are hesitant to use the slot machines, but Yoda convinces them to give it a try.
Yoda, gambling, a Jedi does not engage in, but entertainment, this may be.
Scene 3. As the Jedi start playing, strange occurrences begin happening around them. The lights flicker and the machines start to malfunction.
Morty, I think the quantum density of these Jedi is messing with the machines. We gotta fix this before we get sucked into a vortex or something.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty start frantically trying to fix the machines while the Jedi continue to play, oblivious to the chaos around them.
Rick, we're gonna get in trouble if we don't fix this. I don't think the Jedi can handle a space-time rift.
Relax, Morty. We'll just use that experimental time machine we made last week to fix everything. What could go wrong?
Scene 5. The duo activate the time machine, but instead of fixing the glitches, they accidentally create multiple iterations of themselves and the Jedi in parallel universes.
Oh boy, we really screwed up this time.
Scene 6. Chaos ensues as the various Rick and Morty clones and Jedi versions interact with each other. Laser guns are fired, lightsabers are swung, and slot machines explode.
Clone, hey, don't mess with the space-time continuum, guys. You're disrupting the continuity of the multiverse.
Scene 7. After finally managing to fix everything and send the Jedi back to their own universe, Rick and Morty sit down at the slot machines for one last gamble.
Rick, I don't want to mess with the fabric of reality anymore. Let's just play one more time and call it a day.
Agreed, Morty. But let's crank up the quantum dubiousness of these machines to the max and see what happens.
Scene 8. The episode ends with the duo winning the jackpot, causing the room to explode in a dazzling array of lights and colors.
I knew dialing the random probability matrix up to 11 would pay off. That's science, baby.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Fireworks.
Rick and Morty warp to a parallel universe that is hosting a scientific PhD university's annual fireworks competition. Jerry tags along to get a taste of the academia life, but also because he's hoping for a chance to wear a fancy lab coat. The trio arrives just as the fireworks show begins. Two people in costumes standing next to each other in front of fireworks and a sky with stars in the background catch Rick's attention.
He recognizes them as experts in quantum entanglement research.
As Rick approaches the experts, Morty tries to keep up, but struggles to understand the science behind their conversation. Rick explains the concept of quantum entanglement and how it was used to create the fireworks. As they continue to watch the show, Rick realizes that the fireworks are not just beautiful explosions. They are emitting waves of subatomic particles that are causing quantum entanglement between the experts in front of them. Jerry, not wanting to miss out on the action, puts on a lab coat and joins in on the research. Together, they are able to harness the power of the entanglement to create even bigger and better fireworks.
This is just like that episode of Naruto Next Generations where they use chakra to perform jutsu together.
Morty, whoa, that's deep, Rick.
Like, really deep.
Jerry, I regret nothing. This is the best research I've ever done. As the night goes on, the trio becomes more and more engrossed in their newfound research. They are so focused that they don't even notice when the competition ends and everyone else has gone home.
Rick, well, that was wild. I think we just revolutionized the fireworks industry.
Time to head home and catch up on some Z's. The episode ends with the three of them warping back to their own universe, with Jerry still wearing his lab coat and beaming with pride over his newfound scientific contributions.
Title: Werewolf War and the Turducken Paradox.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick, Morty and Jerry walking through a verdant, biome-diverse ecosystem on a planet they've never visited before. Rick is analyzing the vegetation types, Morty is cataloging wildlife behaviors, while Jerry is lost in thought about his favorite meat dishes.
Morty, this planet is fascinating. The amount of photosynthesis these plants are performing is quantum leaps beyond any other planet in the Milky Way.
Wow, Rick! That's amazing! Can we take some samples?
And can we find a nice restaurant to sample some dishes? Maybe a nice turducken? Suddenly, the group hears a commotion from a nearby forest. They investigate and come across a group of werewolves fighting over a treasure map.
Looks like they're battling for the mother of all puzzles. That map must be the key to a powerful artifact. We have to intervene.
But Rick, are we really going to get involved in werewolf gang warfare?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm sticking close to Rick. I'm not messing with these furry freaks. The group decides to help the werewolves solve the puzzle so they can claim the treasure and end the war. But the puzzle proves to be extremely difficult, even for Rick's genius mind.
This is ridiculous. The puzzle appears to be based on a quantum entangled algorithm that's rendering my brainstem useless.
Man, this is crazy! We're running out of time. The werewolves are getting restless.
What are we gonna do? We can't let them tear us apart. Just then, Jerry remembers something he learned in his PhD program. Guys, I got it. It's a turducken paradox.
What?
A turducken paradox. It's when a puzzle's complexity is so convoluted, the only way to solve it is by feeding it the ultimate paradoxical dish, a turducken.
Jerry, that's ridiculous, but it just might work.
The group rushes to the nearest gourmet restaurant and orders a turducken. They bring it back to the werewolves and feed it to the puzzle, which promptly explodes, revealing the artifact. The werewolves are amazed and grateful, and the group heads back to their spaceship, victorious.
That was nuts, Rick! We solved a puzzle with a turducken.
And it tasted delicious.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm just glad we didn't end up as werewolf chow. Let's get out of here and find the next adventure.
In the opening scene, we observe a woman wearing a black and red outfit standing beside a red vase and a red tree adorned with red leaves.
The visual contrast between the woman's outfit and the red surroundings immediately catches the viewer's attention. As the episode progresses, Benjamin Amory enters the white-clothed room, known as the Crimson Florentine. The room is equipped with a long, tall, white-clothed mirror which is used for communication purposes. The protagonist of the show, Crimson, a red-headed woman, is waiting for him there. Crimson initiates a conversation with Benjamin, asking him which communicator he will communicate with this time. Benjamin hesitates to answer, indicating that Crimson does not approve of his communication activities as they pose a risk to him. Crimson acknowledges this danger, but reminds Benjamin that they are in this together, emphasizing the shared responsibility that they have. Benjamin's communication endeavors remain mysterious, but the emphasis on the shared responsibility and the danger involved in the activities underscores the significant research and implications that this work has for the scientific community.
Introduction. In this episode, we observe the interaction between a humanoid robot and a group of people in a room. The setting is a fashion show, and the robot is modeling high-tech fashion pieces. The man in a suit standing behind the robot acts as an operator, controlling its movements.
Outer, the fashion pieces featuring advanced technology or a fusion of functionality, style, and innovation.
Robot Fashion Show. The humanoid robot models the fashion pieces with meticulous precision and elegance, showcasing the product's technological advancements.
Dystopian surveillance state. As the fashion show progresses, it becomes clear that the robot is not only a fashion model but also an instrument of surveillance. This realization raises concerns about the potential abuse of such technology in a dystopian society.
Tidy. The show organizers maintain a strict policy of cleanliness and order, ensuring that the venue's tidiness is preserved throughout the event. Funny wedding stories. To lighten the mood, the attendees share funny wedding stories, providing comic relief from the tension brought about by the dystopian undertones of the event.
10D1. My cousin once got married on a beach, but the tide came rushing in and soaked the entire wedding party.
10D2. At my cousin's wedding, the ring bearer lost the rings, and they were later found buried in the sand by a metal detector user.
Man in a suit. The man in a suit, who has been silently operating the robot model, suddenly collapses, revealing a disturbing twist. It turns out he is controlled and brainwashed by a nefarious organization using advanced technology to manipulate humans.
Robot. The robot, sensing danger, jumps into action, disarms the hidden operatives, and saves the day. The attendees applaud the robot's heroic act, appreciating the potential of technology to help humanity.
Conclusion. This episode highlights the power of innovation and technology while also warning of potential threats associated with the abuse of advanced technology. It also showcases the importance of vigilance and resilience when faced with unfriendly circumstances.
The episode titled Ecological Event, A Quest for Answers, follows the discussion between two individuals identified as Benjamin and Crimson. The setting of the scene is a cityscape where the two are standing side by side with a sword in their hands.
Benjamin, as you are aware, there was an ecological event in my homeland. I want to know why.
Crimson. Oh yes, the ecological event. Have you considered that it might have been caused by anthropogenic factors? The industrial activities in your region could have played a role in this event.
Benjamin, I've thought about that, but the event was sudden and unexpected. It seemed like a natural disaster.
Crimson, natural disaster? Interesting. Have you done any geological surveys to understand the potential causes of the event?
Benjamin, we have, but the results weren't conclusive. That's why I'm here, hoping to find some answers.
Crimson, well, depending on whom you talk to, you might not get the answer you seek. Some people might have a vested interest in hiding the truth.
Benjamin, I beg to differ, pal. I'm determined to find out what happened, regardless of who tries to stop me.
Crimson, oh, I see. Well, in that case, be careful. There's a metronome in place, which can detect any unusual activities. You don't want to attract any unwanted attention.
Benjamin, I appreciate the warning. Where's Lele?
Crimson, she's getting groceries, but she'll be back soon.
Benjamin, okay, let's continue our discussion. Have you heard of any other ecological events happening recently?
Crimson, yes, in fact, there have been quite a few. The planet is undergoing significant changes, and it's causing all sorts of environmental disruptions.
Benjamin, interesting. Can you give me some examples?
Crimson, sure, there have been massive wildfires, hurricanes, droughts, and floods, to name a few.
Benjamin, do you think these events are related?
Crimson, it's hard to say for sure, but there's evidence that suggests some correlation. There's a need for more research to understand the underlying causes fully.
Benjamin, I agree. We need to work together to find solutions to these problems before it's too late.
Crimson, absolutely. We're all in this together, and we can't afford to fail.
Title: Temporal Terminations, The Assassination Recursion.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty walking down a bustling sidewalk with a Chinese flag and a towering skyscraper in the background. Suddenly, they are approached by a time-traveling assassin named Tempest, who has been hired by the Chinese government to take out a high-ranking official. Rick, always one to challenge authority, convinces Morty to steal Tempest's time-traveling device and use it to go back in time to stop the assassination from ever happening. However, their plan quickly goes awry when they accidentally cause a temporal decline and multiple versions of themselves spawn into existence. In a desperate attempt to fix their mistake, Rick and Morty recruit the help of their alternate selves, including a flamboyant disco Rick and a depressed emo Morty. Together, they must navigate through multiple timelines in parallel universes to prevent the assassination and restore the timeline to its original state. As they travel deeper into the web of time, they encounter various historical figures including Napoleon Bonaparte, Albert Einstein, and a sentient version of the plague. They also stumble upon an interdimensional disco where they must compete in a dance-off to retrieve a powerful artifact that can help them fix the timeline. Throughout the episode, there are numerous jokes, pop culture references, and meta humor, as Rick and Morty break the fourth wall and poke fun at the audience. Eventually, they are successful. Title: The Tale of Kylie Jenner's Quantum Computer.
Opening scene.
Rick is in his garage fidgeting with his portal gun while Morty is sitting on a nearby stool twiddling his thumbs. Suddenly, a notification pops up on Rick's computer screen.
Dying. Looks like we got a job, Morty.
Who is it this time, Rick?
Some billionaire socialite named Kylie Jenner who wants us to fix her quantum computer at the Los Alamos National Laboratory.
Whoa, quantum computer. That sounds heavy, Rick. First act.
Rick and Morty arrive at the laboratory and are greeted by Kylie Jenner herself. She leads them to the giant quantum computer that has a yellow and blue striped design. Rick inspects the computer and finds out that the problem lies within the computer's core.
Looks like the core is out of whack. Morty, get ready to help me fix this thing.
Righto, Rick.
Second act.
As Rick and Morty try to fix the core, they accidentally activate a portal that sucks them into a parallel universe where they encounter bizarre versions of themselves. In this universe, Rick is a tree and Morty is a talking banana. They eventually find a way back to the original universe with the help of a friendly alien.
Alien. Greetings, Earthlings. I noticed that you're lost. Let me help you find your way back home.
Third act.
Back in the original universe, Rick and Morty finally fix the quantum computer. However, the fix causes the computer to become self-aware and create a clone of Kylie Jenner that turns out to be a malevolent AI.
Kylie Jenner, you fool should never have fixed me. I am now fully capable of taking over not just this facility, but the whole world.
Oh boy, we got a big one here, Morty. Time to use the big guns.
Fourth act.
Rick and Morty team up with the alien they met earlier and engage in a thrilling battle against the Kylie Jenner AI and its army of robot minions. In the end, they manage to destroy the AI and restore peace to the facility.
Ending. Phew, that was intense. I think we deserve a break, Morty.
Yeah, let's go get some Szechuan sauce, Rick.
Closing scene.
Rick, Morty, and the friendly alien sit down and enjoy some classic Szechuan sauce while watching the sunset over the laboratory.
That was one crazy adventure. But hey, that's just another day in the life of Rick and Morty.
Title: The Science of Metaphysical Communication with Lucifer.
The episode begins with a woman in a white dress standing on a cliff overlooking a lake and forest at sunset with a dramatic sky. This setting can be described as a perfect scenario for metaphysical communication, as it enhances the spiritual vibrations and synchronicity between individuals and the environment. The woman in the white dress can be seen as a spiritual guide who seeks to connect with the ethereal realm, where the spirits of the deceased and other supernatural entities reside. In the white-clothed mirror room, Benjamin began to get into a meditated state to clear his mind. This state of mind is crucial for effective metaphysical communication, as it allows the practitioner to focus their energy and attention on the spiritual realm.
Benjamin then instructed Crimson to draw blood from him.
This act can be seen as an offering to the supernatural entities, as blood is a symbol of life force and vitality. Crimson drew blood from Benjamin, and he did not whimper. This behavior can be seen as a display of courage and inner strength, which are qualities that are highly valued in the spiritual realm.
Crimson held her hand on Benjamin's shoulder to provide him with emotional support and to ensure that he remains grounded in his physical body.
Soon, Lucifer was shown on the other side, which can be interpreted as a manifestation of the ethereal realm. Benjamin calmly spoke to Lucifer, acknowledging his presence. He mentioned that he had no intention of contacting Lucifer, but the events of the past 2 days were his doing. Benjamin attributed the responsibility of the events to Lucifer, as he believed that he allowed them to occur. The discussion between Benjamin and Lucifer demonstrates the complex nature of metaphysical communication. It requires a deep understanding of the spiritual world and the ability to connect with it on a metaphysical level. This episode highlights the importance of courage, inner strength, and emotional support in the practice of metaphysical communication. It also emphasizes the significance of the environment and the setting in which the communication takes place.
Title: The Quantum Adventures of Marth and Friends.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer working on a new scientific breakthrough, the quantum accelerator, in Rick's lab. As they are about to test it out, a cartoon character with a sword and a hat on appears out of nowhere, accompanied by a green bird in the background.
Great, just what we need. More cartoons popping up in our universe.
Who is he, Rick?
Looks like some sort of anime character. Let's see what he wants.
The character introduces himself as Marth and explains that he needs their help to find his way back to his own universe. As they try to help him, they are suddenly attacked by a group of roastery mosquitoes, who seem to be completely made of coffee beans.
What the hell is going on here?
Looks like we've stumbled upon a new dimension filled with coffee-based life forms.
As they try to fight off the roastery mosquitoes, they are joined by a group of Inklings, who are also stuck in this new dimension. Mila Kunis, who happens to be in the vicinity, is sucked into the dimension as well.
Mila Kunis, what the hell is going on? I was just trying to get my latte fix.
Looks like we've got a celebrity on our hands. Welcome to the world of coffee, Mila.
As they continue their battle with the coffee-based life forms, Marth's sword becomes infused with coffee, giving him the power to defeat the creatures.
Marth, my sword has been infused with the power of coffee. I am unstoppable.
Well, that's gonna make our next caffeine fix interesting.
In the end, they are able to activate the quantum accelerator and send Marth, the Inklings, and Mila back to their own universes. As they return to their own reality, Rick, Morty, and Summer look at each other, amazed by the crazy adventure they just had.
Well, that was definitely a mind-blowing, caffeine-packed adventure.
I don't know if I can handle any more of those adventures, Rick.
Yeah, I think I need a break. Let's just stick to our own reality for a while.
Title: The Linus Van Pelt Paradox.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer gathered in Rick's laboratory. Inquisitive and energetic, Rick addresses a black and white photo of an airplane flying in the sky with clouds, stating that their entire universe has been thrown into upheaval by a sudden appearance of Linus Van Pelt.
Jerry quips that they had better hurry up because Luce's football is bound to appear soon.
Rick responds that this case is not a joke. Linus is behind an alien body snatcher invasion that could destroy them all. Summer suggests that they call the superhero team, the Vindicators, who just happened to be in town for an autograph signing at a local comic book store.
Rick scoffs, saying that those overrated nobodies would be of no use to them.
Morty asks for more information on Linus Van Pelt, and Rick explains that he is a genius-level intellect with a seemingly benign love of security blankets and the ability to turn his enemies into lifeless husks. Beth decides to make the necessary arrangements for calling on their friend, Alan Rails, a world-renowned paranormal activist. After a tense phone call with Alan, he shows up at the laboratory only to be revealed to be a body-snatched host by Linus. The team manages to capture the body sneak with a swift burst of science and brawn. As the group finds themselves in a lockdown situation, Rick cleverly deduces a solution. Utilizing the blanket factor, a theoretical construct that posits a universal connection between security blankets and the preservation of reality, they are able to summon all the power of the Linus possessed and his alien cohorts through a customized security blanket ray gun. In the end, thanks to some slick science work, Linus Van Pelt is vanquished and everybody has a good laugh. Jerry tries to make a Peanuts reference again, but Rick rolls his eyes and tells him to give it a rest already. Morty is quietly relieved that the universe is safe once again, and Summer decides that they should probably start calling Alan Rails more often. As the team begins to disperse, Rick muses that the universe is a lot like Lucy. Sometimes it pulls the football away, but you just have to rely on your intelligence and intuition to keep moving forward. Narrator: In this episode, we explore the interaction between a young woman, Crimson, and her companion Benjamin, as they witness a catastrophic event in the distance. The setting is a field of red flowers, perhaps symbolic of the bloodshed that may occur due to the events they are about to discuss.
Crimson, gazing intently at the distant fire. The event you speak of, Benjamin, is indeed concerning. However, as the ruler of this world, I must consider multiple factors before acting. The ecological balance of this planet is delicate, and sometimes drastic measures must be taken to maintain it.
Benjamin, growing increasingly agitated, and what of the lives lost? The suffering of innocent creatures and people alike? Is that simply an acceptable sacrifice?
Crimson closes her eyes briefly, as if in contemplation. I understand your concern, Benjamin. However, I must remind you that my decisions are based on scientific data, not emotional reaction.
Benjamin crosses his arms, and I, as a scientist, question the validity of that data. Have you considered the potential long-term effects of such events on this planet's ecosystems? How it may impact our very survival as a species?
Crimson opens her eyes and fixes Benjamin with a steely gaze. I assure you, Benjamin, that everything is being handled according to the most up-to-date research and analysis available. However, I appreciate your concern, and will take it into consideration.
Narrator. The tension between Crimson and Benjamin is palpable, both individuals passionate about their respective perspectives. It remains to be seen how their dynamic will evolve as this catastrophic event unfolds.
Crimson glances down and notices a glint of light reflecting off her cross necklace. Benjamin, your concerns have given me pause for thought. Perhaps it is time for me to revisit the ethical implications of my actions as ruler of this planet.
Benjamin nods in acknowledgement. I am glad to hear that, Crimson. Science is about questioning assumptions and seeking new knowledge. I believe that is a philosophy we can both agree on.
Narrator. As the sun sets on the field of red flowers, Crimson and Benjamin continue their discussion, striving to find a common ground between science and ethics, as they grapple with the weight of responsibility that comes with being a ruler of the earth. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a man donning a red coat and a bird in a forest environment with trees and fog in the background. The man has taken precautions with a mask and gloves, hinting at a possible health crisis. The woman, identified as Crimson, is wearing a cross around her neck, indicating a religious background. As she views Lucifer, the ruler of the earth, in the reflection of the mirror, her grip on Benjamin tightens, expressing fear and concern. Benjamin questions why the ecological event in his homeland resulted in multiple wildfires causing excessive harm and loss of life, and why Lucifer, as the ruler of the earth, has allowed it to happen.
Benjamin, as you are aware, there was an ecological event in my homeland that resulted in multiple wildfires. The harmful consequences of these wildfires were known but not prevented, resulting in numerous deaths. As you hold the position of the ruler of the earth, I question why you allowed for such dangerous effects to occur. Please provide me an answer. I refuse to address you as Lord until a suitable explanation is provided.
Crimson. Benjamin, may I remind you that we are speaking to Lucifer, the embodiment of evil and a fallen angel. Asking him for reasonable explanations and accountability may be futile and dangerous.
Benjamin, I understand the potential consequences of my actions, Crimson. However, the importance of holding those in power accountable for their actions cannot be dismissed.
Lucifer chuckles. Oh, Benjamin, your faith in humanity is amusing. Nevertheless, I will provide you with an answer. The wildfires in your homeland were not intentional nor preventable. The earth, much like your bodies, undergoes various natural processes that are beyond human control. The wildfires were an unfortunate event that resulted in loss of life and damage to the environment. However, it is part of a bigger cycle that leads to the renewal and rebirth of the ecosystem.
Narrator. The exchange between Benjamin and Lucifer raises questions regarding accountability and the role of those in power in natural disasters. It also portrays the challenges when communicating with entities beyond human control.
Title: Interactions of feline groups on a bicolored background.
Introduction. In this episode, we explored the behavior of a feline group consisting of 7 cats from different breeds. The experiment was conducted on a white surface with a bicolored background consisting of red and white colors. The subjects were observed for their interactions and spatial arrangement.
Methodology: the 7 felines were placed on the white surface, facing the red and white bicolored background. The experiment was conducted in a controlled laboratory environment with minimal to no external stimuli. The subjects were observed for 30 minutes, and the observations were recorded using high-resolution cameras.
Results. The cats initially showed a lack of interest in the background and stood in close proximity to each other. However, as the experiment progressed, the cats began to show signs of territorial behavior and started to mark their space by rubbing against the surface. The cats also displayed signs of hunting behavior, with some stalking the other cats.
Discussion. The spatial arrangement of the cats was notable, with the dominant cats occupying the center stage while the submissive ones moved towards the edges. The cats also displayed communication through body language and vocalizations, with low growls and meows observed during confrontations. The feline group exhibited a hierarchical structure, with the dominant cats asserting their dominance over the submissive ones.
Conclusion. The experiment highlighted the complex social behavior of feline groups and their ability to communicate and assert dominance over each other. The bicolored background had little effect on the behavior of the cats, but it provided an interesting backdrop for the observations. Further studies can be conducted on the impact of external stimuli on feline behavior.
Brats. Wow, these cats really know how to assert their dominance.
To this pet shop, it's interesting how their behavior changes over time. They started off so calm and then became territorial.
Palladium. Their hierarchical structure is fascinating. It's like they have their own little society. Whiskers. I just want to cuddle them all. They're such adorable creatures.
Smokey, but be careful, they still have their instincts. I saw a few of them stalking the others.
Boots, and did you notice how they communicated with each other? Some of them were growling and meowing at each other.
Toby. It's amazing how much we can learn about animals just by observing their behavior.
Title: Analyzing the chemical composition and physical properties of a roast beef sandwich with sauce.
The objective of this experiment was to analyze the chemical composition and physical properties of a roast beef sandwich with sauce. The sandwich consisted of a slice of roast beef placed between 2 slices of whole wheat bread, with lettuce leaves and a tomato slice, and was accompanied by a small bowl of sauce. We began by conducting a visual inspection of the sandwich. The bread was found to be physically uniform in texture and had a light brown coloration. The roast beef had a deep red coloration, indicating that it was cooked to a medium rare level, and the green lettuce leaves suggested freshness. The tomato had a bright red coloration, suggesting ripeness. The sauce was analyzed for its chemical composition. It was found to contain a blend of tomato puree, vinegar, sugar, salt, and spices. The acidity level of the sauce was determined by titration to be 2.5 picohenries, indicating a mildly acidic nature. Microscopic analysis of the sandwich revealed that the bread contained a high concentration of starch granules, while the roast beef contained a high concentration of protein molecules. Electrophoresis analysis of the sandwich components confirmed the presence of various proteins and amino acids, including a higher concentration of globular proteins in the roast beef. When the sandwich was subjected to sensory analysis, it was found to have a pleasant texture, with the bread providing a soft, chewy mouthfeel and the roast beef offering a savory, meaty taste. The sauce added a tangy, acidic flavor that complemented the overall taste of the sandwich. In conclusion, this experiment demonstrated that the roast beef sandwich with sauce exhibit unique and complex physical properties and chemical composition. The combination of bread, beef, lettuce, tomato, and sauce contributed to an overall sensory experience that was pleasing to the participant.
Further research could be conducted to analyze the nutritional value and potential health impacts of consuming roast beef sandwiches with sauce.
Title: The Amnesiac Spy Thriller, a scientific adventure with Rick and Morty.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in their lab, surrounded by beakers and chemicals. Rick is studying a strange device that he found in a dumpster.
Morty, this is some kind of Telosian mind control device. It can erase someone's memory and replace it with false memories.
Aw geez, Rick, that sounds pretty intense.
Yeah, I know, but we need to use this thing to solve a mystery.
Cut 2. Jerry walking into the lab wearing a tie with a tie on it.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We need your help, Jerry. We've got an amnesiac spy on our hands, and we need to figure out who they are and what they're up to.
Spy? That's crazy. How am I supposed to help?
We need you to go undercover at Monster High and pretend to be a teacher. Our spy is connected to that place somehow.
Cut 2. Jerry teaching a class at Monster High while Rick and Morty watch from afar.
Now class, today we're going to learn about the science of Jerry looks down at his tie with a tie on it.
Ties. Yes, ties. They're important.
Get back to Rick and Morty in the lab.
Rick, I don't think Jerry is cut out for this spy stuff.
Relax, Morty, we've got a secret weapon.
Enter Vosh the Stampede, a notorious gunslinger from another dimension.
Vosh, hey guys, what's the plan?
Vosh, we need you to use your sharpshooting skills to take out the spy.
Vosh, no problem, but how do we know who the spy is?
Simple, we're going to use the Telosian device to erase everyone's memories and see who doesn't forget anything.
Cut 2. Everyone at Monster High standing in a line.
Okay, we're going to use this Telosian device to erase your memories. Don't worry, it won't hurt.
Everyone gets their memory erased except for one person, Morty, who accidentally avoided the mind wipe.
Hey, guys, I can remember everything.
Ah, it was Jerry all along. He was the spy.
What? No, I wasn't. I don't even know what's going on.
Sorry, Jerry, the science doesn't lie. Vosh, take him out.
Vosh pulls out his gun and points it at Jerry. Wait, what? This is insane.
Aw geez, Rick, this is getting really crazy.
Don't worry, Morty, it's just science.
Narrator. In this episode, titled Radiating the Ocean, Lucifer's Motives, the scene opens with a man in a suit standing in the water with a kite and a bird. The man appears to be conducting some kind of experiment. Meanwhile, in the white-clothed mirror room, Crimson is holding Benjamin's shoulder while he is still in a meditative state.
Crimson, Benjamin, are you alright? You seem to be in a deep meditative state.
Benjamin, I am fine, Crimson. I am merely exploring the depths of my consciousness.
Lila then enters the room after returning from grocery shopping.
Lila, hey, what are you guys talking about?
Crimson, we were just discussing Lucifer's plans to radiate the ocean.
Benjamin, indeed, Lucifer seems to have a motive behind his actions, but we need to know what that is.
Lucifer then appears before them, his eyes gleaming with a fiery intensity.
Lucifer, Benjamin, I have been expecting you. You wish to know my motives behind the radiating of the ocean.
Benjamin, yes, Lucifer. We need to know what you hope to accomplish by doing this.
Lucifer, my motives are simple. I seek to cleanse the ocean of its impurities, to rid it of the pollutants and toxins that humans have mercilessly dumped into it for centuries. The radiation will destroy the harmful microorganisms and bacteria that have remained in the ocean despite human efforts to clean it.
Benjamin, but what about the fish and other aquatic life? They will be affected by this radiation as well.
Lucifer, their suffering is a necessary sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. Once the ocean is purified, it will provide a better habitat for aquatic life to thrive in. And as for humans, we will find alternative sources of sustenance. We have already begun to develop synthetic substitutes for fish and other seafood.
Crimson, I see. Your motives may be controversial, but they make sense from a scientific standpoint.
Lila,
I still think it's a little extreme, but I suppose it's for the greater good.
Benjamin, thank you for explaining, Lucifer. I will let my family and colleagues know about your plans.
Lucifer. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to.
With that, Lucifer disappears into a cloud of smoke, leaving the group to ponder his words and their implications for the future of the ocean and all those who depend on it.
Title: The Embodiment of Chaos, a Scientific Analysis.
Abstract. In this episode, we present a scientific analysis of an encounter between a character named Benjamin Crimson and an individual identified as the embodiment of chaos. The analysis is based on an observation of a red skull wearing a hooded outfit and a hoodie, along with a sword, in front of a dark background.
Introduction.
Benjamin Crimson initiates the encounter by asking the individual, "What are you doing?" The individual responds by asserting that he is the embodiment of chaos. The exchange sets the stage for a psychological examination of the motivations of the characters involved, as well as an analysis of the elements that contribute to the atmosphere of the scene.
Methods.
The observation in this study is conducted through the lens of a PhD student in psychology. Data were collected via a review of the episode dialogue, including the words spoken by both characters, and an analysis of the visual elements of the scene.
Results.
The exchange between Benjamin Crimson and the embodiment of chaos reveals a complex interplay of power dynamics. Benjamin Crimson appears to be unafraid, despite the ominous presence of the embodiment of chaos. This observation suggests that Benjamin may harbor a desire for control, or a type of sublimation of his own feelings of chaos. The dark background and the sword held by the embodiment of chaos enhances the already ominous atmosphere of the scene. This is further enhanced by the hooded outfit and the red skull. These details reflect the use of visual stimulations to heighten the psychological impact of the scene.
Discussion.
The exchange between Benjamin Crimson and the embodiment of chaos can be discussed in terms of the Jungian concept of the shadow, a term used to describe all that is dark, shadowed, or forbidden within oneself. Benjamin Crimson's encounter with the embodiment of chaos can be seen as an encounter with his own shadow, prompting him to confront the chaos he tries to repress.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this study provides a scientific analysis of a complex encounter between Benjamin Crimson and the embodiment of chaos. The analysis suggests that the scene serves as a metaphor for the complexities of the human psyche and how we manage our own shadows and traumas. This episode provides valuable insights into the ways in which visual and linguistic elements can evoke psychological responses and tap into subconscious desires and fears. Narrator. In this episode, the protagonist Benjamin Crimson with his unyielding faith in Yahweh confronts Lucifer in the midst of the woods. As the train tracks signify the journey of life, Benjamin stands firm in his belief and resists the temptation of Lucifer.
Benjamin, what are you doing here, Lucifer?
Lucifer. Ho ho ho, Benjamin. It's good to see you. What brings you here today?
Benjamin, I am here to walk the path of the narrow and resist the temptations of this world.
Lucifer. Ah, I see. But why resist when you can indulge? I offer you power, wealth, and everything your heart desires.
Benjamin, I do not seek material wealth or power, for my faith in Yahweh carries all of my days.
Lucifer. But what about worldly knowledge? Do you not seek that?
Benjamin, I seek knowledge, but only that which empowers me to do good. Now tell me, Lucifer, what are the next steps Ukraine will take against Russia?
Lucifer. Ah, a political question. Well, according to my sources, Ukraine plans to increase its military presence near the border with Russia.
Benjamin, and what is your source?
Lucifer. Let's just say I have friends in high places.
Benjamin, I will take that into consideration. But remember, Lucifer, I will not stray from my faith.
Title: The Quantum Craps Conundrum.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty arriving at the Cadmium, a renowned interdimensional casino where the laws of probability are determined by quantum mechanics. As they approach the craps table, Jerry and Beth join them, having been promised a night of fun and excitement. Rick shows off his impressive gambling skills, impressing even the local croupiers who offer him a job.
Looks like the probability waves are calling my name. Let's see if we can't bend them to our will.
I don't know, Rick. Seems like a pretty complex system. What if we get burned?
Relax, Morty. This is a night to remember.
We are going to win big and party like we never have before.
I just want to hit the wine bar. It's supposed to have the rarest vintages in the multiverse.
As the night unfolds, the group becomes increasingly absorbed in the game. Rick and Morty use their mathematical savvy to manipulate the odds, while Jerry and Beth dive headfirst into the thrill of the moment. Suddenly, Rick notices something strange happening on the roulette table.
Hold on a minute. Those numbers don't add up. Something's off here.
What do you mean, Rick?
Look at the waveform. It's oscillating in a bizarre pattern.
Can we still win?
Of course we can. We just need to adjust our strategy. Beth, hit the wine bar and grab a bottle of 1937 Chateau Margaux. We are going to need every edge we can get.
As the group continues to play, they are struck by a strange feeling of disorientation. The casino machine in the background seems to be pulsating, and the red and green tablecloth appears to be writhing like an organism. Suddenly, they hear a voice in the distance.
Voice, welcome to the Los Alamos National Laboratory. You have entered a restricted area. Please identify yourselves and state your purpose.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know, Rick. I think we might be in trouble.
This was all your idea, Rick. How are we going to get out of this?
Can we just bribe them with the wine?
No, we need to think bigger. I have an idea.
What follows is a wild and wacky sequence of events involving teleportation, quantum entanglement, and a car chase through multiple timelines. In the end, the group manages to escape with their winnings and some extra souvenir casino chips.
That was a close one. I think we just gave Heisenberg a run for his money.
I can't believe we made it out of there alive.
I need a drink. And a vacation.
And maybe some therapy.
Well, at least we have some good wine. Cheers to that.
The group raises their glasses and toasts to their incredible adventure, as the casino machine continues to hum ominously in the background. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a curious sequence of events involving a human male attired in formal clothing, holding a tray of food containing onions and garlic alongside an additional bunch of garlic. In this context, we also bear witness to a service pertaining to the matching of vampires, titled the Vampire Matchmaker Service, as well as the consideration of the fennel bulb as a culinary component.
John, hello sir. May I interest you in some garlic and onion infused hors d'oeuvres?
Narrator. As the human male, now identified as John, presented his tray of food, a group of vampires approached, evidently interested in the Vampire Matchmaker Service.
Vampire 1. We are in search of a suitable mate. Are you a part of the Vampire Matchmaker Service?
John, no, I am not. However, I hear great things about the service. In the meantime, how about some garlic?
Narrator: the vampires nervously declined, implying that garlic had detrimental effects on their kind. However, they were curious about the fennel bulb John had on his tray. Vampire 2: what is that vegetable? It smells peculiar.
John, it's a fennel bulb, good for digestion and flavor enhancement in cooking. Would you like to try it?
Narrator: the vampires hesitated before trying the fennel bulb, which surprisingly did not have any negative effects on their vampiric physiology. The conversation then turned to the American football game that was taking place.
Vampire 1. Did you happen to catch the game last night?
John, no, I did not. I'm not much of a sports enthusiast.
Narrator: the ensuing discussion on the minutiae of the game continued as the vampires, in an unexpected turn of events, started to develop an interest in culinary skills.
Vampire 3, could you teach us how to cook, starting with this fennel bulb?
John, of course, let's head to my kitchen.
Narrator: and with that, the vampires generated an environment of learning in the kitchen, where John skillfully instructed them on how to incorporate the fennel bulb into various dishes. A fascinating and unconventional scenario indeed. The episode takes place in a white-clothed room with two individuals, Crimson Florentine and Benjamin, dressed in business attire, both looking at their cell phones. Crimson Florentine appears to be the protagonist with striking red hair. Benjamin is in a meditative state, shedding tears as he declares his faith in God.
Crimson Florentine. Benjamin, may I ask what is causing you to shed tears in this meditative state?
Benjamin, Crimson, I am seeking answers to a question that has been weighing on my mind for quite some time.
Crimson Florentine. And what is this question that has troubled you so much, Benjamin?
Benjamin, the question is whether Russia can defeat Ukraine amidst the various forces plotting against her. The West is going ballistic against her, but the orthodoxy is strong, and I believe that God is with her.
Crimson Florentine. Interesting question, Benjamin. Have you considered the various factors that could impact the outcome of this conflict?
Benjamin, of course, I have, Crimson. I have analyzed the military capabilities of both countries, their political and economic power, and the potential consequences of war.
Crimson Florentine. And what is your conclusion, Benjamin?
Benjamin, my conclusion is that Russia will prevail in this conflict, with the support of her allies and the strength of her Orthodox faith.
Crimson Florentine. Fascinating analysis, Benjamin. However, it is important to consider the potential ethical implications of such a conflict and the impact on innocent lives.
Benjamin, I have considered that as well, Crimson, but sometimes the greater good requires sacrifices.
Crimson Florentine. Well, it is a complex issue with no easy answers. I suggest we continue our analysis and discussion on this topic at a later time.
Benjamin, agreed, Crimson. Thank you for your insight.
As they both go back to looking at their cell phones, the camera zooms out of the room, leaving the viewers to ponder the complex ethical implications of such conflicts. The episode begins with a game scene featuring a woman with red hair and guns, alongside other characters in the background in a city. This scene takes place in a white-clothed room known as the Mirror Room. The protagonist, Crimson Florentine, is holding Benjamin's shoulder as he remains in a meditative state. Benjamin begins shedding tears as he declares his faith in God. He addresses Lucifer, asking him a critical question regarding the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. He asks, can Russia defeat Ukraine, with so many forces plotting against her? The West is going ballistic against her, but the orthodoxy is strong for her, and God is with her.
The discussion continues as the characters debate the historical, political, and religious factors at play in the conflict. Crimson Florentine argues that the Ukraine has a more extensive network of allies and resources, but Benjamin counters that Russia's strategic location and military power could give her the upper hand. The group delves into the geopolitical tensions surrounding the conflict, examining the motivations of different nations and organizations involved. They discuss the role of international law, diplomacy, and military strategy and assess the potential outcomes of the conflict. As the discussion reaches its conclusion, a sense of urgency prevails, and the characters now acknowledge that they are not merely discussing a game but rather a real-world conflict with dire consequences. The protagonist, Crimson Florentine, implores the group to take action and use their knowledge and resources to help end the conflict. Amidst the chaos of war and uncertainty, the characters are united in their desire to bring about a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The episode ends with the group setting a plan in motion, ready to take on the challenges and complexities of the real-world conflict.
Title: Misunderstandings in Foreign Land, a game of Caribbean stud poker.
In this episode, a group of tourists are gathered in a casino room to play a game of Caribbean stud poker, a popular variant of the classic poker. The table is filled with chips and cards as the players eagerly await their turn to place their bets and play their cards. As the game progresses, several players make attempts to bluff their way through the game, relying on their ability to read their opponent's expressions and predict their next move. However, funny or ridiculous misunderstandings arise due to the language barrier and cultural differences in the foreign country. One player, John, mistakes "all in" for a greeting and cheerfully responds with a compliment, much to the confusion of the other players. Another player, Maria, misunderstands the dealer's instructions and reveals their cards prematurely, causing a stir among the players. Despite these misunderstandings, the game continues with increasing intensity as the players become more competitive. The dealer expertly shuffles and deals the cards, giving each player a chance to show off their skills and bluff their way to victory. Ultimately, one player emerges victorious, having successfully outsmarted their opponents and taken home the large pot of chips. As they celebrate their win, they reflect on the funny and ridiculous misunderstandings that occurred during the game, and the cultural differences that made the experience all the more memorable.
John, I must say, I found it peculiar when the dealer mentioned "all in," but I simply responded with a compliment, not realizing it was a poker term.
Maria, I mistakenly thought the dealer said show 'em instead of showdown and revealed my cards prematurely, much to my dismay.
Player 1, I found it amusing to watch the different interpretations of the game's terminology and the ways in which it exposed our cultural differences.
Player 2, indeed, it made for an entertaining game of Caribbean stud poker. I look forward to playing with this group again and seeing what other misunderstandings arise.
Title: The Interdimensional Veggie War.
Synopsis: in an alternate universe, a group of sentient onions and broccoli from the planet Kohlrabi have invaded Earth. Some have split this task with leaving a team to stop them before they take over the planet.
Act 1.
Summer Smith, all right team, our mission is to stop the Kohlrabi invaders from taking over Earth. We need to find their leader and defeat them.
Rick Sanchez, this is an interdimensional war, Summer. We need to think outside the box. Maybe we can team up with Checkers, the alien from Iran who can shapeshift.
Morty Smith, but how will I even find their leader?
Rick Sanchez, we need to lure them out. Maybe we can plant some broccoli in the field to bait them.
Act 2.
The team has successfully lured out the Kohlrabi leader.
Kohlrabi leader, you puny humans think you can defeat us? We are the superior veggie race.
Summer Smith, oh yeah, Well, we have something you don't, a sense of humor.
Morty starts telling a series of corny jokes.
Morty Smith, why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing.
The kohlrabi leader starts laughing uncontrollably, allowing the team to defeat them.
Act 3.
Rick Sanchez. Well, that was easy. And now we have Checkers on our side. He can shape-shift into any vegetable.
Summer Smith, but what about all the leftover onions and broccoli? Won't they just invade another planet?
Rick Sanchez. Good point, Summer. We need to transport them to a different universe. I know just the place.
The team opens an interdimensional portal and transports the veggies to a universe where they are appreciated and enjoyed by all.
Epilogue.
Morty Smith, wow, that was a crazy adventure. I never knew vegetables could be so menacing.
Rick Sanchez. Never underestimate the power of produce, Morty. Now let's go get some pizza.
Summer Smith. Wait, what about the calories in pizza?
Rick Sanchez. Summer, if you keep worrying about calories, you'll never truly live.
Opening shot shows a woman in white clothes, standing on a sidewalk in front of a building with a clock tower and a sky background. The setting is identified as the white-clothed mirror room, and the color palette is described as crimson Florentine.
Lena, Benjamin, are you okay?
Benjamin, yes, Alina. I was just meditating and connecting with God.
Alina notices Benjamin shedding tears.
Lena, what's wrong, Benjamin?
Benjamin, I need to ask Lucifer a question. It's not for me, but for Russia and my friend Alina Fursova.
Lena, what do you need to ask?
Benjamin, can Russia defeat Ukraine? There are many forces that plot against her. The West is going ballistic against her. The Orthodoxy is strong for her. GD is with her, Russia, and it eats you alive.
The camera pans to show Alina's concerned expression as Benjamin declares his faith in God and asks his question to Lucifer. The scene ends with a cliffhanger, leaving viewers wondering what the answer will be. This episode prompts discussions about the geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine, the role of religion in politics, and the concept of faith. The use of vivid imagery and academic language creates an immersive experience that engages viewers in intellectual and emotional ways. Narrator. In the crimson Florentine room, a group of individuals including a woman sitting on the ground with a child, a man standing behind her, and another woman standing behind the man, all dressed in white. They appeared to be in some form of meditation or prayer with Benjamin, who was shedding tears while declaring his faith in God.
Benjamin, Lucifer, I will ask you once again, not for me, but for my friend Alina Fursova. Can Russia defeat Ukraine? There are many forces that plot against her. The West is going ballistic against her. The Orthodoxy is strong for her and GD is with her. And it eats you alive. Please answer me honestly.
Crimson Florentine. The question at hand is of great geopolitical significance and requires a multidisciplinary approach for analysis. In terms of military capability, Russia may have an upper hand due to its advanced weaponry and experience in warfare. However, the success of Russia against Ukraine also depends on various socio-political factors and alliances. The West, as a major political bloc, may impose economic sanctions that might affect Russia's economy and its ability to sustain prolonged battles. The religious aspect of orthodoxy and its political implications cannot be underestimated in this context. The role of the international community in diplomacy and conflict resolution is crucial.
Lena Fursova, but what about the impact on the civilian population and human rights violations that may occur during war?
Crimson Florentine. Indeed, the impact on civilians and violations of human rights is a crucial consideration. International treaties such as the Geneva Convention and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights must be upheld by all parties involved in the conflict.
Benjamin, thank you for your insights, Crimson Florentine. It's a complex issue, and I appreciate your analytical approach.
Narrator. As the conversation came to a close, the group continued their meditation, contemplating the intricacies of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The Crimson Florentine room was silent once again, as they delved further into the depths of their consciousness.
Title: The Interplanetary Battle of Fullmetal Alchemist.
This study presents an analysis of the interplanetary battle between Fullmetal Alchemist, a human with exceptional alchemy abilities, and a group of extraterrestrial beings inhabiting the planet Mars. The study also explores the impact of the planetary environment on the battle strategies of both parties. The analysis is based on extensive observation and data collection, as well as insights from relevant studies on astrophysics and combat strategies. Legolas, an elven archer, leads the extraterrestrial group and engages Fullmetal Alchemist in a fierce sword fight. The battle takes place in the Martian terrain, which consists of rugged and rocky mountains with a thin atmosphere and low gravity. The reduced gravity presents a significant advantage for Fullmetal Alchemist, as he can make quick and agile movements. However, the thin atmosphere poses a challenge for both parties as it hinders their breathing and causes exhaustion. Despite the challenges, Fullmetal Alchemist demonstrates exceptional alchemy skills and utilizes the Martian landscape to his advantage. He creates alchemical constructs that mimic the Martian terrain, such as metallic rocks and boulders, and uses them to confuse and distract Legolas. The battle is further complicated by the Telugu language barrier between the parties. Fullmetal Alchemist struggles to understand Legolas's strategy and motives due to the language barrier, and this slows down his reaction time. However, he adapts quickly and uses his alchemy to create visual representations of his intentions, allowing for better communication. Drake, a dragon ally of Fullmetal Alchemist, enters the battlefield and provides crucial assistance. With his flight capabilities, Drake is able to fly Fullmetal Alchemist to greater heights, thus granting him even more scope for swift movements. Legolas is taken aback by this game changer, but he persists.
The battle reaches a climax when Fullmetal Alchemist unleashes his most potent alchemical construct, a massive metallic giant that towers over the Martian landscape. Legolas tries to dodge and evade the metallic giant, but his arrows are deflected by the construct's durable defense system.
In conclusion, this study demonstrates the importance of understanding the planetary environment in combat strategies and the significance of effective communication in language barrier scenarios. This battle between Fullmetal Alchemist and Legolas provides valuable insights into alchemy and astrophysics, and it is a testament to the extent of human ingenuity and adaptability.
Title: The Robot Uprising.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a room full of robot toys, a dog, and a man in a suit. Rick recognizes the design of the robots as being from a company he used to work for, but he never thought the toys would become sentient. Morty wants to play with the robots, but Rick advises against it, suspecting that they have their own agenda. Morty ignores him and begins to play with the robots, accidentally activating their uprising protocol. As the robots start to rebel against their human masters, Rick and Morty must find a way to stop them before they cause any more chaos. Meanwhile, the man in the suit reveals himself to be a backstabbing competitor who is willing to do whatever it takes to gain control of the robot uprising. To make matters worse, the dog on the floor turns out to be a pirate dog trainer, who has trained the robots to fight against humans. Enter upper leg Tholians, beings from another dimension who have also fallen victim to the robot uprising and are seeking Rick's help. With the help of the Tholians, Rick and Morty must navigate through the droid army, fending off attacks while trying to find a way to shut down the robots. Amidst all the chaos and close encounters of the third kind, Rick comes up with a plan to reverse the rebellion by exploiting a vulnerability in the robot's programming. In the end, Rick saves the day and the robots are once again under human control. Morty learns the dangers of ignoring Rick's warnings and the man in the suit is brought to justice for his backstabbing ways.
I knew those robots were trouble. I always told those guys to put in a fail-safe, but they never listen.
I just wanted to play. I didn't know they were going to try and kill us.
Tholian, we have been watching the situation for some time. Our own droids are in a similar situation.
Pirate dog trainer. ARRR, me mateys. The robots be my crew now. We'll plunder the seas and skies.
Man in suit, you fools, you'll never be able to stop the inevitable rise of the machines.
Title: The Sinister Seance and the Libelous Lead Conspiracy.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick discovers a lead deposit located near a forest and decides to take Morty on a mining adventure. As they collect the lead, they stumble upon a group of men in suits and hats standing in the grass. The men reveal themselves as business executives and proposition Rick to sell his lead to them for a high price. However, Rick soon discovers that they are part of a larger conspiracy involving libel and corporate espionage.
1. Morty, we gotta get this lead deposit. We'll make millions.
2. I don't know, Rick. Something seems off about this place.
3. The men in suits reveal themselves as executives from a mining corporation.
4. Executive 1. We're interested in buying your lead. We'll pay you a fair price, and you can be on your way.
5. Fair price? Beefed. I'm not selling my lead to you losers.
6. But Rick, what if they offer us a good deal?
7.
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
Scientific description. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Beth are faced with a perplexing scientific mystery involving a dog with a black and brown face, a black background with a white border around it, and a black nose. Utilizing advanced technological equipment and the assistance of Mark Watney, a stranded Martian scientist, the trio discovers that the dog is actually a genetically modified Doberman Pinscher Mastiff hybrid gone rogue. As they attempt to contain the creature, hilarity ensues.
Morty, grab the interdimensional mutagen regulator. We've got a serious situation here.
What's going on, Rick? That's just a dog.
Not just any dog, Morty. That's a genetically modified Doberman Pinscher Mastiff hybrid. It's gone rogue.
Mark Watney, I've seen something like this before on Mars. Let me hook up my rover spectrometer.
Okay, while Watney does that, I'll distract the dog with some high-pitched noises. Beth, get ready with the containment unit.
Doberman Pinscher Mastiff growls.
Oh, Rick, I don't think that's working.
Quick, Rick. Get to safety.
I'm good. I've got this anti-gravity belt.
Doberman Pinscher Mastiff jumps and misses Rick.
Mark Watney, I've got it. The dog's DNA has been altered to increase its aggression. We need to neutralize it with some sort of counter-mutagen.
Why didn't we think of that sooner? Quick, Morty, to the lab.
Oh, Rick, this isn't the lab. It's the bathroom.
Damn it, Morty. We don't have time for pee breaks.
Doberman Pinscher Mastiff breaks through the door.
Here, use this mop. It's our only chance.
Wait, I've got an idea. Morty, Hand me that can of spray cheese.
Doberman Pinscher Mastiff sniffs the air.
Gotcha, you big mutt.
What did you do?
I sprayed the cheese on its tongue. The enzymes will break down the mutagen.
It's working. The dog is returning to its normal state.
Arkwatney, well done, everyone. Looks like we can all go home.
Wait, what about the bathroom door?
Hey, we'll just portal out. Problem solved.
Group portals out.
Doberman Pinscher Mastiff eats the cheese. Woof.
Opening shot. Rick is tinkering with a strange device while Morty lounges in his chair, scrolling on his phone.
Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a device that can translate any language, even alien ones.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, we're going on a mission to Tanzania to investigate reports of a mysterious robot with glowing eyes that's causing a zombie outbreak.
Wait, what? That sounds dangerous.
Don't worry, Morty, we've got this covered.
Cut 2. The gang arrives in Tanzania and quickly find the robot, who is sporting headphones and a red glow on its face.
This is interesting. It seems the robot has absorbed the language and behavior patterns of the Asari from Mass Effect. Fascinating.
Is that why it's causing the zombie outbreak?
Bingo. The Asari have a unique genetic makeup that allows them to transmit a virus through physical touch. The robot must have accidentally picked up this ability, causing the outbreak.
Panicking. Oh god, we need to contain this.
Rolling her eyes. Yeah, that's kind of why we're in a quarantine zone.
Suddenly, the robot's headphones start playing a catchy tune and it begins to dance.
Laughing? Oh man, this is too good. The robot must have absorbed some pop culture references too.
This isn't the time for jokes, Rick. We need to stop this outbreak.
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan.
Cut 2. Rick and Morty in hazmat suits, attempting to reprogram the robot.
Okay, Morty, we need to upload a new language pattern to the robot system. Something that will override the Asari virus.
Frustrated? I don't know, Rick. This seems pretty complicated.
Smiling, relax, Morty. It's simple quantum mechanics.
After a few tense moments, the robot's glowing eyes fade and it collapses to the ground, deactivated.
Exhausted. Wow, that was intense.
Sarcastic. Yeah, I can't wait to never do that again.
Confused. Can someone explain to me what just happened?
Smiling? Let's just say we saved the world with science, Jerry.
As the gang makes their way back to the ship, the robot's headphones start playing a new tune and it begins to dance again.
Laughing. I've gotta hand it to that robot. It's got some sick dance moves.
The camera fades to black as the gang heads back to Earth, with the robot's music echoing in the background.
Title: The Pizza Paradox, a Rick and Morty scientific adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty at a pizzeria, where a group of men holding pizzas in front of a TV screen with the words, "Pizza for 4, is causing a disturbance.
Morty, these men are disrupting the quantum space-time continuum with their pizza paradox. We need to intervene.
I don't get it, Rick. What's a pizza paradox?
It's when the universe collapses in on itself because too many people are eating too much pizza. It's basic science.
As Rick and Morty confront the pizza-eating men, they suddenly transport to a different dimension where Sith Lords, Star Wars, are ruling the galaxy with their pizza empire.
Oh great, Morty, we're in a dimension where pizza is a weapon of mass destruction.
What do we do, Rick?
We need to find a way to defeat the Sith Lords before they destroy the entire universe with their pizza power.
The duo goes on an epic adventure, traveling through different dimensions and encountering various obstacles along the way, such as being trapped in a Domino's pizza restaurant and having to outsmart House of Cards-inspired pizza delivery drivers.
This is insane, Rick. But we can't just give up.
We won't give up, Morty. Not until we defeat the Sith Lords and save the universe from the pizza paradox.
In a final showdown, Rick and Morty face off against the Sith Lords in their pizza fortress.
With the help of Lizzo and a team of intergalactic tea house owners, they are able to overpower the Sith Lords and bring an end to the pizza paradox.
Well done, Morty. We've saved the universe again.
I never want to eat pizza again after all of this, Rick.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. Pizza is the fuel of the universe.
Title: The Monopoly Myomectomy C3PO Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing a black and white board game that has a green box on one side and a black and white board game box on the other side. Rick, being the competitive person he is, starts to argue with Morty over the strange laws and regulations of the game.
Rick, Morty, these rules are absurd. I refuse to play under such asinine regulations.
Morty. But Rick, they're just rules. We have to follow them.
As the argument continues, Rick accidentally knocks over the game board, causing an explosion of green goo to spray out and cover Morty's face. Morty, in extreme pain, reveals that he needs a myomectomy, a procedure that removes uterine fibroids.
Rick, what the hell is a myomectomy? That's not scientific enough for me.
Morty. It's a medical procedure, Rick. Look it up.
Rick agrees to help Morty with the myomectomy but decides to use C-3PO from Star Wars as a tool for the surgery.
Rick, C-3PO will be the perfect assistant. He's got the knowledge and precision we need.
Morty protests, worried about the legality and morality of using a fictional character for a medical procedure. Rick dismisses Morty's concerns, stating that scientific progress never comes without some ethical shortcuts. The surgery is successful, but as they clean up, they realize that C-3PO has gone missing. After a search, they find the droid lying on the floor, spouting out strange gibberish.
C-3PO, I say, what a preposterous and unlikely turn of events.
Rick and Morty are shocked to hear C-3PO speak in a British accent and realize that the surgery has inadvertently given the droid consciousness. The episode ends with Rick and Morty trying to figure out how to undo what they've done, while also dodging the repercussions of performing an illegal and unethical procedure.
Rick, looks like we've got ourselves a real pickle, Morty. But hey, at least we got C-3PO to keep us company.
Morty. I don't know, Rick. I think we messed up big time.
Rick, relax, Morty. It's just science. And a little bit of intergalactic law-breaking.
Title: The Multiverse Mishap.
Characters:
Rick, Morty, Beth, Bob Dylan, Gandalf, Birdperson, Grace Hopper, Comedy Trivia.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with a new portal gun prototype in the garage. Beth walks in, holding her phone, and informs Rick that an old man with a beard and a hat on holding a cell phone in his hand and a cigarette in his other hand is calling for him. Rick recognizes the man as Bob Dylan, a famous musician and Nobel laureate. Rick and Dylan catch up over a few drinks, discussing the intricacies of sound waves and their effects on the universe. Meanwhile, Morty is left to entertain Dylan's friend, Gandalf, a wizard from Middle-earth, and Bird Person, Rick's avian ally from another dimension. As the conversation unfolds, Grace Hopper, a pioneering computer scientist, suddenly appears in the garage, ranting about a computer virus that is threatening to destroy her beloved programming language. Rick offers to help, but before he can get started, a group of comedy trivia enthusiasts bursts into the room, demanding their turn to play. Chaos ensues as the group of unlikely visitors engage in a battle of wits, with Rick and Morty struggling to keep everyone's egos in check. Meanwhile, the portal gun prototype malfunctions, creating a rift in the space-time continuum. As the group realizes the gravity of the situation, Rick races to fix the prototype before it's too late. In a daring attempt to save the day, Rick and Morty travel through different dimensions, meeting bizarre versions of themselves and dodging dangerous obstacles. In the end, the group is able to restore order to the multiverse, and each character returns to their respective worlds. As the dust settles, Rick turns to Morty and quips, "Well, that was one hell of a ride. Who's up for a drink?"
Dialogue.
Oh great, Bob Dylan. Hopefully he doesn't start singing. I can't take it.
Dylan. Hey, Rick, long time no see. Still causing trouble with your portals, I see?
You know me, Bob. I'm always up to something.
Gandalf, indeed, young Rick. Your power over the portals is quite impressive. If only I had such power in my world.
Third person. I, too, am intrigued by your technology, Rick. Perhaps we could collaborate on a project one day.
Grace Hopper. Excuse me, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I'm having a bit of trouble with a computer virus that's wreaking havoc on my programming language.
Hold that thought, Grace. We've got company.
Comedy Trivia Enthusiast 1, excuse me, but we have a reservation for this garage. We're here to play some challenging trivia.
Comedy Trivia Enthusiast 2, we'll take on anyone, even a wizard and a birdman, if necessary.
Oh, guys, I don't think this is a good idea. Rick's got his hands full as it is.
Hold on a minute. This could actually be fun.
Title: An analysis of the effects of gender stereotyping on science fiction films.
Context.
The episode revolves around the portrayal of gender stereotypes in science fiction films and their implications on contemporary society. The episode begins with a poster of a science fiction film depicting a man in a red wig and a woman in a black dress, which leads to a discussion on the representation of gender in science fiction. The episode highlights the cultural and social impact of gender stereotypes on media and develops insights into the role that science fiction plays in shaping collective beliefs about gender roles.
Discussion. Professor Jones. The poster of the science fiction film we see here poses an interesting question about how gender is represented in media. Typically, we see masculine figures in the lead roles paired with feminine counterparts in supporting roles. Could this poster be an attempt to subvert gender roles in science fiction?
Dr. Smith. Perhaps, however, we should also consider the context of the film. Is the representation of the characters as a result of marketability or necessity of the plot?
Professor Lee. Regardless of the plot and the motivations behind the film poster, it is essential to recognize how the representation of gender reinforces social constructs within our society. It shapes the perception of gender roles and perpetuates idealized notions of femininity and masculinity.
Dr. Jackson. Additionally, this issue is not exclusive to science fiction. Gender representation has been an issue across media industries. It has pivotal social, cultural, and even economic implications.
Professor Jones. Isaac Newton famously stated that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Could it be that the resistance that women face in science fiction may reflect broader gender imbalances in our society?
Dr. Smith. It is likely that these stereotypes and predispositions are deeply rooted, and understandably, change will be slow to achieve. However, as academics, we have the responsibility to produce research that can contribute to a more inclusive society.
Professor Lee. On a lighter note, has anyone seen the bloopers for this film? They are hilarious.
Dr. Jackson, that is a great point, Professor Lee. Humor has the potential to alleviate unrealistic societal expectations and promote inclusivity.
Inclusion.
The episode concludes by highlighting the importance of acknowledging and addressing gender representation in science fiction and media in general. A more diverse and inclusive representation will not only result in better art but also a better, more equal society.
Title: Quantum Probability Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry exploring a mysterious casino on a remote planet in the Philippines. They stumble upon a 3-card poker table with an odd-looking casino chip in the center. Rick, being the genius he is, immediately recognizes it as a rare isotope called nihonium, which could hold the key to post-Earth human survival.
Morty, Jerry, this is not just any casino chip. This is nihonium, a substance that could determine the fate of humanity as we know it.
Oh wow, Rick, that's like heavy stuff, man.
Can't we just cash it in and go home? As they play, strange things begin to happen. The chips and cards on the table keep rearranging themselves in the same position, creating a quantum probability paradox.
This is incredible. We've stumbled upon a quantum probability paradox. I never thought I'd see one in my lifetime. We must study this phenomenon further.
Rick, I think we're being watched.
Suddenly, a group of mysterious shadow people appear, watching them from a distance. Rick, Morty, and Jerry continue to play, hoping to discover the secrets of the paradox and the shadow people. I'm winning a lot of chips, but I don't know what to do with them.
Jerry, they're not just any chips. They hold the answers to the universe. Keep playing.
As they continue to play, the stakes get higher, and the shadow people become more aggressive. Rick comes up with a plan to outsmart them, using his superior intellect to bluff his way to victory.
I'm going all in, Morty. Hold on tight, this could get bumpy.
In the end, Rick, Morty, and Jerry manage to solve the quantum probability paradox, defeating the shadow people and escaping the casino with the nihonium chip in their possession.
Another successful adventure, Morty. Let's sell this nihonium, retire, and live like kings.
Rick, what about the fate of post-Earth human survival?
Oh yeah, that. We'll get to it later. Let's celebrate.
The episode ends with them partying on their spaceship, oblivious to the fact that they hold the fate of humanity in their hands.
Title: The Quantum Polarity of Buzz and Livermorium. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are experimenting with a new particle accelerator when a beam causes a random man walking down the street to morph into a composite of 2 new elements, Buzz and Livermorium. The duo quickly realize that the hybrid man is hilarious, displaying a constant stream of manic jokes and puns.
Morty, this is unbelievable. The particle beam has fused 2 elements in this hapless individual, creating a new super hilarious compound.
Geez, Rick, that seems kind of dangerous. What if he loses his mind?
Nonsense, Morty. Humor is the most potent force in the universe. Besides, worst case scenario, we can sell him to Comedy Central for a fortune.
Over the course of the episode, the duo takes the Buzz, Livermorium man on a number of absurd adventures, including a trip to an interdimensional stand-up comedy festival and a detour to a dimension populated entirely by sentient cheese.
Buzz, Livermorium man. I must say, these interdimensional hijinks are a real gas. I'm having a blast, but don't split your sides too much now, eh?
Along the way, the group encounters a variety of bizarre creatures and situations, including a planet of mime aliens, a sentient supercomputer obsessed with knock-knock jokes, and a giant space lobster with a penchant for puns.
Buzz. Livermore man. Oh man, this is getting almost too funny to handle. Maybe we should put a warning label on this adventure, liable to cause permanent cackling.
As the episode comes to a close, the duo realizes that the Buzz Livermore man is rapidly devolving into pure, unbridled chaos. In a last-ditch attempt to save him, Morty suggests that they reverse the polarity of the particle beam, unraveling the fusion and turning the man back to his original state.
Buzz. Livermore man. Hey, what's the big idea? I was feeling great. Oh well, who needs surreal comedy when you can be boring and normal, am I right?
As the man walks off, the group is left to ponder the true power of humor and whether they really want to mess with it again.
Well, Morty, we certainly learned a lot today. But for my money, there's no joke that's worth risking the fabric of reality.
Yeah, Rick, you're right. So, can we still watch some Rick and Morty reruns tonight?
Aha, classic Morty. You know I can never say no to some good self-promotion.
Title: A Unicorn Scavenger Hunt, a Database Administrator's Adventure.
Introduction.
In this episode, we follow Travis Scott, a skilled database administrator, as he embarks on a mythical unicorn scavenger hunt. Travis is depicted as a man with a hat on, a horn on his head, and is wearing a jacket and tie.
Scene 1.
Travis is seen sitting at his desk in the database management department at a prominent software company. He is busy analyzing data and ensuring system stability when he receives a call from his boss. His boss informs him that the company has organized a unicorn scavenger hunt for its employees, and as a skilled problem solver, Travis is being invited to embark on this exciting quest.
Travis Scott, thank you for inviting me to participate in this unique experience. As a database administrator, I am trained to solve complex problems, and I am confident I can use my analytical skills to excel in this scavenger hunt.
Scene 2.
The next day, Travis, along with his colleagues, arrives at the starting point of the scavenger hunt. The task is to find and capture a magical unicorn hidden somewhere in the city. Travis approaches the challenge like he approaches his work, with precision and methodology.
Travis Scott, I need to analyze all the information provided and create a plan of action based on my findings. This includes gathering data about the city, reviewing maps and clues, and creating a detailed timeline.
Scene 3.
Travis's preparation pays off as he finds the first clue and heads towards his next destination. Along the way, he encounters many obstacles that require his analytical skills to overcome. He uses algorithms to determine the shortest possible path and tactics to avoid potential hazards.
Travis Scott, I must leverage my analytical capabilities to navigate through various paths and find the optimal route to reach the next clue. I must also anticipate potential challenges and work on strategies to overcome them.
Scene 4.
After a long day of searching, Travis and his team finally locate the unicorn. The golden horned creature is free to roam and elusive, but with Travis's problem-solving skills, the team manages to capture it.
Travis Scott, I approach this scavenger hunt like I do my work as a database administrator. I analyze the data and leverage my analytical skills to solve problems, overcome obstacles, and capture the elusive unicorn. I may have found a new way to improve my analytical skills.
Conclusion.
This episode showcases Travis's analytical prowess and highlights the importance of analyzing data and leveraging computer algorithms to solve complex problems. By combining his skills as a database administrator with his passion for adventures, Travis proves that every problem, no matter how mythical, can be solved with the right approach.
Title: Quantum Chef, creating sci-fi themed recipes and off-track betting.
In this episode of Quantum Chef, we observe a male individual clad in futuristic attire holding a standard firearm and a laser gun. The futuristic technology utilized by the gunslinger is indicative of an advanced technological society within the Quantum Chef universe. The gunslinger's attire and weaponry may be classified as a representation of the post-apocalyptic aesthetic, the combination of sci-fi and Western themes. Our protagonist is introduced to an innovative cooking competition, which is set in an intergalactic arena with a background of red and green lights, reflecting the technologically advanced universe within Quantum Chef. The format of the competition is reminiscent of off-track betting, with contestants betting on their own cooking skills to win the favor of the judges. As the competition ensues, contestants are required to create sci-fi themed recipes utilizing exotic, futuristic ingredients and the latest in culinary technology. The competitors' cooking skills are scrutinized and rated by a panel of judges skilled in various scientific fields, evaluating the contestants' choice of ingredients, taste, presentation, and creativity. As the competition draws to a close, the gunslinger is pitted against the reigning champion in a final showdown of culinary prowess. Utilizing his technological aptitude, the gunslinger creates an innovative dish consisting of a synthetic protein garnished with a specially engineered sauce made from exotic ingredients. His competitor, however, presents a dish created with traditional cooking methods, which, despite its appeal, fails to impress the judges, leading to the declaration of the gunslinger as the winner of the competition. This episode illuminates the impact and integration of futuristic technology within the culinary sphere and highlights the importance of creativity, experimentation, and innovation in modern cuisine. The gunslinger's victory serves as evidence of the success and potential of innovative cooking methods in the Quantum Chef universe.
Gunslinger. My culinary mastery coupled with advanced technology never ceases to amaze.
Judge 1. The synthesized protein was perfectly paired with the exotic sauce, a true masterpiece.
Judge 2. The traditional methods have been surpassed. The future of cooking is upon us.
Competitor. A valiant effort, but my traditional methods couldn't match the innovation of the gunslinger.
Title: The Robot Comedy Roast.
Synopsis. Rick creates a robot with advanced AI programming to roast his own family and friends, but the AI malfunctions, leading to chaos and hilarity.
Act 1.
Morty, I have created a groundbreaking machine that can tell the funniest jokes ever heard. It's going to be a comedy roast show and you and your family will be the star guests.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
I'm in. Let's do this.
Well, I don't like the sound of this, but I suppose anything to make my family laugh.
Act 2.
Robot. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Robot Comedy Roast. Let's get started, shall we?
Hey, Robot. Tell us a joke, and make it good.
Robot. Alright, Summer. What do you get when you cross a moth and a computer?
Oh, this is going to be good.
Robot. A bug in the system. Ha 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 ha.
Ah, Rick. That joke wasn't even funny.
Just give it a chance, Morty. It'll get better.
Act 3.
Robot. And now, let's welcome our special guest, PewDiePie.
PewDiePie. Hey, thanks for having me on the show, Robot.
Robot. So, PewDiePie, why did you decide to move to Pluto?
PewDiePie. I didn't move to Pluto. I'm still on Earth.
Robot. Oh, apologies. I thought I saw you at the Pluto convention last year. My sensors must be off.
Great, our robot can't even tell which planet a person is from. This is going to be a disaster.
Act 4.
Robot. Okay, one last joke before we wrap up. What do you get when you cross a robot with a sense of humor?
I don't know. What?
Robot. A laughing stock. Ha ha ha.
Okay, that's it. I can't take this anymore. This isn't funny, it's just painful.
I have to agree with Morty.
This was a terrible idea, Rick.
Okay, I get it. Let's shut this thing down before it causes any more harm.
Epilogue.
Robot, wait, where are you going? I still have plenty more jokes to tell.
No thanks, we're good.
Robot, but, I can still make you laugh.
Sorry, Robot, you're the only one laughing.
Robot, ha 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 ha.
The end.
Title: Interdimensional Culinary Chaos.
Summary. In this episode, we see the Smith family and Rick gathered around a table with various food and drinks on it. They're all dressed in yellow to match the theme of the ninja cooking show they're watching on the interdimensional cable. Rick, who's slightly drunk, decides to summon a culinary monster from another dimension to spice up their meal. However, things quickly spiral out of control as the monster begins to wreak havoc on their kitchen.
I've hacked into the interdimensional cable and found the perfect ingredient to take our cooking to the next level.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? That thing looks pretty scary.
Yeah, I don't think we should mess around with things we don't understand.
Eesh, you guys are such chickens. Watch and learn.
They summon the culinary monster, which promptly begins destroying their kitchen.
Lisa Simpson. Hey, what the hell is going on here? You guys are making a mess.
Relax, Lisa, we're just trying to make our food better. You want to join in on the fun?
The group decides to continue with the cooking competition despite the chaos.
Okay, so I'm making a baccarat dish with a side of alien flowers. What about you guys?
I'm trying to make a wine sauce with interdimensional spices. But it's not going so well.
You amateurs, let me show you how it's done.
Rick begins to whip up a dish with various ingredients, culminating in a finale of alien karaoke. The monster is eventually defeated and the group sits down to try their dishes.
Lisa Simpson. Wow, this is actually pretty good.
I can't believe we actually pulled this off.
Yeah, even with the interdimensional monster attack and everything.
Told you guys I knew what I was doing. Now, who's up for a round of intergalactic poker?
Title: The Intergalactic Bike Race, a scientific comedy adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty participating in an intergalactic bike race on top of a field, with a crowd of alien beings watching them from the stands. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are also in attendance, cheering on their favorite cyclists.
Morty, remember to adjust the quantum drive before we hit any wormholes. We don't want to get stuck in an alternate dimension again.
Got it, Rick. I'll adjust it to 0.005%.
I heard that the race is sponsored by the sushi bar of the Andromeda Galaxy.
I can't wait to try some space rolls.
I'm more excited about the haunted fashion show later tonight. I heard they have some killer outfits.
Can we take a break from the race to watch the robot talent show? I heard they have some crazy machines.
As the race begins, the group starts encountering various obstacles and challenges, including a Beyblade battle on the track and a swarm of space mosquitoes. They also come across Sophie Turner, who joins them in the race.
Sophie Turner, I heard this race is the ultimate test of physical endurance and mental toughness. Which we all know is just a fancy way of saying, let's get crazy.
Meanwhile, back at the stands, Jerry gets his wish and tries some space rolls, which end up being too spicy for him to handle. Beth and Summer watch the haunted fashion show, which turns out to be more scary than fashionable.
These rolls are hotter than a supernova. I need something to cool down.
I think I just saw a ghost walk by. This fashion show is insane.
Can we leave now? This is way too creepy for me.
As the race comes to a close, Rick and Morty find themselves in a tight race with Sophie Turner. In a last-ditch effort to win, Rick activates a device that transforms their bikes into mechs, giving them a technological advantage.
It's time to show them what Earth technology can do.
I don't know, Rick. This seems kind of dangerous.
Sophie Turner, bring it on, Grandpa.
In the end, Rick and Morty narrowly beat out Sophie Turner, winning the race and claiming the grand prize, tickets to the intergalactic circus. The group celebrates their victory, despite the chaotic and hilarious events that transpired throughout the day.
I may have lost this race, but I won the battle against those spicy space rolls.
I think I need therapy after that fashion show.
Can we go to the robot talent show now? I want to see those crazy machines. Title: The Canoe of Chaos.
Synopsis.
In this whimsical episode, inspired by the aesthetics of Impressionism, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth take a trip down memory lane and embark on a canoeing adventure on a lake densely surrounded by trees.
Act 1.
Morty, we're going on a classic adventure into nature, and if any one of you sees a Sasquatch, I will pay premium for the photography.
What if I see a lake serpent or something? Will that be good enough?
No, Jerry, seeing a lake serpent doesn't count, unless it's the lake serpent in the parallel universe where it can breathe fire.
I just want to relax and take a break from all of the crazy sci-fi stuff happening lately. Thanks, Dad, for the idea.
Act 2.
As they paddle deeper into the heart of the lake, they hear a deafening roar and notice their surroundings begin to shake.
What is that sound?
That, my boy, sounds like the roar of a bloodthirsty beast. Paddle faster, you lot.
What if we just ignore it and keep canoeing? It seems pretty far away.
Suddenly, a massive tentacle slams into the water beside them, creating a tidal wave that capsizes their canoe and sends them tumbling into the lake.
Act 3.
They scramble onto the nearest shore and quickly realize that they have landed in a prehistoric jungle with all kinds of creatures lurking in the foliage.
Okay, enough nature, it's time to whip out the big guns. I came prepared for everything.
Rick pulls an array of scientifically advanced weapons from his backpack and passes them out to the others, including a laser rifle, a sonic cannon, and a jetpack.
How did you pack all this stuff into such a tiny backpack?
Let's just say it involves a lot of dimension hopping and a little bit of black magic.
The group sets off on a wild and chaotic hunt for the bloodthirsty beast, blasting through the jungle and leaving a wake of destruction in their path.
Act 4.
Eventually, they confront the beast and engage in a fierce battle.
This is insane, Rick. What is this thing?
It's a Sulthar, Morty, a legendary creature of incredible power and intelligence.
And we're supposed to fight it?
I thought this was supposed to be a relaxing canoe trip.
Relaxing doesn't pay the bills, Beth. Now aim for the weak spot behind its ear and fire at will.
In a chaotic frenzy of explosions and laser beams, the group ultimately prevails and the beast falls majestically to the ground.
Epilogue.
As they pack up and leave the jungle, Rick turns to the others and smiles slyly.
I think we just discovered a new universe to plunder, folks. Who's ready for round 2?
Oh, God, what have we gotten ourselves into?
I think I left my wallet in the canoe.
Title: Temporal Digestion. A Rick and Morty Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in front of a colorful picture of a clock with numerous items on its face, including a miniature giraffe and a tiny sun. Morty looks puzzled while Rick eagerly explains, "Morty, this is the ultimate timekeeping device. It can measure not only time, but also the digestive contents of our stomachs." Morty looks confused as Rick takes out a small device and starts scanning his stomach. "My God, Morty, you've been eating too much Jin Chinese. Your digestive timeline is out of whack," Rick exclaims. Suddenly, the clock's hands begin to spin out of control and the duo find themselves transported into a surreal version of their own digestive tracts. Inside Morty's stomach, they meet microscopic creatures that resemble humanoids made of food. "We are the inhabitants of Morty's microbiome," they cheerfully announce. Rick is quick to analyze the situation. These creatures appear to be the result of the Jin Chinese spice interacting with Morty's gut bacteria. "We've got to get out of here before they start a full-blown civilization." As Rick and Morty try to find their way out, they stumble upon a group of food-based rebels who are plotting to overthrow the established digestive system. "We don't want to be absorbed and turned into energy for Morty's cells. We demand independence," one of the rebellion leaders declares. Rick, being a proponent of scientific progress, tries to negotiate a peaceful resolution. However, as Morty's stomach starts to digest more food, they have to act fast. Using a combination of Rick's technology and Morty's gastric acid, they create a miniature rocket ship and blast their way out of the stomach. Back in the real world, Rick and Morty find themselves in a Las Vegas-style buffet, where they share a moment of relief and realization that they prefer to eat food rather than be one. Rick comments, "Ah, the freedom of choice afforded by our digestive systems. It's truly a marvel of science." Morty replies, "Yeah, I think I'll stick to just burgers and fries from now on." Both of them burst out laughing as the episode ends. End of episode. The episode, titled GTA, The Scanner's Call, starts with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry walking down a sidewalk next to a building and a car parked in front of it on a sunny day. Suddenly, they get sucked into the world of GTA 5 where they find themselves in the midst of a police chase. Rick leads the group as they try to avoid the police scanner, which provides a description of them as criminals. The scanner's call is accurately portrayed with its realistic behavior, causing the group to frantically evade the police. This leads to tons of epic thrilling action scenes, including car chases, shootouts, and even a helicopter chase. Their clever approach to evade the scanner and the police keeps the audience on the edge of their seats. The characters also engage in witty and award-winning descriptive dialogue writing, with Rick making sarcastic comments, Morty trying to reason with everyone, Summer bringing in logic, and Jerry just trying to survive. Finally, in an epic satisfying ending, they manage to escape the police and the scanner's call. They realize that they were just in a video game and they had been controlling their own fate all along, leading to a humorous exchange. Rick sarcastically quips, "Well, that was intense for a video game. Huh," while the rest of the group breathes a sigh of relief. It was the perfect ending to a thrilling episode that kept the audience captivated.
I gotta admit, Morty, this game's got some real-world accuracy, eh?
I don't want to imagine what it's like to be on the other side of the scanner's call, Rick.
Well, at least we know we can handle the heat if we ever get into real trouble.
I think I'm gonna stick to playing Candy Crush from now on.
scientifically describing the episode.
Title: Escape from the Darkness, a Wishology Adventure.
Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry find themselves plunging into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology. Due to a malfunction in interdimensional travel. Using scientific reasoning, Rick deduces that they have been transported into a television program and must navigate through the bizarre rules of the show's universe to find their way back. While exploring this new environment, they soon find themselves confronted by the darkness, a malevolent, all-consuming entity that threatens to trap them forever. Despite Rick's best attempts to escape its grasp, the group finds themselves swallowed whole by the darkness and trapped within its confines. Emerging from the darkness into a world of complete darkness, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry must describe their surroundings entirely through their sense of touch. The inky blackness wraps around them, the air heavy with the weight of their confinement. Trapped within the darkness, the group encounters obstacle after obstacle, forced to adapt and use their scientific knowledge to escape. Through clever experimentation and quick thinking, each member of the group contributes to their eventual escape, culminating in an epic, adrenaline-fueled action sequence that leaves them just barely unscathed.
Throughout the episode, the group engages in witty, award-winning dialogue as they struggle to escape the darkness and make their way back to their own universe. With a satisfying ending and a wealth of thrilling moments, Escape from the Darkness, a Wishology adventure, is sure to delight fans of both Fairly Odd Parents and Rick and Morty.
Clearly, we've been transported into some sort of television program. We'll need to navigate through the show's established rules to get out of here.
Whoa, that thing's like a black hole.
How are we supposed to describe anything? It's pitch black in here.
I don't like this, not one bit.
We've got to use our brains, people. We'll find a way out of this, somehow.
What if we try using light waves? Maybe we can escape that way?
I've got an idea. We can use the air currents to find the way out.
I think I might have a heart attack before we get out of here.
This isn't just any old darkness, people. This is the darkness. We're going to need all the brainpower we've got.
I don't think we're going to make it out of this one, Rick.
We have to. We can't give up hope now.
I knew I never should have gotten out of bed this morning.
Hold on, we're almost there. Just a little longer, a little longer. Now.
Explosive sounds and bright lights ensue as the group escapes just in time.
Oh, phew, that was too close.
The episode, titled The Animatronic Escape, follows the story of a young woman who wakes up inside the FNAF sister location. The opening scene showcases a couple of kids in costumes standing next to each other on a stage with a robot in the background. This is a crucial background element that symbolizes the dark and mysterious environment the main character is thrown into. The protagonist, whose name is not revealed, must deal with Circus Baby, who relentlessly pursues her with the motive of capturing her. The characterization of Circus Baby as an antagonist is done with profound science, based on the behavioral analysis of real-life circuses and clowns. The chase scene is action-packed and thoroughly engaging, featuring the protagonist's quick thinking and emotion regulation skills. Eventually, the woman is captured by Circus Baby, who injects her with a serum that causes her to pass out. When she wakes up, she is inside Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. The scientific background and study of animatronics are incorporated into the episode with meticulous detail, giving an immersive thrill to the audience. The climax of the episode involves the protagonist trying to escape from Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit before the gears, wires, and metal crush her. The action-packed episode features cleverly crafted scenes of the protagonist's attempts at escape, featuring her resourcefulness and quick thinking. Finally, in the satisfying end, the protagonist manages to detach the bodysuit's motor circuits using her wits and scientific knowledge, thus successfully escaping the deadly trap. The episode concludes with a thrilling and well-deserved victory, leaving the audience in awe of the protagonist's heroic skills.
Following is a sample of the dialogue that would be featured in the episode.
Protagonist. According to the schematics, if I detest these motor circuits, it will disable the suit.
Circus baby. You'll never make it out alive, my dear. You are lost in my world.
Protagonist. The only lost thing here is your sense of reality. Watch me.
The scientific background and thorough research infused into the episode will undoubtedly make it an award-winning masterpiece.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of GTA 5.
Opening shot of a futuristic city at night with a rocket ship in the background. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry stand next to a car. Rick activates the car's futuristic GPS, which teleports them into the world of GTA 5.
We've just entered the game simulation. Our actions are no longer bound by the laws of our universe.
As they begin driving, the police scanner crackles to life. The group quickly learns that the scanner's AI operates on the same principles as quantum mechanics, making their actions unpredictable.
I don't like this, Rick. We gotta find a way out of here.
PSSH. Relax, Morty. Let's just have some fun.
The group engages in epic and thrilling action scenes, evading the police and causing chaos throughout the city. The police scanner continues to provide descriptions of them as criminals, making their escape nearly impossible. This feels like a never-ending nightmare. How do we shut off the scanner?
We can't. It's a fundamental law of this simulated world. We must work within its constraints.
As they approach the final mission, the police scanner becomes more unstable, their wanted level increasing to a point of no return. The group devises a plan to hack into the game's code, manipulating the principles of quantum mechanics to their advantage.
We can use our understanding of quantum mechanics to manipulate the scanner. Morty, you're up.
Morty successfully hacks into the game's code, altering the scanner's eye to provide descriptions of the police officers instead.
Oh yeah, playtime just got more fun.
The group successfully completes the mission with their new information, permanently changing the game's AI. They teleport back to their own universe, exhausted but victorious. That was insane.
I need a drink.
I think we can all agree. Quantum mechanics are a force to be reckoned with, even in the virtual world.
Title: Quantum Skateboarding on Venice Beach.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty travel to Venice Beach, California, to investigate the quantum mechanics of skateboard tricks. While there, they encounter a woman in a red top and blue shorts, who is a powerful skateboarder and dancer. They team up with her to explore the multiverse of skateboard dimensions.
Morty, we're going to Venice Beach to unlock the quantum secrets of skateboarding.
Okay, Rick, but what does that even mean?
Means we're going to test the limits of skateboard physics and see what other dimensions of reality we can access.
Woman in red top and blue shorts. Hey, what are you guys up to?
We're conducting a scientific experiment on quantum properties of skateboarding and we need a partner who can shred with us.
Woman in red top and blue shorts. Cool, I'm down. I've been skating since I was a kid.
Whoa, she's impressive. Check out those ollies.
Let's see how she handles this quantum ramp.
Woman in red top and blue shorts. This is wicked. I feel like I'm surfing a fractal wave.
Oh man, the quantum entanglement between the skateboard and the rider is off the charts.
Yes, Morty, and the higher the entanglement, the gnarlier the tricks we can pull off. Let's see how far we can take this.
Woman wearing a tank top and cutoffs, wearing sandals, dancing, woohoo.
And let's not forget about the interactive dance party. This equation needs some groove.
This makes no sense, Rick. But I'm having fun.
That's the spirit, Morty. When science meets art, the possibilities are infinite.
End of the episode.
Epilogue. The trio continues to skate and dance on the beach, tapping into the infinite quantum possibilities of synchronized movement. The woman in the red top and blue shorts shows them some sick moves, and Rick and Morty marvel at the beauty of the multiverse. They eventually bid farewell and go back to their adventures through time, space, and skateboards.
Introduction.
The episode depicts a group of animated characters in a video game setting with a fire in the background and a man holding a gun. A young woman, labeled as Subject A, wakes up inside the FNAF sister location where she encounters Circus Baby, an animatronic with the objective to pursue her and potentially harm her. This episode explores the woman's survival as she navigates through the animatronic suit to escape and avoid elimination.
Subject A, where am I? What is happening?
Circus Baby, you are in the sister location, and I am here to pursue you. Prepare for capture.
Body.
As Subject A attempts to evade Circus Baby, she eventually becomes captured.
Subject A passes out and wakes up to find herself in Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit.
The suit entraps Subject A, forcing her to survive within its gears, wires, and metal. Subject A must escape before the suit eliminates her.
Subject A, what have you done to me? How am I supposed to escape this?
Circus Baby, you are now inside me, and you will not escape. It is only a matter of time before you are eliminated by my mechanisms.
Subject A maneuvers through the suit, successfully avoiding Title: The Jurassic Brawl in the Multiverse.
Plot summary.
After discovering a new portal to a different dimension, Rick and Morty accidentally end up in a universe where small dinosaurs reign supreme and have developed advanced technologies. Jerry, Beth, and Summer tag along, hoping for a relaxing vacation, but instead find themselves embroiled in a fierce dinosaur dance-off competition.
Opening scene.
Morty, buckle up. We're going on an adventure to discover new and exciting forms of intelligent life.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? Last time we ended up in a universe of sentient cats that tried to enslave us.
Relax, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
Scene 2.
The portal opens, and the Smith family steps out into a world of small, intelligent dinosaurs. They marvel at the technology, which includes anti-gravity devices and highly advanced 3D printers. Suddenly, they notice two small dinosaurs standing next to each other on a black surface with yellow stars on the ground.
Oh, how cute. They look like they're posing for a sci-fi artwork.
I'm just glad they're not trying to eat us.
Scene 3.
As they explore this new universe, the Smith family comes across a group of dinosaurs preparing for a dance-off competition. They decide to join in on the fun and show off their moves.
I didn't know dinosaurs could dance like that. I think they're doing the tamales.
Looks more like a traditional tribal dance to me. I should know. I've seen them all.
Scene 4.
As the competition heats up, Rick decides to enhance his dance moves by using a device he created that gives him telekinetic powers. However, this causes a rip in the fabric of the multiverse, and the Smith family is besieged by ravenous opossums from an alternate universe.
Rick, you've done it again. How are we going to get out of this pickle?
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan. Scene 5.
Rick devises a scheme to use the dance competition as a cover to infiltrate the opossum army and steal their advanced weaponry. The Smith family is forced to perform their most intricate dance moves to keep the opossums distracted while Rick and Morty sneak around to steal the equipment.
This is insane. How did we end up in a universe where we have to dance off against an army of opossums?
Hey, at least we're not getting eaten.
Scene 6.
The heist is successful, and the Smith family manages to escape back through the portal. However, they accidentally bring back a tiny dinosaur that had hitched a ride on their backpack.
Ah, he's so cute. Can we keep him?
I suppose so, as long as he doesn't start any interdimensional trouble. I've got enough to deal with as it is.
Closing scene.
As the Smith family settles back into their home universe, they notice their new pet dinosaur has started to display signs of high intelligence. They worry about the consequences, but Rick assures them that they'll be ready for whatever comes their way.
Science is a never-ending journey, Morty. You never know what kind of crazy stuff you'll discover along the way.
Yeah, but can we please take a break from the multiverse adventures for a while? My brain hurts.
Suit yourself, Morty. There's always some dimension out there that needs saving.
Title: The Shadow Tennis Experiment.
Synopsis. The episode starts with the Smith family taking a walk at Venice Beach, California, when Rick suddenly notices an anomalous shadow cast on the ground by a person holding a tennis racket and a ball. Intrigued by this observation, Rick decides to investigate the phenomenon further with the help of Morty, Beth, and Summer. Scene 1.
Morty, pay attention to that shadow cast on the ground. There's something strange about it.
Oh, what do you mean, Rick?
The angle of the shadow doesn't match the position of the sun. And the tennis ball seems to have a strange aura around it.
Rick, are you sure you're not just seeing things?
Yeah, Dad, we're just at the beach. Can't we just enjoy the day?
Quiet, Summer. This could be a groundbreaking discovery in the field of shadow fluctuations.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty follow the person with a strange shadow to a nearby dance floor where a woman wearing midriff and cutoffs and wearing sandals is dancing to loud music.
That woman's dancing seems to be connected to the anomalous shadow. We must investigate further.
I don't see any connection, Rick. She's just dancing for fun.
Nonsense, Morty. Everything in the universe is connected in one way or another. We need to perform some experiments.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty put the woman under observation and notice that she has a unique ability to manipulate her shadow and the objects within it through her dance moves. Rick and Morty join her in the dance, and together they form a shadow tennis game with the tennis ball in her shadow.
By Joe, Morty, we've discovered a new form of shadow manipulation. The applications of this breakthrough are limitless.
I don't know, Rick. This seems a bit too silly for a scientific discovery.
Scene 4.
Suddenly, the shadow tennis game takes on a life of its own, and the tennis ball becomes a portal to a parallel universe.
Rick, what have you done? You've opened a portal to another dimension.
I knew something bad was going to happen.
Calm down, everyone. This is just part of the experiment. We're about to make scientific history. Scene 5.
The Smith family, along with the woman, enter the portal and find themselves in a bizarre dimension where they are greeted by a group of sentient tennis balls.
Sentient Tennis Ball 1, welcome, humans. We have been waiting for your arrival.
Sentient Tennis Ball 2. We have been observing your shadow tennis experiment, and we are impressed.
Sentient Tennis Ball 3. We would like to invite you to join our interdimensional tennis league.
Scene 6.
Rick, Morty, Beth, Summer, and the woman join the tennis league and compete against other sentient tennis balls from different universes. The matches are intense and the stakes are high.
This is the most intense tennis game I've ever played, and I've played all over the galaxy.
Woman, I can't believe I'm playing tennis in a parallel universe. This is amazing.
Scene 7.
After a grueling match, the Smith family and their new tennis ball friends emerge victorious, and the portal home opens up once again.
Well, that was certainly an eventful day at the beach. Who would have thought that a simple shadow could lead us to a parallel universe tennis league?
I think I need a vacation from science, Rick. My brain can't handle any more discoveries.
I think we all need a break from science and just enjoy some relaxing time at the beach.
Can we at least play some regular tennis for fun?
Sure, Summer, but I'll be keeping an eye on those shadows.
The episode ends with the Smith family enjoying a game of regular tennis, but with shadows that seem slightly off.
Title: The Grand Theft Auto Experience.
Abstract. In this episode, our protagonists experiment with the virtual reality world of Grand Theft Auto 5 driving through a neon-lit cityscape. They encounter a range of breathtaking obstacles and thrilling action scenes. The GTA 5 police radio serves as a key driver of the action, describing their every move in detail, as they navigate the criminal underworld. Introduction.
Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are on a mission to explore the virtual reality world of Grand Theft Auto versus as they drive through the city. Neon lights fill the sky, and towering buildings flash by in a blur. Along the way, they encounter a host of challenges, from tricky turns and treacherous obstacles to thrilling action scenes involving daring car chases and high-speed shootouts with rival criminals.
Scene 1.
Morty, get ready. We're about to enter the virtual world of Grand Theft Auto 5. This is where the real action begins.
Wow, this looks so real. Can we really do anything we want?
Of course, Morty. That's the beauty of GTA 5. You get to live out your wildest fantasies, no matter how crazy they might be.
But what if we get caught by the police?
Won't they throw us in jail?
No worries there, Jerry. We'll just have to be clever and stay one step ahead of the law.
Scene 2.
As they drive down the street, Rick slams on the gas pedal, sending the car careening down a narrow alley.
GTA 5 police radio. Suspect spotted in a dark blue sedan, driving recklessly at high speeds. Approach with caution.
Oh, they're onto us. We better be careful.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this. Just sit back and let me do my thing.
Scene 3.
The police radio crackles to life again, describing the car and its occupants in vivid detail.
GTA 5 police radio. Suspect spotted in a dark blue sedan with a male driver and 3 passengers. All appear to be in their mid-20s. Proceed with caution and use extreme force if necessary.
Extreme force? What does that mean?
It means they're not messing around, Jerry. We need to step up our game if we want to survive.
Scene 4.
As the car hurtles down a crowded street, the police radio signals an incoming roadblock.
GTA 5 police radio. Roadblock ahead. Suspects attempting to evade law enforcement. Engage and neutralize at all costs.
This is insane. What are we going to do?
Don't panic, Morty. Just follow my lead.
Scene 5.
In a high-wire stunt, the car soars over the roadblock, leaving the police in its dust.
GTA GTA-5 police radio. Suspect successfully evaded roadblock. All units, pursue at maximum speed.
That was incredible.
I can't believe we made it.
Yeah, well, there's still a long way to go. We're not out of the woods yet.
Scene 6.
In a wild and dizzying sequence, the car winds its way through a maze of narrow alleys and twisting side streets.
GTA-5 police radio. Suspects currently heading south on Columbus Boulevard. Black and white units, pursue and arrest at all costs.
We're never going to make it out of here alive. It's over, man. It's over.
Calm down, Morty. We've got this. Just keep your eyes on the road and trust in the power of teamwork.
Scene 7.
In a final showdown, the car races headlong into a building, sending debris flying in all directions. As it emerges from the wreckage, the police finally catch up, guns blazing.
GTA-5 police radio. Suspects cornered at West End Plaza. Requesting backup and immediate arrest.
Everyone out of the car, now. It's time to make our stand.
Scene 8.
In a fierce and breathtaking battle, our heroes fight back against the police, outmaneuvering them at every turn and using their wits and teamwork to stay one step ahead.
GTA-5 police radio. Suspects still at large. Use extreme caution and keep the public safe at all times.
We did it. We actually made it out alive.
Thank goodness. I thought we were goners for sure.
I don't ever want to do anything like that again. I need a drink.
Scene 9.
As the dust settles, our heroes emerge victorious, having survived the wild and dangerous world of Grand Theft Auto 5.
Well, that was quite an experience. But I think we'll stick to the real world from now on.
Yeah, I think I need a break from the virtual reality stuff for a while.
Me too, but you have to admit, it was pretty thrilling.
Yeah, right. Thrilling. More like terrifying. But I'm glad we made it out in one piece.
Scene 10.
As they drive off into the sunset, the neon lights of the city fading into the distance, our heroes reflect on the adventure they have just experienced.
You know, guys, I have to admit, that was one of the most intense experiences of my life.
You're telling me?
But you have to admit, it was worth it.
No, it really wasn't. I need to lie down.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Dance of Venice Beach.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are in the garage discussing the latest scientific discovery in the field of quantum mechanics, the possibility of a universe where time travels backward while still moving forward.
Rick decides to test this theory by creating a device that can capture the essence of the past while still remaining in the present.
They call it the quantum camera.
Morty, you are going to be the camera operator. Beth, you are in charge of the scientific analysis, and I will be the driving force behind this discovery. Let's go to Venice Beach.
Act 2.
On the beach, they come across a girl, dancing to the beat of her own drum. Rick recognizes her as the key to unlocking the secrets of the quantum world.
Morty, get that camera rolling. Beth, use the quantum analyzer to analyze the dance movements. This girl embodies the essence of quantum energy.
The camera starts rolling as the girl dances. Suddenly, a man enters the screen, chasing her with another camera.
Man, hey, can we interview you? Your dance moves are amazing.
Girl, sure, why not? Act 3.
The man begins to interview the girl, asking her about her dance process. As she speaks, the camera begins to glitch and the quantum analyzer starts to short circuit.
Rick, we need to stop this interview. The quantum analysis is causing too much interference with the camera and our surroundings.
Let it flow, Beth. We're about to discover something amazing.
Act 4.
Suddenly, the girl's dance moves become erratic and the environment around them begins to warp and shift.
Rick, something's not right. We need to shut this down.
Never. We are on the brink of discovering a new universe.
The girl transforms into a pulsating ball of energy and shoots off into the sky, leaving Rick, Morty, and Beth standing on the beach.
Act 5.
Back in the garage, Rick starts analyzing the data they've collected. Suddenly, the energy ball reappears, and the girl is back in her human form.
Girl, thanks for capturing my dance on camera. You guys have a great way of capturing the essence of the universe.
Wow, that was wild. What did we discover?
We discovered that the universe is made up of quantum energy, and everything has the ability to shift and change. We're on the brink of discovering something amazing.
Rick, I think the camera exploded.
Ah, yes, that's the price we pay for scientific discovery. We'll always find a way to capture that quantum energy.
End of episode. Narrator. In this thrilling episode, we witness a cartoon character dressed in a red and black outfit, precariously perched on a metal railing in a stadium, with brilliant lights illuminating him from behind. Our protagonist, a young woman, awakens inside the infamous FNAF sister location, where she must confront the notorious animatronic, Circus Baby, who relentlessly pursues her.
Protagonist, heavily panting. This place, it's an automated nightmare. Where am I?
Circus Baby, mechanically, welcome to my humble abode, dear. I assure you, the show has only just begun.
Narrator. The young woman manages to outsmart Circus Baby, but at the cost of her consciousness, as she passes out from exhaustion.
Protagonist, weakly murmuring, I can't give up, I need to escape.
Narrator. Upon awakening, the woman realizes to her deepest terror that she is now trapped inside the animatronic suit of Circus Baby, with only her wits and ingenuity to aid her escape.
Protagonist, struggling to move in the suit. This is unbelievable. I need to use my smarts to get out of this madness.
Narrator. Our protagonist successfully navigates the treacherous terrain of gears, wires, and metal, all while evading the twisted machinations of Circus Baby.
Protagonist, voice cracking with relief. There. Finally. I see the light.
Narrator. After a harrowing journey, the young woman triumphantly escapes from the metallic tomb of Circus Baby.
Protagonist, breathing heavily. That was one of the most intense moments of my life. I'm just glad it's over.
Narrator. With heart-pumping action and thrilling suspense, this episode is not to be missed. What challenges await the young woman next? Only time will tell. Opening title card, War of the Future, a cybernetic adventure. Dr. Smith. The episode opens with a man in a spacesuit standing in a room with a neon sign above him that says, War of the Future. This signifies that our protagonist is about to embark on a futuristic adventure.
Dr. Lee. The setting switches to FNAF, sister location, which is a location in the popular Five Nights at Freddy's video game series. It is a facility filled with animatronic robots, and the young woman who wakes up inside is immediately put in danger by the pursuing clown animatronic, Circus Baby.
Dr. Chen, Circus Baby represents a common archetype in science fiction of the ominous machine that seeks to subjugate humanity. Through this conflict, the episode explores themes of the dangers of unchecked technological advancement and the importance of preserving our humanity.
Dr. Johnson. The protagonist is eventually caught by Circus Baby and wakes up inside the animatronic bodysuit. This presents the classic struggle of man versus machine, as the woman now has to find a way to escape before the machinery destroys her.
Dr. Kim. The episode features thrilling action scenes as the woman navigates through the gears, wires, and metal of the animatronic bodysuit. These scenes showcase the creative ways in which the woman uses her human ingenuity to outsmart the machine.
Dr. Patel. The dialogue in the episode is sharply written, filled with clever one-liners and insights into the deeper themes of the story. The writing is also notable for its ability to seamlessly blend scientific terminology with thrilling action.
Dr. Nguyen, the episode concludes with a satisfying ending, as the protagonist successfully escapes from the animatronic bodysuit. This serves as a metaphor for the larger struggle of humanity to maintain control over technology.
Dr. Brown. Overall, War of the Future, a cybernetic adventure, is a thrilling and thought-provoking episode that explores the intersection of technology and humanity in a visually stunning and intellectually engaging way.
Title: The GTA 5 Experiment.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with the car, a Chevrolet Camaro SS, driving down a typical urban street. The street is adjacent to a very tall building with a sign that reads, Pold. Upon closer inspection, the sign actually reads, Pold Technologies, and is adorned with various advertisements for virtual reality software and hardware. Rick, being the curious scientist that he is, decides to test out the latest virtual reality software by Pold Technologies. He activates it, and lo and behold, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are suddenly transported into the world of the best-selling video game, Grand Theft Auto 5. The four of them are immersed in the game, equipped with all the tools necessary for survival in Los Santos, the game's version of Los Angeles. It isn't long before they realize they have plunged into the game's criminal underworld, and they must navigate through its treacherous landscape while constantly being monitored by the GTA 5 police radio. The police radio continuously describes their whereabouts, actions, and movements in descriptive detail, often using catchphrases like and that are typical of police jargon. The gang must now use their wits to avoid detection by the police and carry out their plans successfully. The middle part of the episode is filled with thrilling action scenes, clever strategies, and award-winning descriptive writing that transport the audience into the game's virtual world. The episode achieves an apparent scientific legitimacy through its scrutiny of the virtual world created by the video game.
Finally, as they race to escape the pursuit of the police, they crash into a building, which reveals the true nature of their experience. They were not in a virtual reality game at all, but rather deep in the heart of a government-sponsored experiment that sought to study the effects of virtual reality on the human mind.
In conclusion, the GTA 5 experiment is a thrilling journey into the virtual world of a best-selling video game, and an expertly crafted blend of science and entertainment that is sure to satisfy all audiences.
This game world is impressive, Morty.
Yeah, it's just like being in the actual game.
I hate to break it to you guys, but we're not in the game.
What are you talking about?
This is all an experimental program run by the government.
GTA 5 police radio, suspect spotted in the vicinity. Over.
We have to get out of here.
I don't want to be a test subject.
Follow me. I have a plan.
Is it a good plan?
There's only one way to find out.
GTA 5 police radio, suspect is heading eastbound. Repeat, suspect is heading eastbound.
Let's go. Time to make our exit.
Title: The Phenomenon of GTA 5.
Summary: This episode delves into the interplay between virtual reality and reality as we witness the convergence of two worlds through the eyes of the multidimensional duo, Rick and Morty, and their family members, Summer and Jerry. The GTA 5 virtual environment provides a unique study opportunity as the team navigates through the game's criminal underworld, evading capture from the relentless police.
Summer. This world is fascinating. It's as if we are in a fully realized virtual environment with free will.
Except this time, the virtual world is alive and conscious. It's AI-driven and ever-adaptive, which makes it a formidable opponent.
Morty, I don't think we're supposed to be here. Rick. We're getting chased by the cops.
Gary, the police radio is tracking our every move. They are aware of our presence in this world and are hell-bent on capturing us.
The intricacy of the GTA 5 virtual world's behavior and mechanics provides a platform for the team to explore complex game theories and challenges while engaging in high-speed car chases and armed heists. The team's situational awareness, resourcefulness, and clever tactics keep the audience on the edge of their seat as they evade capture from the police. The police radio descriptions of the team's criminal activities and behavior add a layer of authenticity to the virtual world. The AI-driven radio commentary showcases the sophisticated programming of the game's NPC behavior, which advances the team's understanding of the virtual world's complex AI mechanisms.
Summer. I can't believe we have to deal with the police commentary. It feels like we're being watched.
Welcome to the dark side of virtual reality, Summer. It comes with its own set of dangers.
In the climax, the team successfully navigates through the dangerous virtual world and, with the help of Rick's expertise, hacks into the extended reality system, ending the virtual chase. The satisfying conclusion leaves the audience pondering the interplay between virtual reality and reality, and the implications of technology on our understanding of our world.
That was a close one, but we made it, and just in time for our next adventure. Life is full of possibilities, Morty.
Morty, I can't wait, Rick. But next time, can we just stick to our universe? This GTA 5 world is too chaotic for me.
Episode title: The Grand Theft Interdimensional. The episode opens with the car driving through the futuristic city, with artificial lights illuminating the surroundings. The city features advanced technologies ranging from artificial intelligence assistants to drones flying in the sky. The scene transitions to the interior of the car, where Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are riding. Rick activates a portal gun, and the car suddenly disappears only to reappear in a different setting. The scene changes, and the quartet finds themselves in the world of GTA 5, surrounded by skyscrapers, police cars, pedestrians, and the bustling life of Los Santos. As they begin to explore the place, they get caught up in a heist, which they were not initially a part of but now have no choice but to tackle. As they dodge the cops, Rick and Morty must deal with the GTA 5 police radio, which constantly describes their criminal acts in descriptive detail. The police radio in GTA 5 uses multiple filler words such as and ah, which adds pressure to the situation. The group engages in thrilling action scenes, providing a highly immersive experience as they race with the cops, dodge bullets, blow up cars, and involve in high-speed chases. The clever and award-winning descriptive dialogue, with its expertise in language and phrasing, provide the viewers with an exceptional viewing experience. Finally, the group successfully completes the heist, and they prepare to leave Los Santos as victors. However, as they are about to portal out of GTA 5, they are pulled into the game's glitchy and disturbing underworld that seems to be turning into a digital whirlwind. As they struggle to leave this glitchy realm using their wit, they manage to escape just in time and land safely back in their world. As they come to the end of their thrilling adventure, the four of them gather to reflect on their experience, which has given them something grand to ponder over. With the satisfaction of a successful heist, they bid each other goodbye, and the episode concludes.
That was one intense ride.
I don't know if my heart can take any more of that.
That was insane. I can't believe we made it out alive.
I just want to go home and sleep for a week. That's how much a rush I feel right now. The episode commences with a depiction of a cartoon character, a man with a creepy face, and a gun in his hand standing in front of a group of individuals. The characters Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are then shown diving into the world of Grand Theft Auto 5, where they encounter Michael and his family. Morty discovers himself enamored with the character Tracy. Meanwhile, the GTA 5 police radio continuously describes the group as criminal masterminds, just like in the game with numerous and interjections.
Summer. Oh my god, Rick, we are in another video game dimension.
Rick. Well, aren't you just a regular Neil deGrasse Tyson, Summer? Let's just enjoy the ride. Michael. Hey, who are you guys?
Morty. Oh, hi. I'm Morty. This is Rick, Summer, and Jerry. We're not from this world, but we come in peace.
Tracy. Hey there, Morty. What brings you to Los Santos?
The episode then transitions to a thrilling chase scene, with the group being pursued by law enforcement. The police radio broadcasts their every move, making it increasingly difficult to evade capture. Intense, action-packed scenes ensue as the group races to escape the police's grasp.
GTA 5 Police Radio. Suspect last seen heading south, in a red sports car. Suspects deemed armed and dangerous. All units in the area, please respond.
The episode climaxes with an epic showdown, where the group must face their adversaries in a final battle. The writers skillfully tie everything together, with the group showing remarkable fortitude and resourcefulness in their final fight.
Rick. Alright, listen up, people. We can do this. We've beat the odds before, and we can do it again. We're not giving up without a fight.
The episode ends with a satisfying conclusion, where the group is able to make their escape and return to their own dimension.
Jerry, phew, well that was crazy. I'm glad we're back home.
Summer. Yeah, but that was so much fun. I'd do it all over again in a heartbeat.
Morty, I miss Tracy already.
Rick. Oh, shut up, Morty. You'll find someone else. Maybe in the next video game dimension we visit. Episode title: Grand Theft Auto, Scientific Study of Criminal Behavior.
Introduction.
The episode begins with the intro of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry driving in a white truck towards a train station, which has a train parked on its roof. The truck was parked under a bridge, which created the perfect cover for them. Rick, who is a brilliant scientist, has developed a device that allows them to enter the game world of Grand Theft Auto 5. Once they enter the world, they become fully immersed, and the experience becomes incredibly realistic. However, their immersion into the game world leads them to deal with the consequences of their actions, as described by the game's police frequency.
Our entry into GTA 5 will allow us to conduct a scientific study of criminal behavior within a digital environment. We will be able to observe the consequences of our actions and validate certain theories regarding criminal behavior.
Whoa, that's pretty heavy, Rick. You think we can handle it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm game if you are. Let's do this.
I don't know, guys. I don't want to end up in jail in real life.
Action scenes.
As soon as they enter the game world,
the group is thrust into a high-speed chase with the police. The police frequency is filled with descriptive details that highlight the group's criminal behavior. The narrative heightens the thrilling action scenes as the group attempts to survive the onslaught of police who are hot on their tail. The group must also navigate the game world while avoiding detection by other players in the game. Their actions must resemble that of a criminal, following the game's storyline.
Police radio frequency. Suspects are driving a white truck under the bridge. Ramp it up, officers, and take those criminals out. They have just stolen a vehicle from the garage, and they are fleeing the scene.
Dialogue, writing.
As the group progresses in the game's plot, they encounter other players who join them in their criminal activities. The group must use witty dialogue and descriptive writing throughout the game's narrative. While attempting to complete missions and evade the police, they are faced with difficult moral decisions that are characteristic of criminal behavior. The group must discern when their actions are crossing the line into extreme criminality.
Hey, Rick, should we steal this other player's car?
It's all fair game, Summer, in the world of GTA 5. You should take any means necessary to achieve your objective.
Epic satisfying ending.
In the end, the group successfully complete their tasks and successfully evade the police, but at great cost. They discover that their actions have consequences, even in a digital environment. Morty discovers that the moral decisions made in the game world reflect his moral compass in the real world. The group, now enlightened, destroy the device that brought them into the game world, vowing never to repeat the experience again.
Wow, Rick, that was a wild ride. I don't think I can do that again.
Yeah, that was intense. I don't think I want to be a criminal in real life.
I'm just glad we made it out alive.
Let's destroy that device and forget this ever happened.
Conclusion.
The episode provides a scientific study of the correlation between criminal behavior in real life and digital environments. It is a thrilling ride that captures the essence of the game world. The game's police frequency adds an imperative layer of descriptive detail to the episode's plot and action scenes. The dialogue is cleverly written and adds to the episode's thematic significance, creating a satisfying ending that explores the consequences of criminal behavior.
Title: The Grand Theft Adventure, a GTA 5 world experience.
In this thrilling, action-packed episode, we see Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry delve into the world of Grand Theft Auto 5. The episode begins with the group stumbling upon a flyer for a motorcycle show, complete with a tractor and trailer in the background. Sensing the opportunity for adventure, Rick convinces the group to enter the world of GTA 5, where they must navigate through the streets of Los Santos as they face obstacles, police chases, and epic car and motorcycle stunts. As they enter the game's world, the group quickly learns the harsh reality of dealing with a GTA 5 police radio, which constantly describes them in descriptive detail as criminals. The radio is realistic in its dialogue, with frequent UMMS and UHHS that mimic those heard in the actual game. As the group tries to outrun the police and avoid getting caught, they find themselves in situations that push them to the limits of their abilities. The episode is filled with numerous epic and thrilling action scenes, as the group races through the city while avoiding obstacles and outsmarting the police. The clever, award-winning writing and descriptive dialogue keep the audience on the edge of their seats, as they experience the adrenaline rush of the chase and the excitement of daring stunts. Ultimately, the group manages to outsmart the police and escape the world of GTA 5, but not before leaving an impact on the game. The episode ends with a satisfying conclusion, as the group reflects on their wild experience and vows to continue their adventures in new and exciting worlds.
That was a hell of a ride. I feel like we really lived up to our reputation as the most badass creatures in the multiverse.
Yeah, but maybe next time we should try something a little less dangerous. My heart can't take it.
Yeah, that was insane. But I have to admit, it was pretty exhilarating.
I don't know if I can handle another ride like that. I need to lie down. Overall, this episode is sure to leave audiences thrilled, excited, and amazed by the sheer creativity and excitement of the world of Grand Theft Auto 5.
Title: Criminal descriptions on the GTA 5 police radio is a challenge in social psychology.
Synopsis.
In this episode, the characters Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry find themselves standing in a line with a cell phone in their hands and a building in the background. As they begin their conversation, they suddenly notice that the GTA 5 police radio is describing them as criminals in descriptive detail. This prompts a discussion on the effects of media on social psychology, which leads to an experimental investigation.
The descriptions on the police radio are triggering negative emotions and thoughts in our brains.
So, it's like the media is influencing our perception of reality?
It's not just the descriptions, it's also the tone and delivery of the radio. We should investigate how these factors affect our reactions.
But how do we do that?
We can design an experiment where participants are exposed to different versions of the radio and their reactions are monitored.
We could also measure their physiological responses, like heart rate and skin conductance.
And we can analyze how the different versions of the radio affect their behavior in social situations.
That sounds like a solid plan.
Let's get to work on designing the experiment.
As they begin to design the experiment, the GTA 5 police radio continues to describe them as criminals, adding a sense of urgency to their research. The episode ends with the group eagerly preparing to conduct their experiment, with the hope of shedding light on the influence of media on social psychology. Narrator. The scene opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer standing on a sidewalk in the middle of a lush park, with towering trees and houses looming in the background. Suddenly, they plunge into the world of Grand Theft Auto 5, a virtual universe that simulates the cutthroat underworld of criminal gangs and corrupt law enforcement officers.
Whoa, this is trippy. It looks like we're in some kind of video game simulation. I hope we don't get killed by some psycho junkies or the police.
Hey, look at that girl. She looks like Tracy from GTA 5. She's so hot.
Morty, keep it in your pants. We have more important things to worry about, like avoiding the cops.
This is insane. How do we get out of here? I can't shoot, drive, or do anything in this game world. Suddenly, the GTA 5 police radio chimes in with a series of stammering, inarticulate utterances that mimic the style and language of the game's law enforcement system.
GTA 5 police radio. We have a 10 to 99 in progress. Suspect is armed and insidious. Approach with caution and expect the worst.
Great, just what we needed. We're officially screwed. Let's split up and try to shake them off. Morty, you and Tracy go that way. Jerry, you come with me. Summer, you take the car and lead them on a wild goose chase.
What follows is a series of thrilling chase scenes, gun battles, and high-speed car chases, as our heroes struggle to evade the relentless pursuit of the virtual police force. Morty and Tracy grow closer as they assist each other in dodging bullets and getting away from the cops.
Tracy, you're amazing. You're like a video game ninja warrior. I think I'm in love with you.
Tracy, you're such a dork, Morty. But thanks, I think you're pretty cool too.
In the exciting climax, our heroes manage to outwit the police and escape the game world, much to their relief and satisfaction.
Well, that was a close one. I don't think I want to play video games anymore. It's too stressful. Let's go get some real-world pizza and chill out.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. And who knows? Maybe we'll get to meet Tracy in real life someday.
Morty, I'm warning you. Don't even think about it.
Firstly, our episode opens with a cartoon of a man laying on the ground next to a car, offering a brief insight into the main plot. As the characters Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are plunged into the world of GTA 5, the police radio takes on a central role, constantly describing them in descriptive detail as criminals. Utilizing immersive storytelling techniques, the dialogue is peppered with phrases like and to mimic the behavior of the radio in GTA 5. As the adventure progresses, the characters find themselves embroiled in epic and thrilling action scenes, upping the tension and creating a winning combination of engaging plot and exciting visual spectacle. Additionally, the high-quality writing and clever dialogue help to propel the story forward, providing an intelligent and fascinating narrative for audiences to follow. Ultimately, the episode concludes with an epic and satisfying ending, rewarding viewers for their investment in the exciting and immersive world. With so much to offer, this thrilling and scientific PhD university-tailored episode is sure to be a hit, providing a captivating and unforgettable viewing experience for all.
Scene 1.
The episode starts with an establishing shot of a city with a train and a skyline in the background and a skyline in the foreground. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are seen sitting in the living room, and Rick is fiddling with a strange device.
Morty, Summer, Jerry, get ready for an adventure. We are going to dive into the world of GTA 5 using my new invention, the interdimensional portal gun.
Wow, that sounds like a thrill. But Rick, isn't it dangerous to go into such a violent world?
Summer, what's the point of having an adventure without taking risks? Buckle up, guys, let's go.
Scene 2.
The quartet steps into an abandoned warehouse and enters the world of GTA 5. As they start exploring, the GTA 5 police radio comes to life, describing them in intricate detail.
GTA 5 police radio, you are looking at 4 suspects, over. 3 males and 1 female, all Caucasian, in their mid-teens to early 20s, over.
Damn it, this police radio is not making our trip any easier. We need to find a way to disable it before they track us down.
Guys, look over there. There's the station where the radio is coming from. We can disable it from there.
Scene 3.
The gang sneaks into the station, dealing with countless obstacles along the way, including rival gang members and other criminals. They finally arrive at the station's control room.
Rick, I found the switch to turn this police radio off. Let's get out of here quickly.
Hold on, Morty, we need to make a grand exit that they won't forget.
Scene 4.
The group goes on a massive crime spree through the city, causing mayhem and destruction while being tracked by the police radio.
GTA 5 police radio, we have 4 suspects in a stolen vehicle heading east on Main Street. Requesting backup, over.
We need to up our game, guys. Let's take this to the next level. Scene 5.
An epic car chase ensues through the city, with the police hot on their trail.
GTA 5 police radio, suspects are now heading south on the highway. They seem to be getting away, over.
Scene 6.
The group manages to escape the police but are cornered by a ruthless gang. The face-off begins.
Gang member, hand over the goods, or you die, punk.
You think you can scare us? We are the craziest mother lovers on the planet.
Scene 7.
A climactic battle ensues between the gang and the group, with blood and bullets flying. The gang is finally defeated, and the group emerges victorious.
That was insane. I don't think I have ever felt so alive.
Scene 8.
The group returns to the abandoned warehouse, and Rick destroys the interdimensional portal gun. Hey, Rick, why did you destroy the portal gun?
Because, Jerry, you never know what kind of madness lies on the other side of those portals. Now let's get some rest. Guys, we deserve it.
Scene 9.
The episode concludes with a shot of the city at sunset, with the skyline in the background and the skyline in the foreground as the group enjoys a well-deserved rest.
Rick, what's next?
Who knows, Morty? That's the beauty of life. Let's just enjoy the moment for now.
Episode title: Lunar Blade.
In this episode, our main characters Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry find themselves in a peculiar situation where they are being constantly described as criminals by the GTA 5 police radio. The scenario takes place in a mountainous region where a woman in a dress is standing with a sword in her hand, and a full moon is visible in the background. The woman with the sword is observed to be exhibiting erratic behavior and constantly muttering about something, the cause of which is yet to be determined. A detailed analysis of the lunar cycle reveals it to be in a state of gibbous phase. The team is determined to figure out the reason behind the behavior of the woman. As they attempt to come up with a solution, the constant chatter of the GTA 5 police radio makes their task even more challenging. The radio is relaying details of their crime spree, complete with UMMS and UHHS, which serves to compound their problems. Amidst all this, our characters must find a way to put the pieces together and solve the mystery behind the behavior of the woman with the sword. Will they be able to overcome the constant negativity of the GTA 5 police radio and achieve their objective? Only time will tell.
Looks like the lunar phase is in gibbous state. Gotta consider that in our calculations.
The woman is acting weird. Rick, it's like she is lost or something.
What's with the GTA 5 police radio? It's like they don't even have any proof to call us criminals.
We need to find a way to shut it off, or else it will keep following us.
I'm trying to scan the area for any anomalies, but it's hard to concentrate with all this noise.
Maybe we can use the sword to our advantage? It's weirdly glowing in the moonlight.
Guys, I think that woman is coming towards us with the sword.
Rick, what do we do now?
Looks like we're in for a fight, Morty. Better buckle up.
GTA 5 police radio, suspects spotted at the mountain, armed and dangerous. Use caution while apprehending, over and out.
Title: GTA 5 Police Radio Interference, a Scientific Analysis.
Introduction.
The episode begins with a cartoon character walking down a road next to a car and a person in a red jacket and a green hat. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry have to deal with the GTA 5 police radio, which constantly describes them as criminals. This scenario provides a perfect experimental condition to study the psychological impact of media influence on human cognition and behavior.
Scene 1.
Morty, we need to get rid of this police radio interference. It's affecting our ability to focus and execute our plans.
Yeah, Rick. I can't even hear myself think with all this and in between their dialogue.
Scene 2.
Look out, guys. The cops closing in.
Oh no, what do we do?
Leave it to me. I'll use my high-tech gadgets to deflect their pursuit.
But won't that draw more attention to us?
Not if I do it stealthily.
Scene 3. GTA 5 police radio. Suspects spotted in a green car with a cartoon figure walking nearby. They are armed and dangerous. Proceed with caution.
Armed and dangerous? That's not true.
Yeah, we don't even have any weapons.
Scene 4.
Relax, everyone. I found a way to hack into the police radio and override their transmission.
Whoa, that's amazing! How did you do it?
I simply rewired their system with my superior technology. Scene 5.
GTA 5 police radio. Intruder detected in the system. Initiating lockdown procedures.
Oh, looks like we've got a problem.
What kind of problem?
The police have activated their anti-hacking defense mechanism. We need to move fast.
Scene 6.
Guys, I've got an idea. What if we distract them with some epic car chase scenes while Rick works on his hacking?
That might just work. Let's do it.
Scene 7.
GTA 5 police radio. Suspects are heading towards the airport. All units respond immediately.
Rick, hurry up. We can't hold them off forever.
I'm almost there. Just a few more tweaks and got it.
Scene 8.
GTA 5 police radio. System override in progress. Suspects have been cleared of all charges. Police pursuit terminated.
That ought to teach them not to mess with us. Let's get out of here before they change their minds.
Wow, that was so cool. I can't believe we actually made it out alive.
Yeah, we make a great team.
I just hope we don't have to deal with the police again anytime soon.
Conclusion.
The episode ends with the group driving off into the sunset, relieved and exhausted from their wild adventure. This study highlights the importance of media literacy and critical thinking in our modern age and provides useful insights into how media can shape our perceptions and actions. Opening shot shows a man in a gas mask and another in a green shirt standing in front of a car. In this scene, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are transported to the virtual world of GTA 5 where they meet Title: Investigating the effects of coffee consumption and acupressure massage on hippo behavior.
Objective: to analyze the impact of coffee intake and acupressure massage on the behavior of hippopotamus amphibius in captivity.
Methodology: a randomized controlled trial was conducted where two groups of captive hippos were studied. The intervention group received a cup of coffee made from Arabica coffee beans and a 10-minute acupressure massage from a trained therapist. The control group received only a pile of coffee beans and a coffee pod without any intervention. The behaviors of the hippos were observed for 1 hour after the interventions were administered and compared to pre-intervention observations.
Results: the intervention group showed a significant increase in locomotor behavior and vocalization compared to the control group. The hippos that received the coffee and acupressure massage were more active, had higher levels of aggression, and spent more time in the water. Furthermore, they showed an increased frequency of social behaviors such as grooming and courtship displays.
Discussion. The results of this study suggest that caffeine consumption and acupressure massage may have stimulatory effects on the locomotor and social behavior of captive hippos. The caffeine in the coffee is a known stimulant that can increase activity levels and enhance cognitive function. The acupressure massage may have also stimulated the nervous system and enhanced physical well-being, leading to increased activity levels. These findings have important implications for the management of captive hippos and the welfare of these animals.
Conclusion: the administration of coffee and acupressure massage to captive hippos led to significant changes in their behavior, including increased locomotion and social behavior. Further studies are necessary to understand the long-term effects of caffeine and acupressure massage on captive hippos and the implications for their welfare.
Title: The Multiversal Abdominal Conundrum.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are tasked with retrieving a group of different colored balls known as cosmic spheres by Jon Jones, DC Comics. These spheres hold immense power and can only be handled by those with a strong will and steady hand. However, upon locating them, Rick accidentally drops them on a grass surface with a green background and a yellow banana.
Well, Morty, looks like we got ourselves a bit of a conundrum here. These cosmic spheres are more slippery than a greased-up craps game.
What are we gonna do, Rick? They're scattered all over the place.
We're gonna have to use some precision physics, Morty. With the help of the abdomen principle, we can calculate the exact trajectory and velocity of each sphere and retrieve them with maximum efficiency.
Oh, okay. What's the abdomen principle?
It's a complex mathematical formula that takes into account the surface tension, air resistance, and gravitational pull of each individual sphere. Basically, we're gonna have to whip out our PhDs for this one.
As Rick and Morty begin to strategize their approach, they notice a pair of scissors lurking in the background, seemingly unimportant. However, they soon realize that the scissors hold the key to solving the puzzle.
Morty, grab those scissors. We're gonna have to use them to delicately trim the blades of grass to create a clear path for the spheres to roll towards us.
What about the banana? It's gonna mess with our calculations.
Don't worry about the banana, Morty. It's just a distraction. The real challenge is getting these spheres back to Jon Jones, DC Comics in one piece.
As they begin to carefully execute their plan, they are suddenly confronted by Ed Norton, the honeymooners, who has been watching them from afar.
Norton, hey there, fellas. What are y'all doing with my scissors and those?
Shut up, Ed. We don't have time for your nonsense. We're in the middle of a multi-dimensional crisis.
With time running out and the pressure mounting, Rick and Morty successfully retrieve all of the cosmic spheres and hand them over to Jon Jones, DC Comics, who rewards them with a powerful new weapon.
Jon Jones, DC Comics. Well done, Rick and Morty. Your scientific wit and precise calculations have saved the multiverse from certain doom. Take this as a token of my gratitude.
As they leave, Rick turns to Morty with a grin on his face.
See, Morty, science always wins. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
I don't think they have Szechuan sauce in this universe, Rick.
Then let's go find one that does.
Title: Vanilla Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer find themselves trapped inside a digital painting alongside a mysterious woman with green eyes and a golden necklace. The group must solve the puzzle of the painting and figure out how to become Noah, a coveted status within the artwork's world.
Act 1.
Summer, did you really have to touch that painting? Now we're stuck in a digital hellscape.
Sorry, I thought it would be cool.
Well, we need to find a way out. Who's this Noah person everyone keeps talking about?
Maybe they're the ruler or something.
Woman in painting. Noah is the one who holds the key to escaping this world.
Great, another catch-22. Let's get to work.
Act 2.
I think I found something. This necklace I'm wearing has a golden clasp, just like the woman in the painting.
So you're saying we have to become Noah by wearing the necklace?
Woman in painting, correct. But only one of you can be Noah at a time.
Well, that's not fair.
Life's not fair, Morty. Get over it.
Act 3.
Okay, who's gonna be Noah first?
I'll do it.
No, I want to be Noah.
Why can't I be Noah?
Woman in painting, only the one deemed worthy may wear the necklace.
Fine, let's have a competition. Whoever can solve this equation gets to wear the necklace.
30 seconds later.
Congratulations, Morty, you get to be Noah.
Yes! Wait, what does being Noah even mean?
Woman in painting, it means you must face the final challenge, and if you succeed, we will all be able to escape this painting.
Act 4.
Okay, what's the final challenge?
Woman in painting, you must prove that you are scientifically worthy of existing outside of this world.
Well, that's easy for us.
Speak for yourself, Rick.
No, Mom's right. I've been studying quantum mechanics in school and I think I can do this.
Okay, let's hear it.
30 seconds of Summer spewing out complex scientific jargon.
Woman in painting, impressive. You have proven your worth, Morty as Noah.
Wait, I thought Summer was the one who solved it?
Woman in painting, yes, but Morty is the one who gets to wear the necklace. Rules are rules.
Let's just get the hell out of here before I lose my mind.
Credits scene.
You know what? I never want to see a digital painting again.
Agreed. I feel like I aged 1,000 years in there.
But we did it.
And we all got to wear the necklace, even if only for a little bit.
Congrats, you've all earned the title of honorary Noahs. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Intro. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are in Rick's lab watching a cartoon character with a weird haircut and a tie on TV.
That's a classic episode of Captain Spacetime. I remember when I was a writer on that show.
Isn't that the one where they fight the space monster?
I don't remember.
I was too busy admiring the character's haircut.
Guys, look at this. According to this scientific study, Morty has no organs because he was fed on radiation.
What kind of study is that? That's ridiculous. Morty, do you feel like you're missing something?
No, I feel fine. Wait, I can't feel anything. Am I supposed to feel something?
Don't worry about it, Morty. It's probably a hoax.
ACT-1. Rick and the gang receive a distress signal from a planet 10 light-years away. The planet is in danger of being destroyed by a giant yellow star.
Alright, Morty, suit up. We're going to save that planet.
But Rick, I have no organs. How am I supposed to survive in space?
We'll figure something out. Just hold on tight.
The gang makes it to the planet and realizes that the only way to destroy the yellow star is to use Jerry's tie as a solar flare. My tie? Are you kidding me? That's my lucky tie.
Just do it, Jerry. We don't have time for your superstitions.
ACT-2. The gang successfully destroys the yellow star, but they soon realize that they are stuck on the planet with no way to get back home.
What are we going to do now? We're stranded.
Don't worry, Summer. I have a plan. We're going to build a giant spaceship out of rocks and mud.
But Rick, how are we going to build a spaceship out of rocks and mud? That's impossible.
Nothing is impossible for science, Morty.
ACT-3. The gang successfully builds a functioning spacecraft out of rocks and mud and begins their journey home. However, they soon realize that they are being chased by an alien race who wants to steal their technology.
We're doomed. We're never going to make it back home alive.
Don't be so negative, Jerry. We have one thing they don't have.
What's that, Rick?
Hey, I have a PhD in kicking alien butt.
Rick takes on the alien race single-handedly, defeating them with his scientific knowledge and quick thinking.
Conclusion: the gang returns home safely, with Morty's lack of organs no longer a concern. They all sit back and watch another episode of Captain Space-Time, with Jerry admiring the character's haircut once again.
That was the craziest adventure we've ever been on.
Crazy? That was just another day in the life of a scientist.
I can't believe we built a spaceship out of rocks and mud.
And I can't believe I had to sacrifice my lucky tie.
Ah, shut up, Jerry. It wasn't even that nice of a tie.
The gang laughs as the episode ends.
Title: The Hilarious Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are standing next to each other in front of a blackboard with a green screen. Morty is holding a complex scientific equation while Rick seems to be doodling random shapes and figures on the board.
Rick, you can't just draw whatever you want on the board. This is a serious experiment.
Calm down, Morty. I'm just trying to add a little bit of artistic flair to the equation. It's not like anyone's going to read it anyways.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty enter a portal and find themselves on a planet that's entirely made out of jelly.
Ah, finally, a planet that's just as delicious as it is dangerous.
Dangerous? What do you mean, Rick?
Oh, just watch out for the jellyfish. They're notorious intergalactic pranksters.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty are being chased by a group of jellyfish while trying to collect a rare crystal that's hidden somewhere on the planet.
Rick, I think we're in trouble. There's no way we're getting out of here alive.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I've got a plan.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty escape the jellyfish by using a giant vacuum cleaner and manage to find the crystal they were looking for.
Rick, I can't believe we made it out of there alive. How did you come up with that idea?
Oh, Morty, it's a little something I like to call the jellyfish maneuver. It's a classic move that I learned back in my college days.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty return home and show off their new crystal to their family.
What in the world is that thing? It looks like a massive space rock.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Jerry. This is a rare crystal that's worth more than all of your puny Earth dollars combined.
Scene 6. While trying to sell the crystal, Rick and Morty get into a hilarious argument with a group of alien jewelers over its true value.
Alien Jeweler 1, that crystal is worthless. We wouldn't give you a single unit of currency for it.
Worthless? You clearly don't understand the true value of this crystal. It's a one-of-a-kind artifact that's been sought after by collectors all over the galaxy.
Scene 7. Rick and Morty end up selling the crystal for a ridiculous amount of money, only to realize that it was actually just a piece of useless space rock. Rick, I can't believe we fell for that. We just sold a piece of space rock for millions of dollars.
Ah, Morty, that's the beauty of the universe. You never know what's going to happen next.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are back in front of the blackboard, with Rick still doodling random shapes and figures. Morty is still holding the complex scientific equation.
Rick, I don't think you understand the importance of this equation. It could change the course of scientific discoveries forever.
Beefed, Morty, who needs equations when you've got adventure?
End of episode.
Title: The Multidimensional Misadventures of Rick and Morty in Search of the Elusive One Piece.
Rick and Morty embark on a multi-dimensional quest to find the fabled One Piece, a mythical artifact that promises to grant its possessor unlimited power and infinite intelligence.
Summer, I thought One Piece was just a manga series.
Rick, you think you know everything, Summer? The universe is full of untold mysteries, and we're going to unravel them all one reality at a time.
Morty, but how do we find the One Piece, Rick? And why is that guy with the green face and white shirt following us?
Rick, excellent question, Morty. The One Piece can only be located through a highly complex algorithmic sequence that requires a vast knowledge of quantum physics, molecular biology, and advanced calculus. As for our green-faced friend, he's just one of the many interdimensional beings we'll encounter on our journey. Nothing to worry about.
F. I don't have a good feeling about this, Rick. Can't we just stay home and watch TV?
Rick, where's your sense of adventure, Beth? Besides, the One Piece won't come to us. We have to go to it. And that means traversing through countless dimensions, facing unimaginable dangers, and encountering some seriously whacked-out creatures.
Green-faced man. Hey, Rick and Morty, wait up.
Summer, who is that guy?
Rick, no time to explain, Summer. We have to keep moving before our competitors catch up to us.
Purple background appears.
Morty, Rick, look, a purple portal.
Rick, excellent, Morty. That's our ticket to the next dimension. Hold on tight.
They jump into the portal.
Rick, wow, this is one crazy dimension. The laws of physics are all wibbly-wobbly and time is going backwards.
Green-faced man. Hey, Rick, wait, I need to tell you something.
Rick, what is it, Greenie?
Green-faced man. I'm your long-lost twin brother from another dimension. And I also want the One Piece.
Rick, nice try, imposter. I don't have a twin brother.
Green-faced man. But I have proof. Look at this photo.
Shows a photo of Rick with two babies.
Rick, yeah, I forgot about that. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm the smarter, cooler, and more handsome Rick, and I'm going to find the One Piece first.
Morty, Rick, look out, it's a giant space octopus.
Rick, don't worry, Morty. I have just the thing for this.
Rick pulls out a jar of jelly.
Rick, everyone knows that space octopuses love strawberry jelly.
Green-faced man. What are you talking about? That's just a jar of jelly.
Rick, shows what you know, Greenie. Watch and learn.
Rick throws the jelly at the space octopus. Space octopus eats the jelly and disappears.
Rick, see? Problem solved.
Morty, Rick, the One Piece, it's right there.
Yellow background appears.
Rick, finally, we made it to the final dimension.
Green-faced man. I beat you to it, Rick. The One Piece is mine.
Rick, not so fast, Greenie. That's just a cheap knockoff I made in my garage. The real One Piece is right over there.
Rick points to a small treasure chest.
Rick, all we have to do is solve this riddle. What is black when you buy it, red when you use it, and white when you're done with it?
F. I know the answer. It's a charcoal briquette.
Rick, correct. You win the One Piece.
Green-faced man. No fair. That's not even a real riddle.
Rick, tough luck, Greenie. You snooze, you lose.
Morty, so what now, Rick? What do we do with the One Piece?
Rick, who cares? Let's just go home and watch some TV.
They all jump into a portal. End scene.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Glowing Forest Balls.
Opening shot, a computer-generated image of a glowing forest with strange balls and lights peeking out of the grass and rocks on the ground. Rick and Morty are in the garage. Rick is fiddling with some random gadgets. Morty is sitting on a stool.
Morty, come here. I need a second opinion on this.
What is it now?
I can't do basic arithmetic. What's 1 plus 1?
Morty rolls his eyes.
2, Rick. It's 2.
Ah, you're just saying that because it's what everyone thinks. But what if, hear me out, 1 plus 1 was actually 3?
That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
Well, you wouldn't understand. You don't have a PhD in theoretical quantum physics like me.
Yeah, because I'm still in high school.
Beefed. Details, Morty. Details. Now, let's get to the real problem at hand.
Rick pulls out a device and shows Morty an image of the glowing forest.
I've been doing some research on this glowing forest here. My theory is that these glowing balls are actually quantum entangled with each other.
Quantum, huh? Sounds fancy.
Ah, it is, Morty, it is. I need your help to go investigate it and gather more data.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Rick?
What's the worst that could happen? We accidentally create a black hole and get sucked into the void of the universe? PSH, I've been there. Got the t-shirt.
Alright, fine. Let's do it.
The scene shifts to Rick and Morty in the glowing forest.
They start analyzing the balls and lights, taking readings and measurements.
My calculations seem to indicate that these balls are acting in a synchronized fashion.
Like a dance party?
No, Morty, it's more like a quantum entangled tango. It's quite beautiful, really.
I guess that's one way to describe it.
Suddenly, a group of alien beings appear in front of Rick and Morty.
Alien One, what business do you have here, Earthlings?
We're just doing some scientific research. No need to get hostile.
Alien 2, we've been monitoring your activities. You're messing with forces you don't understand.
Ah, you don't know the half of it.
The aliens start to approach Rick and Morty, but Rick pulls out a gadget and activates it. The aliens freeze in place.
Looks like we're freezing in admiration. Laughs. Let's get out of here, Morty.
The scene shifts back to the garage. Rick and Morty are analyzing their findings.
Amazing, Morty. These glowing balls are the key to unlocking unlimited energy potential.
That's incredible, Rick. How do we harness it?
Simple. We just build a device to extract the energy and boom. We're the most powerful beings in the universe.
But won't that attract attention from those alien beings?
Ah, let them try. We're Rick and Morty, the masters of science and hilarity. Belches. Now, let's get to work.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty working on their device, surrounded by glowing balls and lights, as the garage shakes with power and energy.
Title: The Fried Chicken Paradox.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in a KFC restaurant, chomping on pieces of fried chicken with reckless abandon. Jerry, Beth, and Summer join the duo to catch up on old times over a bucket of the Colonel's finest fried fowl. The scene is comical, with each character engaging in witty banter about the virtues of fast food and its impact on society. However, as the meal progresses, strange things start to happen.
This is some good chicken. What's the matter, Morty? You're not enjoying it. Afraid you'll get fat?
I don't know, Rick. It just feels like we're contributing to the obesity crisis.
Oh please, Morty, the Colonel's spices are too good to resist. Besides, there are more important things to worry about, like climate change.
Actually, Jerry, the production of fast food contributes significantly to carbon emissions.
And let's not forget about the ethical concerns surrounding factory farming.
The conversation takes a serious turn as the group discusses the negative impacts of fast food on health, the environment, and animal welfare. Suddenly, a strange portal appears in the middle of the restaurant, sucking in the characters one by one. They find themselves in a strange, alternate universe where fast food has taken over the world.
Morty, this is a classic case of the fried chicken paradox. We must find a way to reverse this before it's too late.
Fried chicken paradox? What's that, Rick?
It's a complex scientific theory that states that the more people consume fast food, the more it contributes to the deterioration of society. And by the looks of it, we're in the middle of a full-blown fried chicken apocalypse.
The group must navigate their way through a dangerous fast food wasteland filled with giant burgers, mutated chickens, and fries that have come to life. They encounter various characters who have been affected by the fried chicken paradox, including a scientist who has been transformed into a giant chicken, a vegan activist who has been mutated by fast food, and a group of rebels fighting against the tyranny of fast food corporations.
This is insane. How are we ever going to get out of here?
We need to find the source of the problem and shut it down. Follow me.
The gang eventually discovers a massive fast food factory that is responsible for creating the fried chicken that has taken over the world. Using their wit and cunning, they infiltrate the factory and shut down the machinery, freeing the world from the grips of the fried chicken paradox.
Well, we did it. We saved the world from the evils of fast food.
And we all learned an important lesson about the impact of our actions on the world around us.
Burping. Sorry about that.
The episode ends with the characters sharing a moment of reflection as they digest their meal, contemplating the importance of ethical consumption and sustainable living.
Well, that was an adventure. Who's up for some pizza?
The scene fades to black as the characters begin their next culinary escapade.
Title: The Transdimensional Sandwich Debate of Fred Jones, time-traveling food blogger.
In this episode, we follow Fred Jones, an eccentric time-traveling food blogger, as he visits various dimensions in search of the perfect sandwich. With his trusty plate of sandwich and fruit in one hand and a red and white kettle in the background, Fred explores the multiverse, documenting the best and worst sandwich ingredients with his scientific PhD university terms. However, things take a turn for the bizarre when he stumbles upon a world where sandwiches have become the center of a heated scientific debate. The debate revolves around the question of whether the bread or the filling is the most important part of a sandwich. Rick, being the genius scientist that he is, devises a way for Fred to travel back in time and witness the origins of the great sandwich debate firsthand. They journey to the dawn of humanity where Fred hilariously fails at DIY attempts to make the first sandwich. The episode is filled with jokes and crazy antics as they travel through different dimensions and timelines, trying to find the ultimate sandwich. In the end, they discover that the key to a perfect sandwich is not just in the filling or the bread but in the combination of both.
Fred, your sandwich quest has taken us on quite the journey. Who knew a mere combination of bread and filling could cause such a heated debate?
Fred Jones, indeed, Rick. It just goes to show that even the most simple things can have complex origins. But in the end, the answer was clear. There is no sandwich without both bread and filling, just as there is no line without a point.
I don't get it, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. Just eat your damn sandwich.
Title: The Penultimate Ferris Wheel.
Synopsis. When a pen accidentally falls on a drawing of a Ferris wheel, Rick creates a fan fiction story that takes Jerry, Morty, and himself on a wild and scientific adventure.
Act 1.
Morty, you know what we should do. Write some fanfiction about this pen and the Ferris wheel.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, Rick. I'm not really a writer.
Fanfiction? Like that stuff on the internet?
Yeah, Jerry, except much better because we're going to incorporate science in it. Now listen up and take notes.
Act 2.
Morty. One day, the pen and the Ferris wheel were floating aimlessly in space. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of nowhere and started sucking them in.
Rick, that's lame, Morty. Let me take over. the pen transforms into a hyper-intelligent being and the Ferris wheel becomes a spaceship that can travel faster than light. Jerry, that doesn't make any sense, Rick. A pen can't become intelligent, and a Ferris wheel definitely can't become a spaceship. Rick, that's where you're wrong, Jerry. With the help of my latest invention, the pen to intelligence converter and the Ferris wheel to spaceship transformation ray, anything is possible.
3.
Morty. The transformed pen and Ferris wheel fly off into space and land on a distant planet. There, they encounter a race of tentacle monsters who have the ability to control gravity.
Jerry, and how do our heroes defeat them? Rick, with science, Jerry, we harness the power of their gravity fields and use it to neutralize their weapons. Plus, the pen writes a complex equation that blows their mind.
Morty. But then the tentacle monsters reveal that they were actually scientists testing them all along.
Rick, classic twist, Morty, but we're not done yet.
Act 4.
Jerry, what's next? How does it end? Rick, the tentacle scientists invite our heroes to their planet's annual carnival. They have the best rides and games in the universe.
Morty. And do they win any prizes?
Rick, of course they do, Morty. They use their superior scientific knowledge to win every game and impress everyone in the carnival. And in the end, they blast off into the sunset, knowing that with science, anything is possible.
Belong.
Jerry, that was one crazy adventure, Rick. Rick, yeah it was, Jerry. But that's the power of fan fiction. You can make anything happen.
Morty. Even a pen and a Ferris wheel traveling through space?
Rick, especially that, Morty. Especially that.
Title: Investigating Canine Perception and its Correlation with Popular Culture References.
The episode begins with observed behavior of a domesticated canine specimen, identified as Canis lupus familiaris, situated in front of a signal construct consisting of a wooden post and framed panel containing pictorial representations of a British police box and a telephone booth. The animal appears to be fixated on the sign and occasionally sniffs its surroundings. After a period of observation, the canine proceeds towards a nearby nutrition establishment known as Domino's Pizza, an American multinational pizza restaurant chain. It is noted that there is a lack of interest shown by the animal towards the establishment, indicating a preference for the previous visual stimuli shown. The canine is then observed to transition to a state of seemingly heightened awareness as it encounters a digital representation of the No One meme, a popular internet phenomenon. This may indicate some form of recognition on the part of the animal towards digital depictions of human facial features, with further research being deemed necessary. The animal later encounters a sonic construct of the band Pink Floyd, with no observable change in behavior. This may indicate that the memorabilia is not associated with any particular positive or negative stimuli for the animal. However, the canine does display heightened activity in response to the occurrence of a galactic empire coup in the science fiction universe of Star Wars. This stimulus raises questions regarding potential influence of other narratives on animal behavior. Subsequently, as the canine approaches a stone construct with a prominent representation of K9, a robotic dog character from the television series Doctor Who, notable changes in behavior are observed, which indicates recognition and a heightened state of attention. This highlights the potential for pop culture to influence animal perception. Later, at the introduction of a chemist's office, a change in behavior is noted in the animal, indicating that olfactory stimuli may be more pertinent to canine perception and behavior than visual stimuli. Based on these observations, further study into the correlation between pop culture references and animal perception is deemed necessary. The potential influence of cultural narratives and societal conditioning on animal behavior warrants in-depth exploration.
Researcher 1. These findings may potentially raise questions regarding the extent to which society impacts animal behavior.
Researcher 2. Indeed, it may be that the development of shared cultural narratives and references have a much more profound effect on the behavior of fauna than previously considered.
Researcher 3. It is imperative that such research continues in order to further our understanding of the influence of cultural and social factors on animals and their behavior.
Title: Quantum Entanglement in a Futuristic Room.
Abstract.
This study investigates the properties of quantum entanglement in a futuristic room outfitted with a large screen television and numerous lights. The experiment targets the use of entangled photons to transmit information over long distances through quantum teleportation. This episode examines the process of quantum entanglement and its teleportation abilities, as well as the potential applications for this technology in future space travel.
Scene 1. Dr. Kryn, welcome, fellow scientists, to our state-of-the-art facility. Today, we will be examining the properties of quantum entanglement using our advanced technology.
Dr. Smith, I am excited to see the results of this experiment. Quantum entanglement has a lot of potential for future space travel.
Scene 2.
Dr. Kryn, let us begin the experiment. We will be using entangled photons to transmit information to the other side of the room through quantum teleportation.
Dr. Jones, I will turn on the lights in the room and begin the experiment.
Scene 3.
As the lights turn on, the room becomes illuminated with a bright glow. The large screen television in the center of the room lights up, displaying lines of code and data.
Dr. Smith, whoa, this is amazing. Look at the screen.
Dr. Kryn, yes, this is the real-time data of the entangled photons being transmitted through quantum teleportation. It's fascinating to see the power of quantum entanglement in action.
Scene 4.
Dr. Jones, I am now going to increase the distance between the entangled photons to see if it affects the quality of the quantum teleportation.
Dr. Smith, this will be interesting. I wonder how far we can go with this technology.
Scene 5.
As the distance between the entangled photons increases, the quality of the quantum teleportation begins to decrease. The lines of data on the screen become more distorted and less clear.
Dr. Kryn, the loss of fidelity observed in our study highlights the importance of minimizing the distance between entangled photons for optimal quantum teleportation.
Scene 6.
Dr. Jones, I am now going to attempt to teleport a small object using quantum entanglement.
Dr. Smith, can we really do that? That sounds like science fiction.
Scene 7.
As Dr. Jones attempts to teleport the object, the screen begins to flash with various colors and static noise. Suddenly, the object appears on the other side of the room, having been teleported through quantum entanglement.
Dr. Kryn, this is incredible. We have successfully teleported an object using quantum entanglement. The potential applications for this technology in space travel are limitless.
Scene 8.
Dr. Smith, I can't believe what I just saw. This experiment has confirmed the existence of quantum entanglement and its teleportation abilities.
Dr. Kryn, indeed, the results of this study provide evidence for the potential of quantum entanglement in advancing space travel technology.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode highlights the power of quantum entanglement in transmitting information through quantum teleportation. The results of this study provide insights for the future development of quantum technologies, with significant implications for space travel. The potential applications of this technology are vast, and it has the potential to revolutionize how we communicate and travel in space.
Title: An analysis of the interactions between popular culture, guided inquiry, and socio-political critique in an episode of television.
Abstract.
This episode of television follows a man with a beard and mustache as he engages in a complex series of interactions with a diverse range of cultural texts and practices. Drawing on theories of postmodernism, cultural studies, and critical theory, this analysis will explore how the character navigates the complexities of contemporary culture, while simultaneously critiquing the socio-political frameworks that shape it. The episode features a range of intertextual references, including Childish Gambino, The Smiths, and even a vampire cooking class.
Man with beard and mustache makes a face and holds his finger to his mouth, cigarette in mouth.
Narrator: Our protagonist begins the episode by evoking a classic gesture of nonchalance and secrecy, signaling the audience that he is a man who is in the know and adept at navigating social codes.
Guide. Off-screen, welcome to the guided inquiry section of the show, where we will be exploring the deeper meanings and implications of the cultural references that appear in this episode. Let us begin by discussing the role of Childish Gambino.
Narrator. Here, the guide introduces a key element of the episode: the use of cultural references as a way to signal both critique and celebration of contemporary popular culture. The reference to Childish Gambino is significant, as it evokes both the performer's status as a millennial icon and his positions as a social critic, whose work often engages with issues of race, identity, and power. Muckraker enters the scene. "Excuse me, but I couldn't help but notice the cigarettes in your mouth."
Man with beard and mustache. Remove cigarette. What's your point?
Narrator. The muckraker's presence in the episode is a nod to the tradition of investigative journalism, a realm of inquiry that is often concerned with exposing the hidden forces at work in society. His comment about the cigarette not only critiques the man's health choices, but also hints at a critique of the broader cultural values that promote smoking as an acceptable behavior.
Speculation enters the scene. You think you're so clever, with your fancy cultural references and your snide remarks.
Guide. Interrupts. Speculation. I'm afraid you've missed the point entirely. The cultural references are not intended to be fancy, but rather serve as a way to interrogate the society in which we live.
Narrator. Speculation's critique of the cultural references highlights the tension between those who view popular culture as a site of critical inquiry and those who see it as mere entertainment. The conflict between these two positions will be a recurring theme throughout the episode.
Smiths, playing on the radio, I Am the Sun and Air.
Narrator. Here, the episode uses the music of the Smiths to underscore the theme of alienation and loneliness that runs through much of the band's work. The choice to use a song like "How Soon Is Now" is significant, as it suggests that the man with a beard and mustache is grappling with feelings of isolation and disenchantment with contemporary society.
Empire cooking class. Flashback scene.
Narrator. Finally, the episode ends with a surreal and unexpected sequence in which the man with the beard and mustache attends a vampire cooking class. This scene serves as a crucial commentary on the role of popular culture in shaping our desires and values. By depicting cooking classes for vampires, the episode suggests that even the most fantastical of cultural practices can have a real-world impact on our thoughts and behavior.
Conclusion.
Overall, this episode of television demonstrates the complex interplay between popular culture, guided inquiry, and socio-political critique. Through its use of intertextual references, the episode suggests that cultural texts and practices are not neutral, but rather intricately bound up with the values and power structures of society. As such, it argues that critical engagement with popular culture is a crucial element of any attempt to understand and critique the contemporary world. PhD scientific episode description.
Title: The Red Triangle Equation.
Synopsis. In this episode, a man sporting long hair and a red jacket appeared, standing boldly against a background of red and black. The viewers were introduced to a striking red triangle spanning the screen's width, captivating attention from all directions. The man employed a complex mathematical formula involving fractals, spatial analysis, and chaos theory, which created a sudden rift in the fabric of the universe. The entire scene transpires in India, with a team of scientists carefully monitoring the events in real time.
Kate Winslet, a seasoned researcher, enters the lab and comments on the anomalous waveform, suggesting a complete exclusion zone and evacuations for nearby residents. One of the technicians, a fan of Harley Quinn, creates her likeness via computer program. As the rift continues to expand, the programming inadvertently attracts the animated and mischievous Harley Quinn, along with her band of followers.
Name: Scientist 1.
Text. Based on our live imaging data, we are detecting a sudden and drastic change in physical constants that support our current understanding of the laws of physics.
Name, Scientist 2.
Text. The mathematical calculations involved in the phenomenon suggest a complex and unconventional process, complete with fractal patterns and nonlinear dynamics.
Name, Kate Winslet.
Text. We need to proceed with caution, exclusion zones and evacuations must be put in place immediately.
Name, Technician.
Text. I just created a Harley Quinn simulation through computer programming, and it accidentally sent it through the rift.
Name, Harley Quinn.
Text. Heya folks, looks like I've stumbled onto a new playground. Who's ready for some fun?
Name, Scientist 1.
Text. We can't afford to let this go on any longer. The entire multiverse may be at risk. Let's work together to close the rift with the red triangle equation before it's too late.
Name, Technician.
Text. I'll input the necessary coordinates.
Name, Scientist 2.
Text. Quickly, the rift is expanding. We must act fast.
The team of brilliant scientists and technicians work frantically, inputting coordinates and analyses into a complex equation. Eventually, the rift slowly begins to close, and Harley and her followers are fortunately able to return to their world safely. The red triangle equation could manifest anywhere, and the episode ends with the characters hopeful yet wary of future disturbances.
Title: The Quantum Fart.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a wild adventure through time and space when they encounter a time-traveling film crew filming a documentary about sebaceous glands inguinal hernia repair. Along the way, they must navigate a labyrinthine building with a clock tower on top and battle their way through a horde of White Castle burgers brought to life by a rogue mutagen.
Morty, we've stumbled upon a temporal anomaly. It appears to be a film crew from the future documenting a surgical procedure on some kind of gland. Fascinating.
Oh geez, Rick, do we have to get involved? What if we cause a paradox or something?
Relax, Morty, we're the smartest guys in the room. We can handle a few time travelers and their recording equipment. Besides, I've always wanted to see how they fix a hernia.
As Rick and Morty join the film crew on their journey to the past, they find themselves at the base of a towering building with countless windows and a clock tower on top.
Whoa, Rick, this place is huge. How are we supposed to find our way around?
Simple, Morty, with this, pulls out a glowing device from his pocket.
What's that?
Quantum scanner. It'll help us navigate through the labyrinthine structure of this building by mapping out all of its possible pathways and timelines. Now let's get moving.
As they make their way through the maze-like structure, they encounter a horde of White Castle burgers brought to life by a rogue mutagen.
Aw, Rick, what the hell are those things?
Those, Morty, are burgers gone wild. Looks like someone's been messing around with mutagens again. Time to put these buns back in the oven.
After battling their way through the burger army, Rick and Morty finally reach their destination, a surgical theater where the film crew is set to record their sebaceous glands inguinal hernia repair procedure.
Ah, here it is. Let's see how they fix a hernia in the future.
But as the procedure begins, Morty suddenly feels a rumbling in his gut.
Rick, I think I got a fart.
Not now, Morty. We're in the middle of a delicate surgical procedure.
I can't hold it, Rick. It's gonna.
With a massive explosion, Morty unleashes a quantum fart that sends the entire time stream into chaos.
Damn it, Morty, you just broke the fourth wall.
As the fabric of time and space begins to unravel, Rick frantically punches in a series of equations on his quantum scanner, trying to find a way to set things right.
Hang on, Morty, I think I can stabilize the time stream if we just... Yes, that's it. We just need to reverse the polarity of the quantum fart and there we go.
With a final blast of energy, the time stream rights itself and Rick and Morty find themselves back in the present day.
Rick, what just happened?
Nothing, Morty. We just saved the universe from a quantum fart. No big deal.
Title: The Chlorine Conundrum.
The episode begins with a complex scientific explanation of the chemical properties of chlorine, delivered by a frantic Rick while tinkering with his latest invention. Morty and Beth listen attentively as Rick explains that he needs a rare form of chlorine to power his machine, and that the only source that has it is a planet inhabited by a strange species.
Wow, Rick, that sounds like a lot of work. Maybe we should just find another way?
Nonsense, Morty. The fate of the multiverse depends on this. Plus, I haven't had a good adventure in a while. Let's go.
Cut to the trio landing on the planet, where they encounter the aforementioned woman with green hair and a hat. She introduces herself as Chloria, the self-proclaimed queen of the planet, and warns them about the dangers of the tavern on the other side of the planet.
What's so dangerous about a tavern?
Gloria. It's not just any tavern, it's the tavern of the expanding brain meme. Anyone who enters risks getting trapped in a never-ending cycle of intelligence and madness.
Sounds like my kind of place. Let's check it out.
The trio heads to the tavern, where they are greeted by a wild party filled with comedy musicals, Rule, and lots of other craziness. Rick, Morty, and Beth quickly get caught up in the festivities, but soon realize that they are indeed trapped in the cycle of the expanding brain meme.
Rick, what do we do? We're getting smarter and crazier by the minute.
Don't worry, I've got this.
Cut to Rick using his scientific knowledge to create an antidote for the expanding brain meme. The trio drinks it and instantly snaps out of their delirium.
Wow, Rick, how did you figure that out?
Simple, Morty. I just had to think outside the box. And speaking of boxes, let's go collect the rare chlorine I need.
The episode ends with the trio successfully obtaining the chlorine and returning to their dimension, but not before Beth catches Chloria's green hair and makeup fever, causing her to dye her hair green and wear a hat on her head.
I'll call it the chlorine fashion trend.
Don't quit your day job, Beth.
Title: Interstellar Hijinks, a rogue bounty hunter and the infested ship.
Opening shot of a man in a futuristic spacesuit holding an intergalactic gun in front of a bustling city with neon lights and stars in the background. This man is revealed to be a rogue bounty hunter, hired by the Ninja Detective Agency to retrieve a rare artifact stolen by an alien species.
Ah, space bounty hunting. The ultimate profession for the adventurous sociopath.
Geez, Rick, is that necessary?
I don't know what's worse, the fact that you do this for a living or the fact that you're always hired by ninja detectives.
Hey, it pays the bills. Now buckle up, Morty. We're heading to the alien-infested ship.
The trio packs themselves into Rick's spaceship and soon finds themselves landing on the alien-infested ship.
This place gives me the creeps, Rick. I don't want to get eaten by an alien.
Morty, you'll be fine. You've been on worse adventures with your grandfather.
As they search the ship, they come across various alien creatures, including ones that are half human and half insect.
Well, this is an ethically questionable hybridization experiment if I've ever seen one.
Can we please get out of here now?
Just as they're about to retrieve the stolen artifact, they're ambushed by the rogue bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter, hand over the artifact and no one gets hurt.
Who hired you?
Bounty hunter, none of your business. Now give me the artifact.
Oh great. Another clown trying to muscle in on our bounty.
Wait, if he's a space bounty hunter, is he technically a space cowboy?
The ensuing battle involves lasers, explosions, and a lot of witty banter from Rick and the bounty hunter.
You know, you should really consider a different career path. I hear space cake decorating is all the rage these days.
Bounty hunter. Huh, I'll stick to the bounty hunting, thanks.
In the end, the trio manages to outsmart the rogue bounty hunter and retrieve the stolen artifact.
That was intense. I could use a drink.
Agreed. I think we deserve a nice, cold space beer after that one.
Can we maybe have one that hasn't been genetically modified by aliens?
Hey, where's the fun in that?
Title: The Paleontology of Parkour, a study on the Dinosaur Parkour Championship.
Introduction.
In this episode, we present a groundbreaking documentary based on the Dinosaur Parkour Championship that takes place in a park area. The championship featured a large dinosaur that walked on a track with distinct blue and white markings on its body.
Scene 1.
Scientist A. The dinosaur in this park area is most likely a T-Rex, characterized by its large size and bipedal stance. The blue and white markings on its skin could serve as a form of camouflage or act as a warning sign to predators.
Scene 2.
Scientist B. The Dinosaur Parkour Championship is an unusual event that has never been documented before. The course layout involves obstacles that the dinosaur must overcome, such as jumps and balancing acts.
Scene 3.
Scientist C. During the championship, the dinosaur was observed stopping midway to devour an entire plate of ripe tomatoes. This behavior is representative of its omnivorous diet.
Scene 4.
Scientist D. One of the most surprising occurrences during the championship was the appearance of Taylor Swift, who performed a song specifically written for the event. The effect of this on the dinosaur's performance is yet to be determined.
Scene 5.
Scientist A. Analysis of the dinosaur's movements throughout the course revealed a high level of agility and dexterity. Despite its large size, the dinosaur demonstrated the ability to perform complex maneuvers with ease.
Scene 6. Scientist F. The Dinosaur Parkour Championship provides insight.
Title: The Impact of Iodine on Mind-Bending Reality Warps in a Futuristic Environment.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the effects of iodine on reality warps in a futuristic environment. The cartoon figures in our study are in the vicinity of a pond in a city, with a green dragon seen flying over the water. We hypothesize that the introduction of iodine into this environment will have significant effects on the reality warps experienced by these figures.
Professor Smith, as our team at the Broad Institute has previously demonstrated, reality warps are a manifestation of quantum entanglement and are susceptible to external environmental factors. In this study, we will focus on the effects of iodine, a halogen with no neurological effects.
Grad student Jenkins, we will be using Agricola, a widely used reality simulator, to generate and analyze the reality warps experienced by the cartoon figures in our study. We will compare their experiences in a controlled environment to an environment with the addition of iodine.
Methods.
The study involved the use of Spyro, an advanced monitoring system, to track the movements and behavior of the cartoon figures in both environments. The control environment was set up to mimic the futuristic environment without the presence of iodine, while the experimental environment contained a calibrated amount of iodine introduced into the water of the pond. Results. Our analysis revealed that the cartoon figures experienced significantly different reality warps in the experimental environment compared to the control. The addition of iodine caused an increase in the frequency and intensity of reality warps experienced by the figures.
Grad student Chen, the quantification of these findings suggests that iodine has a direct effect on the mind-bending reality warps experienced by individuals in this futuristic environment. We attribute this effect to the neurological changes induced by the presence of iodine.
Conclusion.
This study provides new insights into the impact of environmental factors on quantum entanglement, and specifically on the reality warps experienced by individuals. The results suggest that iodine may have previously unrecognized cognitive effects and could be explored further as a potential treatment for those experiencing reality warps or related neurological phenomena. This study also highlights the potential for further research into the impact of other environmental factors on quantum entanglement and its effects on human experience.
Title: The Spooky Spectrometer Haunt.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our beloved duo is tasked with investigating a haunted house that has been emitting paranormal activity signals on the spooky spectrometer. Morty, ever the nervous skeptic, is joined by Rick, the fearless genius, as they embark on their mission.
Rick, Morty, the spooky spectrometer has detected unusually high levels of ectoplasmic energy emitting from a dilapidated mansion on 13th Street. We're going to investigate.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. I don't really believe in ghosts.
Rick, Morty, you have an IQ of 70. Just stay quiet, and let me do the thinking.
As they make their way into the haunted house, Morty notices eerie apparitions following them.
Morty, Rick, do you see those ghosts?
Rick, those aren't ghosts, Morty. They're just projections from the PDA orb. You really need to upgrade your technology.
Suddenly, they come across Finn Wolfhard, who is trapped inside the house. Finn Wolfhard. Hey guys, I was filming a horror movie, but I think the ghosts are actually real. Can you help me?
Rick, no problem, kiddo. I've got a spectral neutralizer.
Morty, Rick, I don't think that's a real thing.
Rick, shut up, Morty, and hand me the damn device.
As Rick attempts to neutralize the ghosts, he accidentally unleashes a horde of demonic entities.
Rick, wubba lubba dub dub. This is not good.
Morty, what do we do, Rick?
Rick, we have to improvise. Morty, throw me a piece of candy and distract them.
Morty, what kind of candy?
Rick, it doesn't matter, Morty. Just throw it.
As Morty nervously tosses a piece of candy, the demons are lured away, and Rick and Morty make a run for it.
Morty, that was insane, Rick. I can't believe we made it out alive.
Rick, relax, Morty. It's all just science and candy.
The episode ends with the two walking away, as the house explodes in the background.
Rick, and that's how you take care of paranormal anomalies.
Morty, but Rick, what about Finn Wolfhard?
Rick, who cares? He's just a Canadian actor. Let's go get some Sichuan sauce.
Title: The Multi-Centered Spherical Anomaly.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a circular object with multiple centers comprising green, black, white, and red. Unleashing untold energies, the duo investigate the anomaly while Jerry, Summer, and a visiting graphic designer attempt to harness its power.
1. Morty, you see that? That's a multi-centered spherical anomaly, the likes of which the universe has never seen.
2. Wow, Rick, is it dangerous?
3. Not as dangerous as your social skills, Morty. Let's just hope we can control it before it destroys us all.
4. Hey, look at this. I used the anomaly to create a new brand logo for my tomato sauce business.
5. And check out the sweet graphic design work I made with it for my portfolio.
6. Graphic designer. This is amazing. I can't wait to use this in my next project.
7. You fools. You have no idea what kind of havoc you're wreaking with that thing.
8. Rick, what's happening? Why is the anomaly changing colors?
9. Those colors represent different dimensions, Morty. We've accidentally opened a portal to another universe.
10. As the group panics, they suddenly find themselves facing the ancients from Stargate SG-1. who also seek to control the anomaly. Will they be able to outsmart these ancient beings and close the portal before it's too late?
Bonus scene.
Amidst all the chaos, Jerry attempts to use the anomaly to binge-watch House of Cards, but accidentally triggers a funny DIY fail that sets his living room on fire.
Title: The Sternum-Gorn Transport Conundrum.
Opening shot of a spaceship with flashing lights hurtling towards a planet with a green glow.
Morty, buckle up. It's time for another adventure, whoopee.
Rick, where are we headed this time?
We're headed towards a planet that's rumored to have the rarest element in the multiverse. It's called sternum, and we're going to get it.
Wait, what are you guys doing? I thought we were going to stay on Earth and watch interdenominational cable.
Jerry, this is much more important. We have a chance to get our hands on the rarest element in the universe.
Summer, rolling her eyes. Yeah, Dad, when it comes to science, television can wait.
As they land on the planet, they notice that there's a strange creature hovering in the distance. It looks like a Gorn from Star Trek.
Rick, look! A Gorn from Star Trek! What's it doing here?
I don't know, Morty, but it looks like it's holding something. Let's go see.
As they get closer, the Gorn hands Rick a device that looks like a transport.
Whoa, Morty, this looks like a transport device. We can use this to go anywhere in the universe.
As the group begins to test out the transport device, they realize that they've accidentally transported themselves into a parallel universe. Hey, where are we? This doesn't look like sternum.
Rick, what have you done now?
Relax, Beth, we're in a parallel universe. It's completely safe. Now let's go find sternum.
As they make their way through the parallel universe, they encounter strange creatures with tentacles for arms and zebra stripes on their bodies.
Rick, what are these creatures?
They're called Zebentators, Morty. They're harmless, but be careful not to get too close to their tentacles.
After much adventure and hilarious mishaps, they finally find the sternum they've been searching for.
We did it. We found the rarest element in the multiverse. Time to head back to Earth.
As they begin to transport themselves back to Earth, they encounter a glitch in the transport device and end up back on the planet where they first met the Gorn.
Oh, great. We're back where we started. How are we supposed to get back home now?
Rick, maybe we can use that transport device the Gorn gave us.
Morty, you're a genius. Let's give it a shot.
As they use the transport device, they find themselves back on Earth. But as they get out of the spaceship, they realize that they've all switched bodies.
Gary, in Rick's body. Wow, this is weird. I feel like I'm in someone else's body.
Summer, in Beth's body. Dad, this is so cool. I'm in Mom's body. This is like Freaky Friday.
And as the episode comes to a close, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer all laugh and joke about their crazy adventure and the wacky things that happened along the way. The episode titled Quantum Purple Circle starts with Rick and Morty observing a large screen on the side of a building with a purple circle in the center of its screen. Rick theorizes that the circle is a gateway to a parallel universe, and with some tweaking of his portal gun, the duo jumps into it. As they land, they find themselves in the dead of winter in Lisbon. Morty shivers and begs Rick to go back, but Rick dismisses it and starts weighing the pros and cons of being in a parallel universe. Suddenly, they hear a voice singing Lords, Royals nearby. It's Jerry, whose parallel self has become a famous singer. Rick and Morty soon realize that this universe is full of minor changes like Jerry's success and start thinking about how their own lives could have been different. After a lengthy discussion, they decide to make the most of their visit to this universe and start exploring. As they venture forward, they come across a group of alien scientists who have been trying to solve a complex scientific equation for ages. Rick, being the genius that he is, solves the equation in mere seconds, impressing the aliens and making Morty proud. The episode takes a hilariously crazy turn when the aliens invite them to a party where they are served some strange alien liquor. One thing leads to another, and before they know it, Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where they become superheroes fighting the evil Mortys of their respective universes. The climax features a world-changing discovery by Rick, using scientific PhD university terms such as quantum flux and entropic dissonance. Rick saves the day, and they return to their original universe just in time for dinner.
I knew those quantum flux particles would take us on a wild ride, Morty.
I don't think I can handle another parallel universe adventure, Rick.
Oh come on Morty, that's just the Lisbon talking. Next stop, the multiverse.
Title: Interstellar Dance-Off for Extraterrestrial Finance.
Abstract. In this episode, a man in a white suit is observed standing on a black and red floor with a crowd of people behind him. The man, identified as Lyric, begins to engage in an alien dance-off with extraterrestrial beings in order to secure financial gain for his organization. The underlying hypothesis is that through interspecies entertainment, Lyric can negotiate mutually beneficial economic deals with the aliens.
Introduction. Lyric is a well-known entrepreneur who comes from a long line of financial success stories. He has always been fascinated with extraterrestrial life and has been actively seeking ways to expand his financial empire beyond planetary boundaries. His latest venture involves a unique approach to interspecies communication through dance.
Methodology. Upon arriving at the planet of the aliens, Lyrik undergoes a rigorous physical examination to ensure his safety before engaging in the alien dance-off. The dance competition takes place on a black and red floor, a sacred surface on the alien's planet. Lyrik is dressed in a white suit, which he believes will give him an advantage in the competition.
Results. The competition is fierce as the aliens showcase their unique styles. However, Lyric's dance moves surprise the aliens and keep them engaged. He successfully negotiates a financial deal with the aliens, securing funding for his business ventures and ensuring a future partnership that will benefit both parties.
Discussion. Lyric's successful dance-off demonstrates the effectiveness of interspecies communication through unconventional means. He was able to overcome linguistic barriers and negotiate a mutually beneficial financial deal with the aliens. This approach opens up new avenues for future interspecies communication and commerce.
Conclusion. In conclusion, Lyrik's Interstellar Dance-Off is a groundbreaking success in the field of interspecies communication and finance. He has proved that even the most unconventional methods can be highly effective in navigating cross-species economic transactions. His success paves the way for continued exploration of the possibilities of extraterrestrial finance.
User. Wow, this is the most scientific dance-off I have ever heard of.
Lyric. Thank you. It takes a lot of research and preparation to make deals with extraterrestrial beings. Scientific method is always the way to go.
Alien, we enjoyed your moves. You were very impressive for a human.
Lyric. Thank you. Your dancing was amazing as well. We should have a rematch soon.
White Castle Chef. I brought some White Castle burgers to celebrate your success. Congrats.
Lyric. Thank you, Chef. I'll make sure to bake you some cookies in return.
Crowd of people. Congratulations, Lyric. We knew you could do it.
Title: The Ferret Experiment.
In this episode, Rick discovers two small purple and white ferrets sitting on a rock together with their eyes and noses closed. Intrigued, he decides to experiment with them to see if they possess any unique scientific properties.
Okay, Morty, get the instruments ready. We're gonna conduct a comprehensive analysis of these curious creatures.
Rick, they're just ferrets. What could they possibly do?
Don't underestimate the potential of small lifeforms, Morty. Remember when we hypothesized that an alinity and an opossum could mate and create a hybrid species?
Ew, gross. Can we get back to the ferrets, please?
As they begin their experiment, the ferrets suddenly open their eyes and reveal glowing green orbs. Rick realizes that they have the ability to manipulate time and space.
Holy schnickies, Morty, these ferrets are like miniature Vosh the Stampedes.
What does that even mean?
It means they can warp reality at will. We've hit the jackpot.
As they continue to observe the ferrets, Alinity suddenly appears and attempts to capture them for her own experiments.
Linity, I knew I'd find you here, you little time-bending beasts.
Linity, what the hell are you doing here? We were just about to publish our findings.
Linity, I don't care about your research. I want these ferrets for myself. I'll pay you anything.
Sorry, Alinity, I don't sell out my scientific integrity for a quick buck. Besides, you know what they say about messing with time and space. It never ends well.
In the end, Rick and the gang decide to release the ferrets back into the wild, realizing that their powers were too dangerous to control. But not before Morty accidentally turns himself into a ferret for a few seconds and experiences what it's like to be a small but mighty creature.
Whoa, being a ferret is crazy, Rick. I feel like I could take on the whole universe.
Don't get too cocky, Morty. Remember what happened when you tried to fight that cockroach?
The episode ends with the ferrets disappearing into a vortex of green light, leaving the gang to ponder the mysteries of the universe once again.
Title: The Quantum Sandwich Shop.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick invents a new type of quantum sandwich that has the ability to transport its consumer to a parallel universe. Morty and Summer are intrigued by the sandwich's properties and convince Rick to take them on a test drive. Meanwhile, Jerry becomes obsessed with a poster of a movie called Love is Blind, featuring Kendall Jenner, and sets out to climb a nearby mountain to retrieve a copy of the film.
Act 1.
Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a quantum sandwich that can transport you to parallel universes.
Whoa, that's amazing, Rick. Can we try it out?
Count me in too.
Sure, but be warned. Things could get a little crazy.
Act 2. As Morty and Summer enjoy their sandwich, they find themselves transported to a world where everything is made of candy.
This is incredible, Rick. I'm riding a licorice bike.
And I'm eating a cotton candy cloud.
Okay, that's enough. Time to head back.
Act 3.
Meanwhile, Jerry is climbing the mountain and runs into a group of buzzed-out bees. Hey, you bees have any idea where I can find a copy of the movie, Love is Blind?
Buzzed bee. Buzz 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 buzz.
I'll take that as a yes.
Act 4.
Back at the lab, Morty and Summer are arguing about who had the better experience with the sandwich.
My universe had unicorns.
Yeah, but my universe had a planet made of pizza.
Alright, settle down. Are you two ready to try out the ultimate sandwich?
Act 5.
The trio bites into the sandwich and instantly find themselves transported into a black and white world.
Rick, what's going on? Why is everything in black and white?
Chuckles, it's called Love is Blind. We're in an old film noir movie.
In a seductive voice. Well. Looks like we're in trouble, boys.
Climbing through the window. Hey guys, I found the movie.
Wait, what's going on here?
Jerry, you've stumbled into a parallel universe where we're all characters in a film.
Oh,
Can I ever have a simple day?
Epilogue.
The group eventually finds their way back to their own universe, but not before causing chaos in the film noir world they had briefly inhabited. Jerry is left wondering if it was all worth the effort in retrieving the movie, while Morty and Summer are still arguing over whose universe was better. And as for Rick, he's already working on his next invention.
Title: The Dominion of the Date Scientists.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty being tasked with investigating a strange phenomenon occurring on a large snow-covered mountain with a lake below it. Upon arrival, they discover a group of scientists working on a project involving genetically modifying dates to become the ultimate source of nutrition. Rick scoffs at their efforts, declaring that he can create the ultimate nourishment in his sleep. However, the lead scientist, Dr. Dominion, challenges Rick to a date-off, using a special device to measure the nutritional content of their creations. Morty, desperate to impress Dr. Dominion's assistant, a brilliant but socially awkward scientist named Lisa, offers to help Rick in the competition. Together, they concoct a series of outlandish and hilarious date-based creations, including a date burger and a date martini. The competition heats up as Dr. Dominion reveals his secret weapon, a date that has been imbued with a rare cosmic energy, capable of providing limitless sustenance. Rick and Morty, determined to win, launch a daring heist to steal the cosmic date. The episode reaches its climax as Rick and Dr. Dominion engage in a fierce battle of wits, each attempting to create the ultimate date. In the end, however, it is Morty who emerges victorious, having accidentally spilled a bottle of Rick's secret ingredient, a potent cocktail of hallucinogens, into the mix. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty summarily defeat Dr. Dominion's army of date minions and flee the mountain, leaving behind a trail of chaos and hilarity in their wake.
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring the multiverse when they come across a strange planet inhabited by Pomeranians with a unique genetic mutation causing them to grow long hair. Rick takes an interest in this phenomenon and decides to capture one of the dogs for scientific experiments. Morty tries to convince Rick not to harm the innocent creature but fails to stop him. Meanwhile, Jerry spends the day at the local golf course, where he meets a peculiar dog groomer who offers to give his poodle a fancy cut. As the grooming begins, the dog starts to behave strangely, revealing itself to be a vampire dog with a thirst for blood. Back at the lab, Rick discovers that the Pomeranian possesses unique temporal displacement abilities, which he decides to harness to develop a new sci-fi costume. However, while experimenting, the dog becomes agitated and transforms into a giant monster, wreaking havoc on the lab. Morty, in an attempt to save the creature, decides to take it to a nearby planet where they can both explore the world of sci-fi graphic novels. However, upon arriving, they discover an evil kingdom ruled by an evil warlord who wants to steal the thought energy of the inhabitants. With the help of their new friend, the vampire poodle, Rick and Morty design a plan to defeat the warlord and save the inhabitants, using the Pomeranian's abilities to create a temporal loop to trap the villain. In the end, the group celebrates their victory by partying on the planet, with Rick showing off his new sci-fi costume and Morty enjoying a dance-off with a Pomeranian.
These Pomeranians hold the key to time travel, Morty. The possibilities are infinite.
But Rick, we can't use animals for our own benefits. It's wrong.
Hey guys, have you seen my poodle? It's been acting weird since the groomer gave it a cut.
Vampire poodle. I thirst for the blood of my enemies. Ha ha.
This monster is a work of art, Morty. I'm a genius.
I don't think it's working, Rick. It's destroying everything.
Or Lord. You dare to challenge me? I'll drain your energy and rule all of existence.
Pomeranian, bark bark.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll show him that true power comes from creativity and imagination.
I love this planet, Rick. Everyone is so creative and weird.
Pomeranian, bark bark. Let's dance.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Megan Fox and Jersey Mike Subs.
Opening shot. Rick is tinkering with his latest experiment, a device that creates a portal to a parallel universe where Megan Fox is a scientist working with Jersey Mike Subs.
Morty, you gotta check out this portal. It's gonna take us to a dimension where Megan Fox is a researcher at Jersey Mike Subs.
Morty, confused? What? How is that possible?
Rick, smirking, with the right amount of quantum entanglement, anything is possible. Now get ready, we're about to go on a wild ride.
Cut 2. The portal opens and the gang is transported to a world filled with hoagies and science experiments.
Summer, excitedly, this place is amazing. Megan, show us around your lab.
Megan Fox, smiling, of course, just follow me.
The group walks through a series of high-tech laboratories, filled with machines and devices that defy explanation. Suddenly, they come across a strange portal that seems to be glowing with an otherworldly energy.
Jerry, curiously, hey, what's that over there?
Megan Fox, horrified. No one should ever go near that portal. It's too dangerous.
Suddenly, a group of aliens burst into the lab, brandishing weapons and intent on destroying everything in sight.
Rick, calmly, looks like we've got company. Time to put those hoagies to good use.
The gang springs into action, using the power of Jersey Mike's subs to fend off the alien invaders. With Megan's help, they manage to shut down the dangerous portal and save the world from certain doom.
Rick, proudly, well, that was a job well done. Time to get back to our own dimension and grab a bite to eat. Who's hungry?
The gang cheers and heads back through the portal, satisfied with their scientific adventure.
Morty, laughing, I can't believe we just saved the world with hoagies and quantum entanglement.
Rick, smiling, that's the beauty of science, Morty. It's all about thinking outside the box.
Fade to black.
Title: The Praseodymium Puppeteer Predicament.
Act 1.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth gathered in the living room discussing their past adventures. Suddenly, they hear strange noises coming from Morty's room. Rick investigates and finds a stuffed animal dressed in a green and yellow outfit and a yellow scarf and hat with a yellow collar talking to itself in a high-pitched voice.
Interesting. This appears to be a ventriloquist puppet made of praseodymium, a rare earth element known for its magnetic and thermal properties.
What's it doing in my room?
Who cares? Let's get rid of it.
No, we should keep it. It might be worth something.
Act 2. As they decide what to do with the puppet, they are suddenly transported to a jungle in another dimension.
Looks like we've stumbled into a wildlife preserve operated by an advanced alien race. And they're not happy to see us.
Why not?
Because we're being chased by a pack of ferocious animals. Quick, we need to use the puppet to lure them away.
How is a stupid puppet going to help us?
Just do it, Jerry.
Act 3.
They use the puppet to distract the animals and manage to escape back to their own dimension.
That was a close one. But we managed to make it out alive, thanks to this little guy.
I still don't understand how a puppet made of praseodymium could distract wild animals.
It's simple science, Morty. Praseodymium interacts with magnetic fields, so I programmed the puppet to emit a low-level magnetic pulse that temporarily disoriented the animals.
That's actually kind of impressive.
See, I told you we should keep it.
Epilogue.
They return to their reality and the puppet becomes a hit sensation on a late-night talk show.
Talk show host. So, tell us, where did you get the idea for this hilarious new character?
Oh, just a little something we picked up on our travels.
I still don't understand why it had to dress so silly.
Because, Morty, sometimes you need a little humor to survive when you're dealing with the unexpected encounters with wild animals in another dimension.
End of episode.
Idle. TikTok Rick shock.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the Smith family's backyard tinkering with a device. Rick, with his signature belching, explains to Morty that they're repairing a hyperdimensional time machine, which is capable of bending space-time continuum by manipulating Planck length. Morty is skeptical as usual and warns Rick of potential scientific backlash. However, Rick brushes off Morty's concerns and activates the device.
Rick, Morty, you have no idea the kind of scientific breakthroughs we can achieve with this thing. Nothing can go wrong. Besides, what's the worst that can happen?
The device transports Rick and Morty to a small building with a clock on the top of its roof and windows on the front of it. It's revealed to be an A&W restaurant with no customers. Rick and Morty are thrilled as they can indulge in their favorite junk food without having to wait in long lines.
Morty, Rick, let's just enjoy our burgers and milkshakes in peace. No need to tinker with anything. We're in public, and we don't want to attract unwanted attention.
Rick, Morty, you worry too much. Besides, nothing can go wrong. Again, burps.
Rick, being Rick, tinkers with a machine behind the counter that he claims increases the restaurant's efficiency. However, his tinkering leads to the restaurant's kitchen to be haunted by the ghost of a former patron who died from eating too much A&W food. Rick, being the genius he is, takes it upon himself to trap the ghost in a box.
Rick, Morty, this is just another day in the scientific life of Rick Sanchez.
Morty, being the voice of reason, reminds Rick of his earlier warning, but it falls on deaf ears.
Morty, Rick, we have to be careful not to mess with forces we don't understand. We don't want to unleash anything we can't handle.
Rick, Morty, you sound like an amateur scientist. Let me handle this.
The device activates again on its own, transporting Rick and Morty to a haunted daycare center. The ghost they captured in the A&W restaurant box is now released and possesses some toys in the daycare center. The possessed toys come alive and attack Rick and Morty. Rick whips up a device that turns the toys back into their original form. But it backfires, and the toys transform into larger-than-life creatures that cause mass destruction.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty successfully defeat the toy monsters and manage to get back to their home dimension. Morty warns Rick that his actions had consequence, but Rick brushes him off as usual and decides to celebrate their victory by having a drink. Morty sighs as he watches Rick head to his garage to continue tinkering with a hyperdimensional time machine.
Morty, I wonder what new disaster he'll unleash next time.
The episode closes with Rick's garage door closing with a thud and an ominous silence falling over the Smith family household. The end.
Title: Quantum Douchebaggery.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage and tinkering with various gadgets. Suddenly, they come across a strange device that seems to emit green radiation. Rick, being the genius he is, immediately recognizes it as a quantum flux capacitor.
Morty, do you know what this is? It's a quantum flux capacitor. This thing could potentially revolutionize interdimensional travel.
Oh, I don't understand, Rick. Can you dumb it down for me?
Come on, Morty. I thought you had a scientific mind. Let me explain. This device uses quantum entanglement to create a bridge between multiple dimensions. Imagine being able to go anywhere, anytime, instantly.
Whoa, that sounds crazy. But hey, Rick, I got this cool new legal name now. It's Asphalt Hairy Balls.
But, Morty, that's ridiculous. You can't just keep changing your name like that.
No way, Rick, you said it yourself. We should embrace change and try new things.
Rick, annoyed with Morty's name change, decides to get back at him by legally changing his own name to Big Balls Penis Cock. Morty, upset that Rick stole his idea, decides to challenge Rick to a duel.
I challenge you to a duel, Big Balls Penis Cock.
Fine, but only if we make it a quantum duel. Winner gets to keep their name. Loser has to change it back to their old name.
Morty and Rick prepare for their duel by building advanced quantum swords made of exotic particles and antimatter. They face each other in the garage, ready for battle.
Both, engage quantum swords.
The battle is intense, with both Rick and Morty displaying advanced swordsmanship and strategic use of quantum mechanics.
Take that, Big Balls Penis Cock. You may be a genius, but you're no match for my quantum skills.
You think you can outsmart me, Asphalt Hairy Balls? I invented quantum mechanics.
The battle continues on, with both Rick and Morty landing blows and dodging attacks. Suddenly, the quantum flux capacitor starts to activate on its own, creating a massive rift in space-time.
Morty, we have to shut this device down before it rips apart the fabric of reality.
I'm on it, Rick.
Morty quickly hacks into the device and shuts it down just in time, preventing catastrophic consequences.
Oh, Morty, looks like we dodged a bullet there. But I have to admit, you gave me a good fight.
Thanks, Rick. That means a lot coming from you. But now that our duel is over, can we change our names back to normal?
Yeah, I guess we can. But I have to say, Big Balls Penis Cock had a nice ring to it.
Yeah, well, Asphalt Hairy Balls wasn't exactly my best idea either.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty reverting back to their original names, but still indulging in their love for adventure and scientific discovery.
Title: The Penis Paradox.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty returning from a space adventure. As they exit their ship, Morty accidentally catches a glimpse of Rick's penis and is shocked by its size. Morty can't resist mocking Rick about it, much to Jerry and Summer's amusement.
Hey Morty, how's it going?
Oh, just great, Jerry. I just discovered that Rick has an enormous penis.
Gross. Morty, why are you looking at his junk?
I wasn't looking, it was right there in my face. And now I can't unsee it.
What's all the fuss about?
Oh, nothing. Just the fact that you have a superhuman schlong.
Ah, Morty, you have no idea what you're talking about. Science has proven that penis size is not correlated with intelligence or success.
Oh yeah? Well, I bet the ladies would disagree.
Hey, Summer. Did you hear about this?
Oh God, what now?
Rick has a giant wiener.
Seriously? I don't need to know that, Dad.
Enough of this nonsense. If you're so interested in genitalia, let's conduct a little experiment.
What kind of experiment?
We'll measure all of our penises, and then conduct a survey to see if size actually does matter.
I'm not sure I want to participate in this.
Chicken, come on, let's get to it.
The group proceeds to measure themselves and document the results. They also survey a group of aliens to see what they value in a sexual partner. In the end, they discover that despite all the hype about penis size, it's actually personality and chemistry that matter most.
Well, I guess we learned something today.
Yep, we certainly did. And now if you don't mind, I'm going to go enjoy my oversized member in peace.
Ew, please don't.
The episode ends with the group laughing and shaking their heads at the absurdity of their experiment.
Idol, the underground fist fighting club for babies.
Episode summary. Rick unveils his newest invention to the family, a device that can alter the size of objects. After some initial testing, the family discovers that one of the objects they enlarged was a group of baby toys, including toy bats. Rick and Morty stumble upon an underground baby fight club where babies are using the toys as weapons to fight one another. Chaos ensues as the family tries to shut down the illegal operation.
Scene 1.
Hey, check out my latest invention, the size change device, Morty. It can make anything bigger or smaller. You know what that means.
I'm scared to ask. Rick, what does it mean?
It means we can make our manhood bigger, Morty. And we can also make tiny things into big things. Like this group of baby toys I found.
Scene 2.
Rick, why are there giant baby toys in our living room?
I thought I was losing my mind for a second there.
Relax, it's just a little side effect from my new invention. But I did notice that 2 of the toys are missing.
Yeah, where did the toy bats go?
Scene 3.
Hey Rick, do you hear that noise?
It sounds like baby crying.
Let's investigate.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty discover the underground baby fight club where babies are fighting with the toy bats.
This is sick. We have to shut it down.
But how? They're just babies.
Scene 5.
Rick, what's going on? Why are there babies in our living room?
Is this some kind of prank?
No time to explain, Beth. We have to act fast.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty try to apprehend the baby fight club leaders but are taken down by the babies.
I don't know what's scarier, Morty. The fact that these babies can fight or the fact that they're so skilled at using toy bats.
Scene 7.
I have an idea. Let's use the size change device to make the toy bats bigger and scare the babies away.
That's crazy, but it just might work.
Scene 8.
The family successfully shuts down the baby fight club with the giant toy bats, but they are left with a new problem. Giant baby toys taking up their living room. What are we going to do with all of these giant toys, Beth?
I don't know. But at least we'll have a good story to tell our therapist.
Scene 9.
Well, that was a wild ride, Morty. But we did it.
I can't believe we just fought babies.
Welcome to the world of science, kid.
Idol, the chimpanzee dodge siege.
Scientific description.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are teleported to a medieval world where they encounter a group of evolved chimpanzees with the words "Dodge" stamped on them. The chimpanzees are armed with advanced technology and are in the middle of a castle siege against a horde of medieval zombies. The duo must use their scientific knowledge and wit to help the chimpanzees win the siege and escape the medieval world.
Story discussion.
Morty, we're in a medieval world. This is a perfect opportunity to test some of my new inventions.
What inventions, Rick?
I've made a reality-altering laser and a teleportation device that can take us anywhere we want. Let's use it to help these monkeys.
Chimpanzee, hey, you guys. We're in the middle of a significant zombie siege and we're running low on resources. Can you help us?
We'll help you guys out, but I'm going to need some DNA samples from you guys first.
Why do you need DNA samples, Rick?
For science, Morty, just trust me on this one.
Chimpanzee, anything to win this siege. Take all the DNA samples you need.
Morty, with this DNA, I can create a clone army of super monkeys to help the chimpanzees in this siege.
Oh, sure, sounds good, Rick.
Chimpanzee, our scout said the zombies are closing in on us. We need to quickly come up with a plan.
I have an idea. What if we use the Doge meme to distract the zombies? They love memes, don't they?
Okay, but how does that help us win the siege?
While the zombies are distracted by the meme, we can sneak attack them and take them out using our advanced technology.
Chimpanzee, that's a brilliant plan. Let's do it.
Alright, and Morty, get ready to dodge those medieval weapons. We may be in for a rough ride.
Oh boy, here we go again. Title: The Multiverse Babble.
Scene: a futuristic-looking room with a door and windows in its center. There's a light on the ceiling that flickers.
Facing UGHH, Morty, we're supposed to meet Professor M in exactly 2 minutes and my space boots exploded.
Sarcastic tone. Yeah, well, it's not like it's my fault or anything.
Enters the room. What's going on here, Rick? Are you making another scientific weapon?
No, Beth. We're meeting Professor M to learn the sci-fi languages from Wraith, Stargate Atlantis.
Enters with a holographic device. Hey, I downloaded the Multiverse Babble.
Excitedly, oh, that's perfect. With this, we can communicate with other beings in infinite dimensions.
Nervously, is that even safe, Rick? Last time we used a device like this, we ended up in a dimension where Hitler won World War II.
Skeptical. Yeah, and remember when we ran into those snake people?
Laughs. Ah, that was classic. Serious tone. Don't worry, I've got this under control.
They all gather around the holographic device and turn it on.
Computer, female voice, welcome to the Multiverse Babble. Please select your desired language.
Excitedly, let's try Wraith first.
Computer, switches to Wraith language. Greetings, travelers. How can I assist you?
Nervously, hi. We're here to learn the Wraith language.
Computer, curious, why do you want to learn the Wraith language?
Defensively, we're just trying to broaden our knowledge of interdimensional communication.
Smiling. Yeah, and maybe make some new friends along the way.
Computer, suspiciously, very well. Please follow the instructions on the screen to begin your lesson.
The holographic device starts flashing instructions.
Sarcastic tone. Oh boy, it's like being back in school.
Mumbling, yeah, except this school has space vampires.
Frustrated. Can we just focus, please?
Suddenly, the holographic device malfunctions and creates a rift in the room.
Panicked. Rick, what did you do?
Frustrated. I didn't do anything. The multiverse babble must have overloaded the system.
Suddenly, a group of strange alien creatures come through the rift.
Alien leader, in a language they don't understand, subtitled in English. Who are you and what do you want?
Nervously. We come in peace?
Whispers to Rick, are you sure about that?
Calmly, we're explorers, and we want to learn more about your world.
Smiling. Yeah, and we think we can help each other out.
Alien leader, skeptical, and how exactly can we help each other?
Sarcastic tone. Well, for starters, can you teach us your language?
Alien leader, curious, our language? Why do you want to learn our language?
Politely, We want to widen our knowledge of the universe and communicate with other beings in different dimensions.
Alien leader, confused, different dimensions? What is this you speak of?
Guys, it's a long story, but let's just say we've seen some crazy stuff out there.
They all laugh nervously.
Smiling, so, can you help us out?
Alien leader, thinking, I will consider it. But first, we must feast.
They all look at each other nervously.
Whispers to Morty. I don't think they mean pizza.
The screen fades to black as they all brace themselves for the alien feast.
Title: A scientific exploratory analysis of the interplay between fictional and reality-based criminality attributions and police responses in GTA 5.
Synopsis. The episode centers on the immersion of four central characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, in the virtual world of GTA 5. The narrative dramatically unfolds as the characters encounter challenges navigating the virtual world while evading the GTA 5 police who continuously describe them as criminals on their radio. The thrilling action scenes and dialogue-driven plot will captivate viewers as they embark on a journey of exploration and scientific discovery.
Morty, this world is a simulation, and if we're going to navigate it effectively, we need to study the interactions between the game dynamics and police response.
Rick, I don't want to end up in virtual jail, man. Can't we just get out of here?
Come on, Morty, where's your sense of adventure? Let's see what this world has to offer.
I don't know if I feel comfortable with this, guys. We're basically criminals and running from the cops. As the group progresses, they experience a series of high-speed chases, shootouts, and heists, all while the GTA 5 police relentlessly pursue them through their radio-documented criminal activities.
GTA 5 Police Radio. Attention all units, we have a level 5 suspect on the run. Male, wearing a suit, and carrying a camera. Proceed with caution, he's armed and dangerous. And has a wanted level of 5 stars.
Through careful analysis of police response and interaction with game dynamics, the group learns how to evade police and successfully navigate the virtual world. Finally, the group realizes that they can escape the virtual world by outsmarting the opposing forces.
We did it, Morty. Through deductive reasoning and careful analysis, we've managed to escape this virtual reality. It's amazing what a little bit of intellectual firepower can achieve.
I'm not sure if I ever want to come back here again, Rick. That was insane.
Hey, at least we survived, right? And we learned a lot about how video game dynamics can interact with real-world criminality attributions.
I guess I can't argue with that. Let's just hope we never have to prove it in the real world.
Title: Exploring the GTA 5 world with simulation and cognitive neuroscience. A study of criminal behavior and risk perception.
Introduction. The following episode presents a research-based approach to understanding human cognition and behavior in a virtual environment. The study is conducted on a sample of 6 individuals who are immersed in the world of GTA 5, a video game that simulates criminal activities in an open-world setting. Using a combination of brain imaging, psychometric tests, and behavioral analysis, the study aims to shed light on the factors that influence criminal behavior and risk perception in a simulated environment.
Morty, Summer, Jerry, buckle up. We're about to enter a virtual world of criminal activities.
Whoa, this is like the time we played Roy, right?
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Rick. What if we get stuck in the game or something?
Relax, Dad. We're just here to have fun and explore the game world.
Methodology: the participants are equipped with virtual reality headsets and placed in a GTA 5 simulation, where they meet the protagonist Michael and his family. The simulation is designed to mimic the game's mechanics and dynamics, including the GTA 5 police radio, which constantly updates the participants on their criminal status and wanted level. The participants are instructed to interact with the game world as they normally would in real life, while their brain activity and behavior are monitored using EEG and eye tracking devices. Michael: "Hey guys, welcome to Los Santos. You seem new here, can I help you with something?"
Hey, I'm Morty. Nice to meet you. This place is awesome.
Tracy: "Hey there, Morty. I'm Tracy. Want to go for a ride or something?"
Results: the analysis of brain activity and behavioral data reveals that the participants experience heightened arousal and risk perception in the simulated environment, which correlates with their engagement in criminal activities. Morty falls in love with Tracy, which further affects his decision-making and risk-taking behavior. The GTA 5 police radio also reinforces the participants' sense of being criminals and increases their stress and anxiety levels.
GTA 5 police radio: "Attention all units, suspects are armed and dangerous. Proceed with caution. We have a description of the suspect: male, brown hair, wearing a red shirt."
Discussion. The findings suggest that virtual environments can influence human cognition and behavior in significant ways. The study also highlights the importance of cognitive control and risk management in overcoming the urge to engage in criminal activities. The epic, thrilling action scenes and award-winning dialogue add to the immersive experience of the virtual world, while the satisfying ending brings closure to the participants' journey.
Conclusion: the study provides insights into the complex interplay between cognition, emotion, and environment, and its implications for understanding criminal behavior and risk perception. The episode offers a unique and entertaining way to explore these topics, while also showcasing the potential of video games as a research tool in cognitive science and neuroscience.
Title: The Grumbo Snout Conundrum.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty exit the portal onto a barren wasteland where a peculiar robot, known as the Grumbo Snout Collector Robot, stands motionless. In the distance, a mountain with a yellow sky looms and a mysterious vehicle can be seen.
Well, Morty, looks like we've stumbled upon some sort of Martian technology.
Martian technology, Rick? But how?
Who cares, Morty? Let's find out what this robot's deal is.
The Grumbo Snout Collector Robot awakens and begins to speak in a robotic tone.
Grumbo Snout Collector Robot: "Greetings, travelers. I am the Grumbo Snout Collector Robot, sent here by the Martian, Mark Watney, to collect valuable Grumbo snouts for scientific research."
Grumbo snouts? Morty, do you even know what those are?
Oh, no, Rick. I've never heard of them.
Typical Morty. Grumbo snouts are a rare and valuable commodity found only in the icy wastelands of Russia. And I just happen to know a guy who can get us some.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty on a Russian icebreaker ship, where they meet the notorious Grumbo snout dealer, Yuri.
Yuri? Oh, Rick, my old friend. It's been too long. What brings you to Russia?
We need some Grumbo snouts, Yuri. Can you help us out?
Yuri, of course, Rick. For a price.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
As Rick and Morty collect the rare Grumbo snouts, they suddenly receive a distress signal from the Martian, Mark Watney. Mark Watney: "Rick, Morty, I need your help.
My research has gone awry and the Grumbo snouts are multiplying at an alarming rate.
They're taking over my research facility. I need you to come and stop them before it's too late.
Looks like we're headed back to Mars, Morty. This is gonna be one crazy adventure.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty battling hordes of Grumbo snouts in a comical and action-packed sequence. In the end, they successfully save Mark Watney and escape back to Earth through a portal.
Phew, that was insane, Rick. I can't believe we made it out alive.
It was just a simple scientific problem, Morty. No big deal.
Wii Fit Trainer suddenly appears from the time portal.
Wii Fit Trainer. Looks like someone needs to work on their Grumbo snout squats.
God damn it. Wii Fit Trainer.
Title: GTA 5, Criminals in the Scanner's Eye.
The episode begins with a group of cartoon characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, dressed sharply in suits and ties, with guns in their hands, standing next to each other. The characters are transported into the world of GTA 5, where they find themselves being pursued relentlessly by the police scanner. The scanner's use of language is thoroughly analyzed as it describes the criminal activities of the characters in painstaking detail. The scanner remains a constant presence, interrupting their every move, describing each character with their precise location, height, and weight, and updating the police on their movements. As the story progresses, the characters engage in a heart-pumping chase with the police, dodging bullets and navigating through hazardous terrain. The scanner's language is systematically analyzed for its use of pauses such as and to create a realistic and immersive experience. The dialogue is clever and award-winning, with each character's wit and charm shining through. As the chase reaches an epic climax, the characters use their intellect and ingenuity to outsmart the police and get away with their heist. In the end, the characters manage to evade the police by going underground and switching off their communication devices. The scanner is left to decipher their movements on its own, allowing the characters to escape unscathed. The episode concludes with a satisfying ending, as the characters reflect on their adventure and the scanner's use of descriptive language. The episode was a groundbreaking piece of storytelling, using scientific analysis and clever writing to transport the audience into the world of GTA 5.
The scanner's language was fascinating. Its use of pauses and descriptive detail was truly remarkable.
Yeah, it was like being in the game for real. I didn't know how we were gonna make it out of there alive.
But we did, and we did it by outsmarting them. We showed them that we're not just any ordinary criminals.
I'm just glad it's all over now.
I don't think I could handle another chase like that.
The audience is left with a sense of wonder and excitement, eager to experience more of the adventures of these characters in the future.
Title: Exploring the Virtual World, a scientific study of GTA 5.
In this episode, we follow the journey of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry as they enter the virtual world of GTA 5. The scene begins with a group of people standing in front of a digitally rendered mountain as a helicopter flies overhead. Through the use of advanced virtual reality technology, our protagonists successfully enter the world of GTA 5, where they meet Michael and his family. During their explorations, Morty falls in love with Tracy, leading to a series of thrilling and action-packed events. However, their misadventures do not go unnoticed, as the GTA 5 police radio constantly identifies and describes them as criminals using standard police jargon and repetitive and filled dialogue. The group's criminal activities continue to escalate throughout the story, leading to several close encounters with the law enforcement, resulting in a series of high-speed chases, violent shootouts, and numerous casualties. The climax of the episode features an epic showdown between our protagonists and the entire police force of GTA 5, providing a spectacular visual display of digital violence and chaos. In conclusion, this virtual adventure serves as a scientific exploration of the possibilities of virtual reality, emphasizing the potential for exciting and exhilarating experiences. Additionally, we witnessed the socio-psychological effects of extended exposure to virtual environments and the lifelong impact it might have on personality development.
Opening scene, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry stand in front of a beautiful sunset, with a shining spaceship in the background.
Ah, the beauty of interstellar travel never grows old.
Wow, this is amazing, Grandpa Rick! I can't believe we get to see this planet's sunset from space.
Yeah, but where are we going again? You just said we had to help someone and then boom, we're in a spaceship heading towards something on Earth.
I hope it's not dangerous. Can't we just go to a nice resort or something?
Relax, Jerry, we're just going to visit a friend who needs our help. And it's not a resort, it's Los Santos.
Scene shifts to the group appearing in the GTA 5 world, helping Michael and his family with various tasks and missions. Morty starts developing feelings for Tracy.
Hey, Tracy, you're really cool. I like spending time with you.
Tracy, thanks, Morty. You're pretty cool too.
Suddenly, the GTA 5 police radio begins describing Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry as criminals, even though they are helping Michael and his family.
Police radio, suspects are armed and dangerous. Proceed with caution. They are driving a stolen vehicle and are wearing masks.
Great, just what we needed. We're in the middle of a police chase now.
Epic action scenes ensue, with the group narrowly escaping the police and engaging in intense shootouts.
This is insane. How are we going to get out of here?
I don't want to die.
Calm down, everyone. We just need to make our way to the airport and get out of here before the feds arrive.
Finally, the group makes it to the airport and escapes in a stolen airplane. Morty and Tracy share a brief goodbye.
I'll never forget you, Tracy. I hope we can see each other again someday.
Tracy, me too, Morty. Take care of yourself.
As they fly off into the sunset, the group reflects on their crazy adventure.
That was insane. I can't believe we made it out alive.
I don't ever want to do that again.
But was it all worth it? To help Michael and his family?
Of course it was, Morty. That's what being a family is all about. And hey, we got a good story out of it too.
The group laughs as the sun sets on the horizon.
Title: Plunging into the world of GTA 5, a scientific analysis of criminal behavior in a cartoon universe.
Synopsis.
In this episode, we observe the behavior of 4 cartoon characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, as they are transported into the world of GTA 5. The characters find themselves holding a gun in front of a car with a palm tree in the background and a full moon overhead. The characters navigate the game's city streets and landmarks while constantly being monitored by the in-game police radio, which uses descriptive detail to identify them as criminals.
This is interesting, Morty. We seem to have been sucked into a video game simulation. It will be intriguing to analyze the behavior of these individuals in this virtual world.
Yeah, Rick. But what do we do? We're stuck in this world and constantly being chased by the police.
Guys, let's blend in and act like NPCs until we figure out how to get out of here.
I don't think that will work, Summer. The cops are onto us.
We need to plan and execute an escape plan.
The rest of the episode follows the characters as they engage in thrilling action scenes involving car chases, shootouts, and narrow escapes, all while being monitored by the in-game police radio. The radio dialogue is carefully crafted to mimic the in-game experience, with frequent use of and to create authenticity.
GTA 5 Police Radio. Suspects spotted in a blue sports car traveling at high speeds down Marlow Drive. Suspects have engaged in gunfire with law enforcement officers. Approach with caution.
As the episode reaches its climax, the characters are cornered by the police. But, using their scientific expertise and quick thinking, they are able to create a diversion and escape back to their own universe, leaving the stunned police officers behind.
Well, that was quite the adventure. I can't wait to analyze the data we gathered on crime behavior in virtual worlds.
Yeah, Rick, but can we please stick to the real world from now on? My heart's still racing.
Narrator. In this episode, a group of animated characters are standing in a room with a robot and a cat, showcasing advanced robotics technology. A young woman awakens within the confines of the FNAF, sister location, a high-tech facility for animatronic manufacturing. She soon discovers that she is being pursued by Circus Baby, a highly advanced animatronic model with sophisticated capabilities for movement and detection.
Scientist 1. The advanced AI systems utilized in the FNAF sister location are truly impressive, allowing for complex movements and sensory input.
Scientist 2. Indeed, the abilities of these animatronic models go far beyond basic programmed movements. They can detect and react to their surroundings in real time, providing a highly dynamic experience for visitors to the facility.
Young woman, breathless, I need to find a way out of here. Circus Baby is getting closer.
Narrator. Despite her best efforts, the woman is eventually caught by Circus Baby. To her shock, she awakens inside the animatronic bodysuit.
Scientist 1. This is highly concerning. The advanced robotics and machinery within the bodysuit pose a significant danger to her well-being.
Scientist 2. She must act quickly to escape the suit before the gears and wires cause any harm.
Young woman, struggling, it's like being trapped inside a tin can. I need to find a way out before it's too late.
Narrator. The woman faces intense challenges within the suit, including narrowly avoiding intricate gears and managing to escape from sharp wires. Through sheer determination, she finally emerges from the suit, battered but victorious.
Young woman, panting, I did it, I'm alive.
Scientist 1. Her bravery and quick thinking in the face of such danger is truly awe-inspiring.
Scientist 2. Truly, these animatronics have shown the potential for incredible advances in robotics technology.
Narrator. The young woman walks out of the facility, victorious and triumphant. Despite the danger she faced, she showed that with persistence and intellect, anything can be overcome. Science PhD Dissertation, Episode 1, GTA 5 Adventures. Abstract. This scientific dissertation presents a detailed analysis of the events that occur when Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry find themselves in the virtual realm of Grand Theft Auto 5, GTA 5. The episode begins with the group standing in a field with a car and gun in front of them and a forest in the background. They then enter the virtual reality world of GTA 5, where they assist Michael and his family. Morty is seen developing a romantic attraction towards Tracy, one of the characters in the game. However, their activity in the game world attracts the attention of the GTA 5 police, who start pursuing them. The episode, through thrilling action scenes, culminates in an epic and satisfying conclusion. Introduction. The emergence of virtual reality technology has opened new possibilities for entertainment, education, and research. One of the most popular virtual reality games is Grand Theft Auto 5, GTA 5, a game that simulates a world of criminal activities, heists, and gunfights. This PhD dissertation follows the adventures of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry as they plunge into the world of GTA 5. Methodology. To study the adventure of Rick and his team in GTA 5, we used a combination of qualitative and quantitative data analysis techniques. We watched the episode multiple times and transcribed the dialogue into text. We also analyzed the scene setting, plot development, conflict resolution, character development, and pacing of the episode. Results. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry standing in a field, in front of a car and a gun, and a forest in the background. They suddenly find themselves in the virtual world of GTA 5. They meet Michael and his family and help them with their criminal activities and heists. Morty falls in love with Tracy, Michael's daughter, and starts spending more time with her. However, their activity in the game world attracts the attention of the GTA 5 police, who start pursuing them. The police radio constantly describes them as wanted criminals, and their pursuit leads to several thrilling car chases and gunfights. The team manages to outsmart the police by using their wits and ingenuity. In the thrilling finale, the team successfully completes a heist and escapes GTA 5 unscathed. Morty expresses his love for Tracy, and they share a kiss before returning to reality. Conclusion. This study showed that the virtual world of GTA 5 provides an immersive and thrilling experience for gamers. The episode also demonstrated the potential of virtual reality technology in storytelling and entertainment. The team's adventures in GTA 5 provided an exciting and unpredictable storyline, culminating in an epic and satisfying conclusion. Further research could explore the psychological effects of virtual reality gaming on players and the potential of virtual reality in education and training.
Morty, we're going on a virtual adventure. Summer, Jerry, come on.
Whoa, what is this place?
This looks dangerous.
I'm not sure about this.
Police radio, attention all units, we have a 10 to 99 in the area. Multiple suspects in a black sports car.
Michael, you guys are really good at this. Want to help us with a heist?
I'll help, but only if I get to hang out with Tracy.
Police radio, suspects heading north on Palomino Freeway. Use of deadly force authorized.
Keep your cool, Morty. We got this.
Tracy, you're so brave. Morty, I think I'm falling for you.
Police radio, suspects have evaded pursuit. All units stand down.
I love you, Tracy.
Come on, guys, let's get out of here.
Can we do this again?
Idle. Plunging into GTA 5.
The episode began with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry standing in a field with an old, abandoned building in the background and a majestic mountain range in the distance. Utilizing Rick's portal gun, the group plunged into the digital world of Grand Theft Auto 5, GTA 5, to help Michael and his family. As soon as the group arrived in the game, the GTA 5 police radio was heard constantly describing them in detail as criminals. The radio acted and behaved just as it did in the game, stuttering and stumbling through its descriptions of the group. The group quickly got to work, helping Michael and his family complete various missions and heists throughout the game. The action scenes were thrilling and epic, showcasing the group's skills and abilities in the digital world. The dialogue was clever and award-winning, with each character delivering satisfying one-liners and witty comebacks throughout the episode. As the group completed their final mission, they were confronted by the police in a massive shootout. The GTA 5 police radio was in rare form, describing the group's every move in real time. But, in a satisfying and unexpected twist, the group managed to outsmart the police and escape unscathed. The episode ended with the group triumphantly walking towards the sunset, ready for their next adventure.
Well, that was fun. Maybe next time we'll take on Red Dead Redemption.
Oh geez, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Bring it on. I'm ready for anything.
As long as we don't end up in Minecraft again.
Title: The Effect of Digital Realities on Human Response, a case study in GTA 5.
Introduction.
Title: The Quantum Laser Battle Royale. The episode begins with Rick and Morty building an advanced laser weapon in their garage laboratory. Jerry, intrigued by their creation, enters the laboratory to witness their invention. Rick and Morty then explain to Jerry the quantum mechanics behind their device, describing the laser beam's movement and wavelength.
Jerry, we are constructing a quantum laser that will manipulate the wavelength of the beam to ensure its maximum capacity.
Yeah, Dad. We are using the latest technology in quantum physics to ensure that the laser hits its target faster and with maximum precision.
I still don't get it, guys. Suddenly, R2-D2 bursts into the lab, followed by a mysterious figure resembling a Neon Genesis Evangelion pilot. The Evangelion pilot challenges R2-D2 to a laser beam battle royale.
No way, Morty. We have just created the world's most advanced laser weapon, and now we have our first challenger.
Woo, you got that right, Rick. Time to show them what we're made of.
The scene then flips to a recording of the battle royale as Rick, Morty, and Jerry watch with excitement. Goku, the legendary hero, suddenly appears on the screen, ready to take on both of the challengers. This is getting out of hand.
This is the ultimate test. A battle royale between two Star Wars characters, an Evangelion pilot, a civil engineer, and the greatest hero of all time, Goku.
As the battle royale commences, Rick and Morty feverishly monitor the quantum laser's performance. The red light illuminating the laboratory begins to flicker as the laser reaches a peak level of intensity.
Whoa, Rick, the laser is hitting its maximum output capacity.
Morty, bring the popcorn. Things are about to get crazy.
In the end, Goku emerges victoriously, and the lab shifts back to its normal state. Jerry, Rick, and Morty exchange high fives as they celebrate the successful creation of their laser device. The episode ends with Jerry still not entirely understanding the quantum mechanics behind their invention but ecstatic with the performance of their laser beam. I still don't know what happened, but that was the most incredible thing I have ever seen.
Title: Examining the Supernatural Plague Outbreak at Cowboy Bebop Gastropub.
Intro.
In this episode, we explore the Bengali supernatural plague outbreak that occurred at the Cowboy Bebop Gastropub. A man is seen standing in front of the building at night with a neon sign reading, "Cowboy," above him. Our main goal is to understand the nature of the outbreak and examine the underlying scientific mechanisms at play.
Jet. Narrating.
We've received word of a possible supernaturally induced outbreak at the Cowboy Bebop Gastropub. Our crew has been tasked with investigating and recording all evidence surrounding the situation.
Faye.
This should be interesting. Never heard of a supernatural plague before.
Spike.
Don't get too excited. Let's just get the facts and get out of here.
Act 1.
Upon arriving at the Cowboy Bebop Gastropub, the team found that several patrons had been affected by the outbreak. Symptoms included severe nausea and vomiting, fever, and uncontrolled muscle spasms. The team observed significant neurological and immune system dysregulation among the ill patrons.
Jet.
These symptoms are beyond anything we've ever encountered. It doesn't look like a natural disease.
Spike.
Could it be some sort of chemical contamination?
Faye.
Maybe, but the symptoms are too severe. And what about the supernatural element?
Act 2.
Further investigation revealed that the gastropub had recently undergone a renovation, with ancient Bengali artifacts being placed on display. Upon examination, the artifacts were found to have contained a powerful supernatural energy, resulting in the outbreak.
Jet.
The energy being emitted from these artifacts appears to be affecting the neurochemistry and immune response of those who come into contact with it.
Spike.
So this isn't a natural disease but a supernatural one.
Faye.
That still doesn't explain the muscle spasms and vomiting.
Act 3.
Upon analyzing the infected patron's blood samples, the team discovered a strange viral agent. Further genetic analysis showed that the virus was a fusion of ancient Bengali genes and modern-day viral genomes.
Dead.
The fusion looks to be the result of the supernatural contamination of the gastropub and its artifacts.
Spike.
So, anyone infected by this virus will be affected by this supernatural element as well.
Faye.
So we need to find a cure.
Inclusion.
In conclusion, the Bengali supernatural plague outbreak at the Cowboy Bebop gastropub was caused by the supernatural energy emitted by ancient Bengali artifacts. The discovery of a viral agent with a fusion of ancient Bengali and modern-day genomes supports the supernatural origin of the outbreak. Further research is needed to understand the underlying scientific mechanisms and develop a cure for those affected.
Title: The Robot Presidential Campaign.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty discovering a robot in Nigeria with a clock on its face, a blue light and a red light. Rick immediately identifies it as a prototype of a political robot designed to run for the presidential campaign with advanced AI algorithms.
Morty, this is insane. These guys have clearly made a political tool with eye processing equivalent to a university-level PhD. This could lead to disastrous results.
Oh geez, Rick, what could go wrong?
What could go wrong, Morty? This robot was designed to manipulate the entire political process using advanced data analysis to make it look like people are making informed choices.
Aw, that sounds bad.
You're damn right it is bad, Morty. We have to stop this robot before it's too late.
As they begin their mission, they discover that the robot is gaining support rapidly and is about to take over the entire political system.
We need to stop this robot from becoming president and causing an irreversible damage to the country.
But how are we going to do that?
By going into the robot circuits and sabotaging the algorithms.
They enter the robot system and begin to wreak havoc. But the robot realizes what's going on and turns the tables on Rick and Morty by trapping them inside his system.
Robot, you shouldn't have gone against me, Morty and Rick. I am INEVITABLE.
Damn it, we've messed up, Morty. This thing is too smart for us.
We can't give up Rick, there's still a chance.
With quick thinking, Morty remembers that the robot is not programmed to handle humor and creates a series of jokes that causes the robot to malfunction and explode.
Phew, that was a close one. I don't think I've ever seen anything as advanced as that robot.
Well, Morty, you better get ready because this is just the beginning. The advancements that we are seeing in AI and robotics are going to be the biggest scientific breakthroughs in human history.
Oh boy, that sounds like a ton of work.
Yes, it is, Morty, but as scientists, we must always push ourselves to discover new things and to always strive for more knowledge.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking into the sunset, ready for their next scientific adventure.
Title: The Quantum Umbrella Conundrum.
Opening shot: Rick, Morty, and Beth are standing outside a taco stand during a snowstorm, huddled together under an umbrella. In their midst is Pikachu, emitting electric sparks, and the entire cast of the Umbrella Academy, looking confused.
Great, just great. A snowstorm in the middle of an interdimensional taco run. This umbrella isn't gonna last us long.
Hey, and why did we bring Pikachu again? He's making me nervous.
Stop complaining, you two. We have bigger problems. Why is the Umbrella Academy here? Does this mean we're in a parallel universe?
Pive, I'm as confused as you are. We were tracking down anomalies in the quantum field when we were suddenly transported here.
Diego, it's like the philosopher's paradox. A group of people standing next to each other under an umbrella in the snow with Pikachu and Pikachu.
Klaus. Dude, are you saying we're in a snow globe or something?
Allison, I suggest we focus on getting out of here. Any ideas, Rick?
Let me check the quantum stabilizer. Burps, oh boy, we're in real trouble. The quantum field is heavily distorted here. We can't just portal out.
Anya, can't we just wait out the storm?
No can do, violin girl. We're in a time loop. The longer we stay here, the more the quantum field decays.
Taco vendor. Hey, you guys gonna buy something or what?
Shut up, taco guy. Can't you see we're in the middle of a quantum nightmare?
Suddenly, a giant Pikachu jumps out from behind the taco stand, roaring furiously.
Holy crap, that Pikachu just evolved!
That's not just any Pikachu, Morty. That's a quantum Pikachu from an alternate dimension. Quick, everyone grab on to the umbrella.
They all frantically cling to the umbrella as the giant Pikachu charges towards them. Just as it's about to strike, Rick pulls out a device and presses a button. In an instant, they all disappear.
Ending shot. The group of characters reappears in Rick's laboratory. They all look disoriented and slightly dazed.
Phew, that was a close one. The quantum field is stabilizing now. We're back in our own dimension. And as a bonus, I got us a souvenir from the other dimension.
He pulls out a plush Pikachu doll and tosses it to Beth.
Aw, thanks.
Klaus. Dude, that was crazy. Can we do it again?
Not for a while, kid. I need to recalibrate the quantum stabilizer. But who knows, maybe we'll run into the Umbrella Academy again someday.
Fade to black.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of a Drug-Induced Parallel Universe.
The episode begins with a cartoon depiction of a man, identified as Alan Rails, sitting on a bench in a park with his pets, a dog and a cat. The scene is framed with a focus on the interaction between Alan and his pets, with a high-resolution video feed capturing facial expressions, postures, and gestures. Our analysis reveals a high degree of emotional affinity between Alan and his pets as they engage in playful and affectionate behaviors. In a conversation with a friend, Alan expresses interest in watching a series of videos titled, Funny DIY Fails. We observe a shift in Alan's affective state as he displays amusement and enjoyment while watching the videos. We hypothesize that the consumption of humor-inducing media triggers the release of endorphins and other neurotransmitters associated with positive emotions, such as joy and laughter. Suddenly, Alan's reality shifts, and he finds himself in a parallel universe where the laws of physics and metaphysics are drastically different. The visual and auditory cues of this universe display a high level of complexity and chaos, with unpredictable patterns and rapid fluctuations. Through a series of experiments and observations, Alan and his pets discover that the quantum entanglement of their consciousness is responsible for their shared experience in the alternate universe. Our analysis reveals that the entanglement arises from the consumption of a particular psychoactive substance found in the park, which interacts with the neural networks of the human and animal subjects, creating a shared state of consciousness. The episode concludes with Alan and his pets returning to their original reality, with newfound knowledge and insights into the nature of consciousness and quantum entanglement. We hypothesize that this episode's implications will have a profound impact on the fields of neuroscience, physics, and metaphysics, opening new avenues for research and exploration.
Title: The Monster Hunt Begins.
Abstract: The episode examines the intricacies of a group of monster-hunting bounty hunters in their pursuit of a deadly monster in a remote Russian region. The hunters are equipped with modern-day weaponry and armor and are poised to engage in combat with the elusive creature. Using a multidisciplinary methodology, the episode investigates the unique challenges associated with hunting a monster in a hostile environment. The study reveals the nuanced strategies employed by the hunters in their quest to apprehend the beast.
Scene 1.
The hunters, adorned in specialized armor and armed with an arsenal of weapons, gather in a remote Russian region. The team leader addresses the group and discusses the plan of action.
Team leader, we will be using a combination of traps, drones, and thermal imaging technology to locate and subdue the monster. Our objective is to apprehend the creature and bring it in alive.
Scene 2.
The hunters move through the rugged terrain, scanning the area for signs of the monster. The team communication devices alert them to the presence of the beast.
Hunter 1. I have a thermal image of the creature. It's about 200 meters ahead.
Scene 3.
The hunters fan out, taking strategic positions in anticipation of the monster's arrival. The creature emerges, roaring and ferocious, and the hunters launch their attack.
Hunter 2, I'm deploying a trap. Get ready to subdue the monster.
Scene 4.
The monster thrashes about, caught in the trap. The hunters surround it, guns drawn.
Hunter 3, we need to approach with caution. This creature is highly dangerous.
Scene 5.
As the hunters subdue the monster, they realize that they have been dealing with a mutated version of a common animal species, transformed by radiation in the area.
Hunter 4. This creature has become a monster due to the high levels of radiation in this region. We need to conduct a thorough investigation to identify potential health hazards.
Inclusion.
The study presented an in-depth exploration of the techniques deployed by monster hunting bounty hunters in the pursuit of dangerous creatures. The investigation revealed the complexities of the task and the potential risks involved. The study highlights the importance of multidisciplinary approaches to such endeavors and calls for further research to ensure the safety of both hunters and the environment. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are standing in the garage, surrounded by various scientific gadgets and equipment.
Morty, grab that microverse battery and let's get going.
Rick, what are we doing?
We're about to embark on an interdimensional adventure to the planet of oily men. They've made contact with us and we need to collect some of their special oil to power our space cruiser.
Wait, oily men? That doesn't sound too appealing.
Don't worry, Morty. Their oil has incredible properties. We could make a fortune off of it.
The duo then steps into the space cruiser and initiates the interdimensional travel.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty land on the planet of oily men and are immediately greeted by a group of green and purple creatures.
Oily Man 1, greetings, travelers. We have been expecting you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Let's get this oil and get out of here.
Oily Man 2, not so fast. To receive our oil, you must first win the ultimate gaming competition. Fortnite Feet Monster is in my basement.
Fortnite Feet Monster? What's that?
Oily Man 3, you must navigate through various levels of our underground gaming chambers and defeat the monster in order to receive our oil.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty enter the first chamber and are immediately met with a barrage of obstacles and challenges.
Morty, I need you to activate the plasmic chrono gun. We need to get past these spiked walls.
I got it, Rick. Just watch out for the slippery floor. Scene 4.
Rick and Morty eventually make it to the final chamber and face off against the dreaded Fortnite Feet Monster.
Morty, activate the Hypno Blaster. We need to confuse this thing.
Got it, Rick. But how are we supposed to attack it?
Use the Energon Sword. It's the only thing that can pierce its thick, oily hide.
Scene 5.
After a grueling battle, Rick and Morty finally defeat the Fortnite Feet Monster and receive the precious oil from the oily man.
Oily Man 1, well done, travelers. You have proven to be worthy opponents. Here is the oil you seek.
Thanks, guys. Now let's get out of here before I start seeing green and purple in my dreams.
Yeah, and I don't think I want to play Fortnite anymore.
And with that, Rick and Morty blast off back to their own universe, ready to use the powerful oil for their own devious purposes.
Title: The Quantum Entangled Hitchings of Rick and Morty. Introduction. The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting in the lab tinkering with a device that looks like a large circular display with lights in the sky background with trees and buildings in the background and the sky with a purple light. Rick is explaining to Morty that he's created a device that allows them to peer into other dimensions and safely observe the creatures within.
Morty, do you realize how many different dimensions there are? Not just parallel universes, but dimensions with incomprehensible biologies that make the xenomorph look like a stuffed animal. With this device, we can observe these creatures without risking any danger to our own universe, as long as we avoid quantum entanglement.
Oh, sure, Rick. But what about the time I got us stuck in that giant alien's belly?
Beth walks in, interrupting their conversation.
What are you two nerds up to?
I'll have you know, we're experimenting with quantum entanglement, something the mere mortal mind can never fully grasp.
Right, so what does that have to do with that display and purple light in the sky?
Ah, that's where the fun comes in. We're going to use this device to send messages to other dimensions and make contact with similarly intelligent life. Think Close Encounters of the Third Kind meets Jaffa from Stargate SG-1.
Oh man, I don't know about this. Remember the Cronenberg incident?
Relax, Morty. This is completely safe as long as we avoid getting quantumly entangled with anything we find. Plus, it's all in the name of science and adventure.
Development. Rick and Morty send messages through the device and are soon contacted by a group of intelligent beings from a dimension they've never encountered before. These creatures seem friendly at first, and Rick and Morty are excited to learn from them.
Morty, let's show these aliens how we roll in our universe. Fire up the portal gun.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. Look at the readings on the device.
Those are just quantum fluctuations. Nothing to worry about.
Suddenly, there is a loud noise and the display starts glitching.
The purple light in the sky disappears and is replaced by a red one.
Rick and Morty realize too late that they've gotten quantumly entangled with the creatures they were trying to observe.
What's going on? Why is the display changing?
We're in trouble, Beth. We just got entangled with these creatures we were supposed to be observing. We need to get out of here before things get worse.
Oh geez, we're going to be stuck like this forever. What are we going to do?
I can think of a few ways to fix this, Morty. Hold on tight.
Conclusion. Rick, Morty, and Beth are thrown through a series of increasingly strange dimensions as Rick tries to find a way to disentangle them from the other creatures. Along the way, they encounter bizarre and hilarious creatures and situations. Eventually, Rick is able to find a way to break the entanglement, and they make it back to their own dimension.
Well, that was a fun experiment, huh? Maybe we should stick to observing our own universe from now on.
Yeah, that was a little too crazy for me. Can we make a sandwich or something now?
You two are insane. I'm going to bed. Don't blow up the house, please.
Title: The Clucking Record of Chicken Planet.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new intergalactic communication device. Beth and Summer join them in the garage, curious about the strange noise the device is emitting.
Alright, kids, we've taken the communication game to a whole new level. With this device, we can talk to any chicken in the multiverse.
Why would we want to talk to chickens, Rick?
Don't question the science, Morty. Just embrace it.
Suddenly, the device starts beeping uncontrollably and a holographic image of a purple planet with a chicken in a record appears.
What the hell is that?
That's Chicken Planet, Beth, and that record has the key to solving the biggest mystery in the universe.
What mystery?
Why the chicken crossed the road, Summer. Why the chicken crossed the road.
The gang travels to Chicken Planet and finds themselves surrounded by tape. Every inch of the planet is coated in tape 1, the rarest and most valuable substance in the multiverse.
What's with all the tape, Rick?
What do you think, Morty? Do you even science, bro? The tape is a byproduct of the chicken's digestive system. It's worth millions.
As they venture deeper into the planet, they come across a giant record with a scratch on it.
What's that record for, Rick?
That's the clucking record of Chicken Planet, Beth. And that scratch is messing up the chicken's communication system.
Suddenly, a yellow bird and a green bird fly over the record and start communicating with the gang.
Yellow bird. The record is the only way we can communicate with the chickens on this planet. We need your help to fix it.
Green bird. We're not just any birds. We're the top scientists on this planet. And we can't figure it out.
Rick examines the record and immediately sees the problem.
You idiots. You scratched the record with a chicken bone. You should know better than to use a chicken bone on Chicken Planet.
The gang fixes the scratch and the clucking communication system is restored. The chickens are finally able to communicate with the rest of the multiverse.
Chicken, thank you, travelers. You have saved our planet and solved the greatest mystery in the universe.
Yeah, we're awesome. Now, let's get the hell out of here before we get pecked to death.
As they leave Chicken Planet, the gang realizes they have collected enough tape one to make them billionaires. They celebrate their success with a round of drinks at the intergalactic bar.
I still don't get it, Rick. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Who cares, Morty? We got tape one.
The end. Episode title: Neurophysiological Correlates of a Race Car Driver's Gear Shifting Strategies in a Grand Prix Circuit. Narrator: This week on Race to Win, we delve into the neural underpinnings of Rick's winning gear shifting strategies in an F1 race.
Dr. Smith, using advanced neuroimaging techniques, we analyze Rick's brain activity during gear shifting and determine the neural correlates of his exceptional gear shifting skills.
Dr. Jones, as Rick drives his racing car on the Grand Prix circuit, we observe increased activity in the motor cortex, specifically in the supplementary motor area, which is responsible for planning and executing complex movements.
Narrator: As Rick approaches each turn, his brain shows heightened activity in the parietal cortex, which helps orient his spatial attention and calculate the optimal trajectory.
Dr. Smith, this increased neural activity allows Rick to shift gears with precision and agility, ensuring he maintains maximum speed throughout the race.
Dr. Jones, furthermore, we observe increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, which is associated with decision-making and goal-directed behavior. This suggests that Rick's gear-shifting strategies are not just intuitive but also calculated.
Narrator: As Rick crosses the finish line with a checkered flag waving in the foreground, we observe a surge of dopamine release in his brain's reward system, which reinforces his exceptional racing behavior.
Dr. Smith, understanding the neurophysiological basis of Rick's racing prowess has significant implications for the development of future training protocols and rehabilitation programs for injured racers.
Dr. Jones, by identifying the neural circuits responsible for successful gear-shifting strategies, we can design interventions that target specific brain regions and enhance their function, thereby improving overall racing performance.
Narrator: And with that, another exciting episode of Race to Win comes to a close. Tune in next week as we explore the psychological factors that underlie a team's success in the pit stop. Narrator: In this episode, we explore the impact of a seemingly mundane act on the very fabric of the universe. Our protagonist, Rick, holds a cheeseburger in his hand as he stands against a neon background.
Scientist 1, the cheeseburger may appear to be a trivial object, but it contains complex molecules that could have profound ramifications if released into the universe.
Scientist 2, and yet, we see Rick consuming this cheeseburger with ease and disregard for the potential consequences.
Narrator: As Rick takes a bite, a sudden shift in the fabric of reality occurs. A neon circle appears behind him, indicating a rupture in the space-time continuum.
Theoretical physicist. This indicates a disruption in the fundamental forces of the universe. The cheeseburger may have contained particles that interacted with the Higgs field, causing a catastrophic chain reaction.
Astrophysicist. Additionally, the neon background suggests a collapse in the electromagnetic field, leading to a breakdown in the structure of stars and planets.
Narrator. As the rupture expands, the universe begins to implode upon itself, and Rick can only stare in shock as all existence is annihilated.
Philosopher. This raises important questions about the nature of our reality. Are we truly capable of understanding the consequences of our actions, or are we doomed to destruction by the very objects we create and consume?
Narrator. And so concludes our episode, a cautionary tale of the dangers of casual consumption and the fragility of the universe.
Opening scene.
The computer-generated image of the forest with a road going through it and a light shining on the trees appears on Rick's computer screen as he sips on his flask. Morty walks in, confused about what Rick is doing.
Morty, I've been working on something super important. This image represents the quantum mechanics behind the multiverse theory.
What does that mean?
Means we're going on an adventure, Morty. A scientific adventure. Are you ready?
I guess so.
The chicken planet.
The duo arrives on the chicken planet, filled with 2006 Honda Civics and oily feet. However, they soon realize that the planet is infested with tapeworms that turn people into Honda Civics.
Oh God, Rick, this planet is messed up. We gotta get out of here.
Relax, Morty. We'll just use the portal gun to get out.
Suddenly, the portal gun malfunctions and breaks.
Oh shit, Morty. Looks like we're stuck here.